Chapter 1, O'Hara. In the dark space, everything seems extremely quiet. This is a strange space like a prison, divided in half, and one side is divided into 3 prisons by dark golden pillars with the thickness of thighs. Each prison a bronze chain hung straight from the sky, but there was no one inside. On the other side of the 2 halves, I was standing with a slightly confused dark-haired boy, looking at only 7 or 8 years old. Where is this and why am I here? The dark-haired boy can be said to be a question mark in his head at this time. If he remembered correctly, he seems to have been killed in a car accident. Could it be that this is the legendary hell? Why, but why can't you see the other souls? When the dark-haired young man was full of doubts, suddenly his consciousness was suddenly hesitated, as if someone was calling him, making him quickly blurred and disappearing from the dark space. The turquoise blue sea occasionally waves beautiful waves, and the seagulls that fly by from time to time show a beautiful seascape. Hey, wake up, are you okay? When Qin opened his eyes slightly confused, what he saw was a dark-haired young girl with big dark green eyes looking at herself with nervousness and surprise. Who are you, what's wrong with me? Qin, who has not yet responded to the situation, said something subconsciously, and at the same time, I don't know why, the girl in front of him clearly didn't know him, but he gave him a kind of extreme familiar feeling. While talking, Qin lying on the beach also unconsciously wanted to sit up, but as soon as he moved, there was a sudden pain in his head like an explosion, as if he was forced into something. A stuffy humming sound from the nose, Qin covered her head in pain, and knelt on the beach with cold sweat on her face. The sudden change not only caught Qin off guard, but also surprised the young side, and her little face immediately flustered. What's wrong with you? All right, should I take you to the hospital in the town to see? Said the girl nervously. She also didn't know the teenager in front of her, just because she came across this beach by accident when she came to this beach for a walk. It seemed that she had suffered a shipwreck and was drifted to the island. Out of her kindness, even though the girl was panicked, she checked the situation immediately. She had been very happy to see the other person woke up from a coma, but she thought it would suddenly become like this again. The soreness from the head came suddenly, and it also receded quickly, but after a while, the feeling that it seemed to crack was weakened. But at this time Qin had no extra thoughts to answer the young girl's words, but after the pain disappeared, he was sitting on the beach with some distraction. Under the bloating just now, a lot of pictures and memories emerged in his mind like slides, and from these pictures and memories, it fully shows that he has now passed through, or regained his life. Wu Qinj was an ordinary young man living in modern society, but was also hit by a bad accident and was killed. He did not expect that he should return to the dust and return to the earth, but in a state of soul, crossed the world in front of him, and also lost his young man who had just died of the shipwreck and was reborn. Passing through is definitely the dream of countless secondary 2 teenagers, but Qin apparently did not expect that he would actually encounter such an unbelievable situation, and he would naturally feel a little lost for a while. Of course, it is naturally fortunate to be able to live again. After all, Qin hasn't lived enough. The real reason for him to be dazed is mainly the world he was born into. From the absorbed memory of the original master of the body, Qin not only knew that the master of the body was named Alan, but also knew from his memory that the world in front of him was actually only one piece of fantasy, one piece. The reason why Qin determined that this world was one piece was because the memory of the original body owner contained information such as One Piece Roger, Devil Fruit, etc., and his previous life was very enthusiastic about the One Piece animation. The situation naturally cleared up. The imaginary world has become the real world, although it is unbelievable, but it is enough to be alive. After a pause, Qin gradually recovered as usual, and at the same time, he was silently thinking. He has experienced death firsthand. The horror feeling of life encountering despair and fear is absolutely unimaginable. The feeling of death shrouds him even if he thinks about it now, and he doesn't want to feel it again. Although you died because of a shipwreck, after all, I occupied your body. As a feedback, I will be called Chin Ge Allen from today. It is also a thank you for your body. Chin Song thought silently. How are you? I can't say a word. Is there any discomfort in my body? After seeing Chin Ge in great pain, Loli, with big eyes, started to feel dazed. www.readwn.com can't help asking Road. Chin Ge, who had cleared his thoughts, also looked at the other side. Unlike before, when he knew the world he was in now, when he looked at the big eye in front of Loli again, his eyes blinked suddenly. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. I don't know what your name is. Chin Ge smiled slightly. With big eyes, Loli said a little embarrassedly, my name is Nicole Robin. What about you, what's your name? Is Nicole Robin? Chin Ge repeated as if whispering, and then his eyes glared, I'm Chin Ge Allen. Sure enough, no wonder he felt that the other party looked very familiar before. Sure enough, it was the intellectual master sister who was mature like a peach in the future, but I don't know if it is before or after the slaughter order. If it was before, it would be dangerous. Are you called Chin Ge Allen? Can I call you Allen in the future? Little Loli's big dark green eyes appeared in anticipation and said with courage. Of course you can, after all, you are my life-saving benefactor. Chin Ge chuckled, and at the same time stood up and glanced around. You call me Allen, then I'll call you Robin, too. Robin, can you tell me where this is? I have suffered a shipwreck for a long time on the sea, and I don't know where it is. Chin Ge seemed to inadvertently ask a sentence. Nicole Robin also stood up from the original squatting squat. She was a little happy, and she was naturally defenseless. This is O'Hara, it is a world-famous archaeological site. Introduced her own hometown, and Nicole Robin's face was full of pride, not only because of her deep affection for her hometown, but also because she was also an archaeologist with a degree. Chapter 2, Prisoner of the Dead. Is it really O'Hara? It seems that when I first came to this world, I encountered a lot of trouble. Chin Ge's face remained the same, but she was a little dignified. If he remembered correctly, the 2 years after Roger's execution was exactly the year when O'Hara was informed by the world's government that he had carried out a slaughtering order because he secretly studied the historical text. Although it is known from the memories of the original master of the body that the current period is 2 years after the execution of One Piece King Roger, it is determined that the place is under O'Hara, which naturally represents the coming of the slaughter order. One Piece, although it is a blood-blooded anime, it is also a high-risk world. In addition to the raging of pirates and fierce beasts, this world has supernatural powers that did not exist in previous lives. The slaughtering demon order is an indiscriminate attack, and once the target is locked, as long as it is a person on the island, whether it is innocent or not, it is the object of destruction. Do not say that Chin Ge's current body is only an 8-year-old boy. Even in the youth of previous lives, it is undoubtedly dead in the face of the slaughter orders launched by the world government. You must leave here as soon as possible. Chin Ge thought secretly. No doubt, if he does not want to be involved in the destruction of the slaughter order, he must rush out of O'Hara before the arrival of the world government. Thought of this, Chin Ge could not help looking at Nicole Robin in front of her, recalling the other party's experience. Nicole Robin can be said to be both lucky and miserable. Although the original book successfully fled O'Hara for the sake of the young man, it was rewarded at the age of 8 because he was informed by the world government that he could interpret the text of history. With 79 million Baileys, he had to hide in the dark and stealthily, and turned away. Although Chin Ge is not a pure person, she still hopes to help the other person in the face of the character she once admired and the first person she saw after her rebirth. Robin, are you sure it's O'Hara? If so, I'm afraid we're in big trouble. Chin Ge's thoughts flowed, his face suddenly showed a serious expression, and his voice showed a heavy feeling. Nicole Robin was also brought in by Chin Ge deliberately creating a tense atmosphere. Although she was a little confused, she couldn't help but said, "What's wrong, Ellen, why do you say that?" Qin Ji sorted out his thoughts, and then said calmly, "Before the shipwreck, my father once knew a senior official of the world government, and I happened to hear something like it was because of you O'Hara archaeologists are involved in some hidden history, so the world government is ready to destroy the entire O'Hara and cover up that unknown history." This is naturally a reason for Qin Ji to make up, just to make it more reasonable for Nicole Robin to leave O'Hara with himself and come up with it. Suddenly Nicole Robin opened her eyes wide, her little face full of shock and wonder, and at the same time a little doubt and hesitation. "Alan, are you sure this is true? How could the world government destroy O'Hara because of some history, and we are a world-famous archaeological site here, and there are many people living in the town?" Obviously, Nicole Robin, who had been independent for a long time, also has a mentality that is more than his peers. He would not believe Qin Ji's shocking words. Qin Ji is not surprised by this situation, but he has already found excuses and said seriously, "I know that you can hardly believe this, but you can take me to see the archaeologists on the island, maybe they will know more secrets." The archaeologists of O'Hara naturally knew that exploring the text of history violated the taboos of the world government, otherwise they would not conduct research in secret. Although they may not think that the response of the world government would be so radical, if they knew, it would be enough to play a big role. Qin Ji wanted to use the archaeologists of O'Hara to make himself able to take Nicole Robin away, and he is now penniless. Even if he wants to leave O'Hara, he still needs enough money. Yes, O'Hara's archaeologists are a good target. Although Nicole Robin did not believe Qin Ji's words very much, but after hesitating, she agreed to take Qin Ji to see Dr. Koloba. This is not only for reassurance, but also to take care of Qin Ji. After all, in her opinion, Qin Ji is obviously alone after the shipwreck. If there is no relief, it will be difficult to live. I have to say that this is a lovely lowly with good heart. Although he had decided to go to the Tree of Omniscience, Qin Ji did not rush to the action, but came to the grove by the beach under the pretext of just waking up. With a green tree on its back www.readwn.com Qin Ji is in a state of falsehood like closing his eyes and raising his soul, and Nicole Robin did not leave, but waited very quietly. And at the same time flipped through my beloved archaeological book. Juvenile leave, girl reading. This scene undoubtedly outlines a warm atmosphere, but the fake juvenile is not really resting, but to determine a thing. The confusion of the concubine consciousness, Qin Ji entered a wonderful state like instinct. Although he still maintained a false concubine posture outside. His consciousness appeared in a dark space in another form. Isn't it really my own illusion before, then is this the golden finger of myself as a traverser? Looking at the familiar dark space around him, Qin Ji didn't panic, but instead thoughtfully looked for a while. His gaze was focused on the three prisons on the opposite side, which were divided by dark golden pillars. He thought for a moment, Qin Ji stepped forward, and tentatively reached out and touched one of the dark gold pillars in the prison. Buzz! When Qin Ji's hand touched the prison, the dark space like a prison suddenly groaned. At the same time, all kinds of messages poured into Qin Ji's mind instantly, and he quickly realized the existence of the dark space. Although a lot of information flooded into my mind, this time I did not feel the pain, but the process was very gentle. At the same time, after digesting all the information, Qin Ji also showed a chuckle. Is the prison of the dead? It seems I am lucky, I am a translator with golden fingers. The information that touched the dark gold pillars is exactly about the dark space in front of me. The dark space in front of me is really a prison called the Prison of the Dead, just like the site in front, with a total of 3 prisons. Chapter 3, Mysterious Black Hand. But the Prison of the Dead is different from the ordinary prison. It should be regarded as a magical treasure with the ability to extract the souls of the dead from all walks of life. The 3 prisons are also used to hold those souls that have been extracted. Of course, as a golden finger, the prison of the dead also has great benefits to Qin-ji, that is, each time the soul is drawn from the prison of the dead, he can take away the ability of the other side, whether it is martial arts or superpowers, or blood, are included in it. Is it a prison to extract the souls of all heavens and earth? This golden finger should be considered very powerful. Qin-ji looked at the prison of the dead with interest. He just needs strong power to ensure his safe survival in the crisis-ridden One Piece world. Now the ability of this dead man's prison will undoubtedly make him strong quickly. However, according to the information just obtained, the prisoner's ability to extract souls from all walks of life is not unlimited. Not only does Qin-ji need to provide energy, but each extraction will only lock one world at will. In addition, when the prison of the dead is extracting the soul, it is also determined according to the amount of energy provided by Qin-ji. The more energy provided, the higher the locked extraction world is, and the easier it is to extract powerful souls. It is worth mentioning that the energy needed to provide the prison of the dead is soul energy, which means that if Qin-ji wants to obtain soul energy, he must kill other creatures, including human beings. For this method of plundering others' lives to strengthen themselves, Qin-ji is not exclusive. He is not a virgin. Naturally, everything will be done by itself. Qin-ji naturally has no soul energy, but the prisoner of the dead has a chance to draw a novice reward just after waking up. Of course, the level of the draw is also the lowest one-star draw. Just as Qin-ji's original world was a world without any supernatural powers, and the One Piece world is as strong as a cloud, it can easily erupt a terrible and destructive attack, so the heavens and the worlds naturally have class points. The targets that Yi seeing extracted are those worlds without supernatural powers like Qin-ji's previous life and those with low-end force. Without hesitation, Qin-ji naturally communicated with the deceased's prison immediately and began the first draw. I saw that the dangling bronze chains in the three prisons suddenly injected life into the prison, and penetrated into the prison quickly and infinitely. Nothingness on the other side. After a while, the three bronze chains in the prison began to shrink rapidly. When returning completely from the void, the three chains in the front section were already wrapped around three elusive figures, trapped in each prison. The expected Qin-ji was naturally the first time he discovered the identity of the soul extracted from the prison. Starting from the prison on the left, when Qin-ji's palm was in contact with the gold pillar of the prison, he immediately acquired it. The origin of the soul in the prison. Name, Zhang Lao-san. World, Divine Carving, 1 star. Identity, Song Bingjia. Ability, 13 Type Army Array Marksmanship. Cause of death, Battlefield. After getting the information of the first soul, Qin-ji, who was still interested, had a black face, and his hands seemed a bit black. What kind of ghost is Bing Song Bingjia? Do you think you are the Star Master? Can you just say that it is Xiao Yang? Wu Qinj took his hand back with a black face. Although the opponent's ability had the 13-type army array gun method that he could deprive, he didn't need to think about it and knew for sure that it was a rubbish. Naturally, he would not waste precious deprivation opportunities. I want to know that Qin-ji only has 3 opportunities for deprivation after each soul extraction. If you want to increase the chance of deprivation, you also need to provide energy to the prison of the dead. Where does he now provide energy? But from this extraction, Qin-ji also knew that the world locked by the prison of the dead was sculpture of God. Although it was only a 1-star world, it also represented the existence of supernatural forces such as martial arts in this world. It doesn't matter, although the first show is a bit worse, but you can't panic. There are still 2 chances in the back, and the good things must be left behind. Qin-ji comforted himself first, and then moved towards the middle again with full expectations. 2 prisoners walked. Name, Mu Fi Yang. World, Divine Carving, 1 star. Identity, Rich Sun. Ability, 36 styles of Imperial Maid, painting with poetry. Cause of death, immediate wind. He explored that the soul information extracted from the second prison was reappeared in Qin Ji's mind, but made his face darker than before. Lifting the table. This is, although the previous one is a little worse, but at least it is normal. What is the second one? The ability is the 36th style of the maiden. Calm, you must be calm. The first two are just warm UPS. The big meal is the third. I do not believe that I am completely dark. Qin Ji took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the violent temper in his heart, and resisted the temper. To the third prison. This time Qin Ji has lost his calm attitude before. When he touched the prison, he looked completely cautiously www.readwn.com. I was afraid that he could detect the information of spicy eyes. Name, King of Golden Wheel. World, Divine Carving, 1 star. Identity, Tantra Law. Ability, Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, 5 rounds. Cause of death, Sea of Burial Fire. The information of the soul in the third prison surfaced. Qin Ji blinked his eyes instantly. I knew that I could never have such a dark hand. Sure enough, the big meal must have been left at the end. I did not expect that the soul of the King of the Golden Wheel was extracted. Qin Ji was immediately invigorated with a blush. The King of the Golden Wheel is a top master in the world of carvings, especially the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong learned is the supreme power of Tantra. Although this is limited to the world of low martial arts, if it can be deprived, it will undoubtedly make Qin Ji suddenly got rid of the powerless dilemma. I didn't hesitate, Qin Ji couldn't wait to start the deprivation. As soon as the consciousness moved, the golden prison holding the soul of the King of the Golden Wheel was instantly glowing, and the bronze chain was swaying like a dance, and then, there was no more. After the dazzling vision continued for several breaths, it stopped and returned to its original calmness. At the same time, Qin Ji did not take away any ability from the Golden Wheel Phelan Dafa, which undoubtedly proved that this deprivation of Qin Ji failed unfortunately. The smile on Rong's face froze suddenly. He was too excited just now. He forgot that in addition to the extracted soul is random, the deprivation ability also has a chance of failure. It won't be so bad. Su Qin Ji suddenly had a bad hunch. The first draw will not wipe out the entire army. This thing is exactly the same as gambling. One is not good. Even if a powerful soul is drawn, it is likely to always deprive it of failure. Chapter 4, Dragon Elephant Prujnagong. The heart was full of nervousness. Qin Ji began the second deprivation. As before, the golden prison immediately bloomed with radiance, and the bronze chain that entangled the soul also swayed. Click! But in the blink of an eye, this time the prison gave birth to a vision. The soul entangled by the bronze chain made a crisp and sweet crackling sound, and saw a ray of bright light falling from the soul, and then quickly flew to Qin Ji. It melted into his body instantly. The body shook, and under the integration of Bai Mang, Qin Ji immediately felt a heat flow sweeping across the body, and at the same time the body fell into a wonderful state, feeling as if it had entered heaven. Of course, compared with the wonderful feeling, Qin Ji's body is more abnormal. The originally thin body is constantly expanding at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. It is like a fitness man who bulges up large muscles. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not last for a long time, and the muscles that were inflated quickly collapsed and collapsed. After so many times, it finally stabilized. Under the stable body changes, Qin Ji's originally swollen muscles did not completely disappear, but were compressed and compacted together. At this time, although his body was still in a juvenile state, he had lost his previous sense of weakness. Instead it looks like it has been shaped. Original slim limbs became much fuller, and the flat abdomen inside the clothes also formed clear abdominal muscles. If there is a need to describe the subject, then Qin Ji's current physical condition is like Tenang's in the youth of Dragon Ball, with the perfect flesh hidden under his slim appearance. The surging force exploded throughout Qin Ji's entire body, making him have the illusion that he could smash the earth with one punch. When the body stabilized, the wonderful feeling like being in heaven also disappeared, but in addition to the physical changes in Qin-ji, the sublimation of the spirit and spirit appeared to have occurred. My eyes seemed to wipe away the dusty gemstones, flowing like the essence of burning, and at the same time, the whole body was permeated with a powerful breath. Qin-ji apparently succeeded in this second deprivation, and was very lucky to directly deprive the king of the golden wheel Falun Gong like Prujna Gong. The surprise came too fast, which made Qin-ji a bit embarrassed, but then he was attracted by the physical changes. The dragon elephant Prujna Gong has a total of 13 weights. Before the death of the golden wheel Falun Gong, the dragon elephant Prujna Gong has been cultivated to the 10th weight, and Qin-ji is now deprived of it, which also means that he has gained 10 weights at once. Cultivation of dragon elephant Prujna Gong. Although it is often said that people die as lights, but the prison of the deceased is detached from the soul and can deprive the soul of the soul that imprinted the ability of life from the dead soul. As long as Qin-ji's deprivation is successful, then the dead soul will immediately have what he had. The power of. As it is now, Qin-ji deprived of the golden dragon Falun Gong's decade of dragons, if not only the body has the power of thousands of hammers, but also the deep internal force condensed in the body. Although the practice of the dragon elephant Prujna Gong has been slowly progressing, as a tantra protecting magic skill in the world of divine carving, it naturally has the ability to do both internal and external cultivation. In addition to making people have the power of a dragon elephant, the inner force that is condensed is also unmatched. It seems that his luck is still very good. Although some mistakes have been made before, the greatest success can be deprived of the most valuable dragon elephant Prujna Gong. Qin-ji is naturally very satisfied with this deprivation. Now he has one deprivation left, and the only person worthy of his deprivation is Golden Wheel Falun Gong, but after considering it, Qin-ji did not use this last deprivation opportunity. Although the king of the Golden Wheel is a top master in the world of carving, he is not very eager for the other 5 rounds. After all, this skill requires 5 as weapons to cooperate. He doesn't have it, he might as well deprive him of opportunities. Keep it for future use. Although there are only 3 opportunities for deprivation for prisoners after death each time, even after a new round of extraction, unused opportunities for deprivation can be accumulated for next use. After deciding to retain the last deprivation of opportunity, Qin-ji did not stay too much, and his consciousness was retreated from the prison of the dead. When consciousness returns to the body, Qin-ji opens his eyes and the spirit and the flesh blend together. The change of his ideology in the prison of the dead is also silent and the flesh becomes one. Perhaps the cultivation of decade dragon Prujna Gong was to sublime Qin-ji's spirit, so that he just opened his eyes, and it was Nicole Robin who made the original article silently look at the book and looked up. Looked over. Oh. It's weird, why does Alan feel like you've changed me? Nicole Robin said with a look of surprise when he put down the book in his hand. Really? Maybe it's your illusion. Qin-ji smiled slightly, stood up with a lazy waist, and the clothes that had appeared a little loose had been tightly supported by the tight muscles. www.mtlnovel.com outlines perfect muscle lines. Although Nicole Robin was precocious, she was only a little lowly after all. Although she felt the change of Qin-ji, she didn't think much about it, and thought she was really an illusion. Well, I'm almost rested, let's go to the Tree of Omniscience. Although the tenfold rebuilt dragon elephant Prujna Gong has allowed Qin-ji to have extremely powerful power compared to ordinary people, there is still a huge gap compared with the strong in this world. The demon order is still his irresistible existence. Naturally, we must leave O'Hara as soon as possible. Nicole Robin nodded, and then led Qin-ji toward the town. The Omniscient Tree is the place where O'Hara archaeologists live, and it is also a giant tree called a mighty shore, especially the dense canopy is like a huge umbrella, covering the vast area of the island. From a distance, it gives a strong sense of shock. As Nicole Robin, who has obtained an archaeological degree, the Tree of Omniscient is naturally very familiar. With her leadership, Qin also quickly came to the bottom of the towering giant tree. In order to preserve many precious archaeological secretaries, O'Hara's archaeologists also built the thick trunk of the Tree of Omniscience into a house-like existence. After opening the door, you can enter the space inside the trunk. Yeah, isn't this Robin? Why did you come here so early today? As soon as Qin entered the Tree of Omniscience, he saw that there were densely packed books neatly like a library. People are busy cleaning or reading quietly. At the same time, an old man with fan-shaped hair and beard also came over with a smile after noticing the arrival of Nicole Robin. Chapter 5, Persuasion and Departure. Dr. Kloba, bother. Nicole Robin bowed slightly, expressing his respect, and not forgetting Qin behind him. Dr. Kloba, this is Alan. He drifted to our island because of a shipwreck. This time he came here to put you on the table, because Alan told me something before and I don't know what to do. Deal. Nicole Robin let go of his body and exposed Qin behind him, and quickly explained. Oh. Have you encountered a shipwreck? This is really not good news. Your child is called Alan, don't you know what you said to Robin? Let our intelligent Robin not know what to do. Dr. Loba showed regret, and looked at Qin with curiosity. He did not show contempt because Qin was just a child. Instead, he showed enough respect for his peers. Perhaps it was because of this serious attitude that he knew the world government's blank history. He dare not to hesitate to explore and also resolutely explore. Qin does not have Luo Yan, but rather simply repeats what Nicole Robin said. If Dr. Kloba can still smile at the beginning, then after listening to Qin words, his face is replaced by dignity and suspicion. Is everything you said true, Ellen? Dr. Kloba stared at Qin with a gazing eyes and said calmly. It's true, O'Hara is about to face destruction. Qin nodded slightly and said in a heavy voice. Although the reason was invented by him, it is true. Even Dr. Kloba and others stop researching, but with the caution of the world government, there will never be any hidden dangers. Sooner or later, they will cover up the blank 100 years history erases all risk factors. Dr. Kloba fell into silence all of a sudden. What Qin said was too important for him and the archaeologists of O'Hara as a whole. Although he was talking to Robin just like a child in front of him, they are indeed studying a blank history that the world government has forbidden and allowed, and if the world government really knows it, they will definitely make up for it. Although Qin said that the world government would destroy the entire Dr. O'Hara Jean Kloba, he still had some doubts. However, considering the information parsed from the historical text, the world government may not take radical measures to eliminate hidden dangers. Dr. Kloba's silence made Nicole Robin, who noticed a bit flustered in her mind, apparently keenly aware of the problem in Dr. Kloba's expression. Dr. Kloba, the world government will not really destroy O'Hara. Nicole Robin said nervously. Hearing Nicole Robin's words, Dr. Kloba also responded from silence. After seeing Nicole Robin's nervous expression, he quickly smiled and said, "How come? O'Hara is the world famous archaeological sites, even the world's governments dare not easily offend." Hearing this, Nicole Robin was relieved a lot, and the tension on her face was relieved, but there was still some confusion in her heart. If this is the case, why did Dr. Kloba look so just now heavy? Wu Qinj didn't say anything, because he had seen that Dr. Kloba had actually believed his words, and now he was just comforting Nicole Robin. "Dr. Kloba, how about talking?" Qin said suddenly. Both Dr. Kloba and Nicole Robin could not help looking at Qin. "Okay, let's go to my room." Qin words also fit Dr. Kloba's thoughts. He just needs to know more about the situation now, so naturally he will not refuse. Although Nicole Robin was also a little curious, but after seeing the two intentionally avoiding themselves, they naturally did not force it, but instead they waited smartly outside. Qin and Dr. Kloba stayed in the room for more than half an hour, and did not know what they said. Anyway, when they came out again, Dr. Koloba proposed to let Nicole Robin temporarily intervene first. Shinji left O'Hara together because he needed to purchase a new batch of books. Robin, don't worry about your aunt, I will say hello in the past, and now I will let you take you to the port. Dr. Kloba said. But doctor, how can we let us go for new books, shouldn't it be grown up? Said Nicole Robin, puzzled. Dr. Kloba naturally had an excuse, and smiled, this is actually a test for you. After all, good archaeologists need to have a thorough understanding of history, but also need to understand related issues. I am familiar with it, and this new book purchase is to make you feel better about the work of archaeologists. Nicole Robin thoughtfully www.readwn.com then focused on, well, I will do the job well, and I will become an excellent archaeologist. Dr. Kruba nodded comfortably, and at the same time looked at Shinji standing next to Nicole Robin, both of them nodded slightly, which was a tacit understanding. Quickly, after getting a nominal purchase of new books from Dr. Koloba, but in fact the cost of living, Shinji took Robin directly to the port. Dr. Kloba, are you really assured that Robin will buy a new book, and the other boy I never seem to have seen in the town, will there be a problem? An archaeologist in the Tree of Omniscient going to Dr. Kloba, a little puzzled. You don't understand, only he can ensure Robin's safety? Well, go and call everyone together, I have something big to announce. Dr. Kloba shook his head, and at the same time commanded. Okay, don't keep peeking, just ask any questions. At the port of O'Hara, he had bought a ticket and boarded a merchant ship. Standing on the spacious deck and waiting for the sailing Shinji to see Nicole Robin around him, he was helpless. Turned and looked at each other. Nicole Robin's face was reddish, but her curiosity was overwhelming, and she couldn't help saying, Alan, what did you and Dr. Kloba just say? Why did you come out? Once you came out, the doctor asked me to buy new books out of the island, and let me listen to you along the way. Nothing, Dr. Kloba just asked me about my situation, and then seeing that I was pitiful, let me work in the Tree of Omniscient for the time being. This new book purchase is actually my first job. Shinji said in a serious way. Chapter 6, Encounter Pirates. Is this really the case? I always feel what you are hiding. Little Loli said doubtfully. Wu Qinj said innocently, of course this is the case, otherwise you think there can be anything else. Okay, let's stroll on the boat first, the voyage is 3 days, but it is boring to find something interesting. It doesn't matter, anyway, I brought some books before I left. It's enough for me to read for 3 days. You should be Alan if you're bored. Nicole Robin was suddenly transferred to the topic, some playfully waved his hands. Thick books. In the original work of Nishihara, Nicole Robin was crowded out by the people in the town because of the fruit of the devil. Especially the children regard her as a monster. Therefore, she never has a friend of the same age, which can be said to be very lonely. Although Shinji is mature, he looks almost the same as Nicole Robin after all, and he doesn't show any exclusion to Nicole Robin, which is naturally a very happy thing for the lonely Nicole Robin. Even before she knew each other for a long time, she gave Shinji an inexplicable intimacy. Although Nicole Robin said she was not bored, when Shinji was about to stroll, she was with Shinji. At the beginning of the sea journey, you will still be attracted by the beautiful seascape, but it will become very boring after a long time, especially the merchant ship down with the waves. The kind of shaking feeling will be extremely uncomfortable for unfamiliar people. Shinji is okay. He has traveled on cruises in the past, but Robin is miserable. She is a demon fruiter and has always lived in O'Hara. She never sailed out of the sea. For the first time under the sea, natural discomfort occurred. From the second day, Robin was pale and languid, and he could only stay in bed in the room and rest. Fortunately, the merchant ship was obviously equipped with special seasickness medicine. After Shinji found the sailors on the ship and asked for some seasickness medicine for Robin, she eased a lot, at least her face was no longer pale. "Robin, just rest in bed, and reach your destination one day. I will go out and find some food for you." Qin Ji sat comfortingly beside the bed. "Hey!" Robin shrunk in the quilt and nodded weakly, and at the same time, Qin Ji, who was caring and looking at him, was moved. Qin quickly walked out of the room and headed towards the restaurant of the merchant ship. Naturally, she also saw many passengers along the way. "No, I see the pirate ship, they are approaching us." Just as Qin Ji was about to enter the restaurant, a passenger suddenly rushed out in panic, screaming in horror. The passengers nearby looked at each other in amazement at first, and then they all showed panic. Some people even paled when they looked at each other. They could faintly see that many people were shaking their legs. "Pirates!" Qin Ji also looked at the screamer in surprise, and immediately responded by rushing down the corridor towards the deck. "I came to the deck." At this time, there were also many passengers and sailors standing on top of them, and all of them looked at the ship sailing quickly on the sea not far from the merchant ship. Wu Qinj stared away, and was suddenly attracted by the skeletal skull painted on the sail of the ship not far away, and at the same time saw the flag of the pirate flying at the top of the ship's pole. There is no doubt that the merchant ship that Qin Ji is riding on has really encountered the pirates, and seems to have been spotted by the pirates, and is now approaching. Wu Qinj frowned when he saw the pirate ship. He originally thought that he could leave O'Hara smoothly and did not expect to encounter pirates halfway. The pirates in the One Piece world are not all like the Straw Hat Pirates holding the pirates' banner, but what they are doing is the adventure group. Most of them can even say that almost all the pirates are more ferocious. The presence. "Fast, quickly turn the rudder out of this sea area." The captain of the merchant ship apparently learned of the pirate group, and hurried to the deck. When he saw the pirate ship approaching not far away, his face changed greatly. Shouted and exclaimed. The helmsman of the merchant ship also turned hurriedly, but the merchant ship hadn't sailed far, and the pirate ship that hit came with a dazzling fire, followed by a roaring sound that became deafening. A series of artillery shells flew through the air, drawing a black shadow in the sky, and then landed in the sea near the merchant ship, then blasted a water column several meters high. The shelling of the pirate ship naturally caused the sailors and passengers on the ship to look pale, and some people were even scared to the ground. The crotch quickly became wet, and it was obviously scared to urinate. "Damn, this route is obviously safe after so many times. I didn't expect to encounter pirates this time, but my child is still waiting for me to go home. Why is this so? www.readwn.com. We won't die at sea, we wouldn't have traveled if we knew it, why would we encounter pirates?" Panic wailing quickly echoed on the deck, everyone expressing fear of danger. The nearby waves caused by the water column blasted by artillery shells were violently tossed, and the merchant ship was also violently shaking. Qin Ji firmly grasped the side fence to prevent it from being lifted out. "I hope there are no powerful characters in this group of pirates." Qin Ji looked calm, and kept himself as calm as possible. Although the pirates in the Four Seas are far less terrible than the pirates in the Great Channel, there are also some outstanding ones, and the bounty is more than tens of millions of berry. Although Qin Ji now possesses the 10th largest dragon elephant Prujnagong, in the final analysis, the level of force in the world of the gods is far lower than that of the One Piece world. Even in the Four Seas, it is not really a strong one. If it's just some ordinary pirates, Qin Ji can still handle it, but if it is a super pirate like the Supernova, then I am afraid it is really dangerous. Obviously, the fire attack by the pirate ship was not to sink the merchant ship, but to force it to stop. Of course, this is obviously not the kindness of the pirates, but only for better looting, otherwise the merchant ship will be sinking and it is extremely troublesome to salvage property. I was bombarded by artillery, and the helmsman of the merchant ship did not dare to escape. I could only helplessly stop the merchant ship, and then watched anxiously as the pirate ship approached. Ha ha ha, I have good luck today. I met a fat sheep as soon as I opened it. The little ones rushed to me. Someone resisted and killed them. The pirate ship quickly set up the board of the passage after approaching the merchant ship. The pirate holding a big knife laughed loudly, his face full of excitement and fierceness. Chapter 7, Killings. This pirate is obviously the captain of this group of pirates, 5 big and 3 thick, burly and naked, body covered with huge muscles, just like a human bear, horrifying. Under the shout of Captain Pirate, dozens of pirates quickly rushed out of the pirate's boat, too, full of ferocity and excitement. They crossed the wooden board and landed on the merchant ship's deck. Although many sailors on the merchant ship also took out their weapons, in the face of the fierce pirates, they were like sheep shrinking, and they did not have much courage to step forward to fight. As the pirates continued to swamp down the deck, the passengers either hid in the cabin, or shrank into the corner in fear, watching the pirates unscrupulously looking at them like merchandise. "This pirate, I have something to discuss. As long as you can let us go, we are willing to give you all the money to honor you." Climb in front of Captain Pirate. Qin Ji, who also quietly retreated to the corner of the deck with passengers, naturally saw this scene. Through this day's sea journey, he also knows that the captain of the merchant ship is Cecil, who is a person who can take care of himself, and looks like an elderly nobleman. Usually passengers and sailors call him Captain Cecil. "Oh? Are you really willing to take all your money to buy your life?" Captain Pirate looked at Cecil with a playful look, and said playfully. Naturally, Cecil with a mustache nodded naturally. Compared to some loss of property, it is most important to be able to save his life. He believes that the passengers on board will certainly agree with his decision. "Haha, I know that those who run merchant ships value their own lives, but it's useless. You people are also a valuable property to us. Our captain got a slave not long ago. The channels of trafficking, all of you will become slaves in exchange for a large sum of Bailey." An ugly pirate laughed wildly. As soon as this remark came out, both Cecil and the others on the merchant ship turned pale, and the look of panic on their faces became even stronger. Captain Pirate looked at Cecil with a mockery and laughed, "You fat sheep can escape without delusion." Uncle Ben was rewarded by the Navy with a pirate of 5 million Bailey. Who would dare to resist? Uncle Ben doesn't mind cutting off his head to feed the fish. "Captain Button, don't talk nonsense with these fat sheep. Let's check the harvest quickly. I just noticed that there are a lot of pretty women in it. The brothers have been choking for a long time." A pirate shouted like a greedy, hungry wolf. The words of this pirate suddenly drew the eyes of other pirates. The unscrupulous eyes made the women on the ship panic, and the men around the women were pale and full, furious and fearful. When the pirates were almost ready to start raging, Qin Ji silently looked at all the pirates on the deck. "There are 38 pirates here, but there must be some people left on the pirate ship. The strongest of these is probably the pirate Captain Barton, who has a bounty of 5 million Bailey." Quickly analyzed the gap between the two sides, Qin Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked in a godless way and approached a nearby pirate with his back on his back. This group of pirates apparently had no intention of letting one person go, and they were going to capture everyone and sell them as slaves. Qin Ji naturally didn't want to be a slave, so he only resisted. Fortunately, this group of pirates didn't seem to be such a powerful group of pirates. Even the strongest captain of the pirates had a bounty that did not reach the level of 10 million berry. With his 10-fold dragon elephant Prujnagong is not without his strength. The pirates apparently thought that they had already ordered the merchant ships. Even if some precautions were taken, they only faced the sailors on the merchant ships. They did not care about the passengers and did not believe that passengers would dare to resist them. The pirates who were approached from behind by Qin Ji did not notice the abnormality behind them. Like other pirates, they were greedily looking for beautiful female passengers in the crowd. They were ready to wait for the ransack to find one to vent their body desire. Click. Boom. Suddenly, when Qin Ji, who was close to the pirate, only a few steps away, broke out, but the young man's body burst out with a horrible power. A slight leap came to the pirate's head, and he was like a knife, fierce. One palm smashed into the neck of the pirate. The scalp-tingling bone-cracking sounded instantly, and at the same time, the pirate who was hit by Qin-ji with his palm knife had no chance of screaming. His head was bent at 90 degrees in the opposite direction, and he was holding it in his hand. Long knife fell weakly on the deck. Not only that, the power of Qin-ji's palm knife made this pirate as if it had encountered a horrible impact. www.readwn.com. The whole person flew out in an instant, like a cannonball that straddled 5 or 6 meters. Far away, he fell directly onto the deck with the sound of crickets and fell into the sea. Although the accident happened suddenly, some people on the deck reacted keenly, including Captain Barton, the pirate. But even Barton was shocked when he saw that the person who attacked his crew was a teenager who was not 7 or 8 years old. Although he didn't see the body, Qin-ji knew that he was indeed a murderer. He just broke the opponent's cervical spine in the blow just now, and even if he didn't die immediately, he would definitely die if he fell into the sea. Qin Ke, who was clearly the first killer, did not feel any discomfort at all, but instead developed an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. This is the feeling of killing, as if it were not as difficult as imagined. Qin-ji was born with enlightenment, and at the same time was filled with calmness in the face of the battle that was about to be encountered. At the moment of landing, Qin-ji didn't stop at all. He took advantage of the long knife that the pirate dropped on the deck, and suddenly stepped on his foot. His shape immediately rushed to a nearby person like a cheetah. Pirate! Brush! The pirate apparently hasn't responded to the situation yet, but just feels that a flower is in front of him, and a dark shadow suddenly appears in front of him. Immediately there is a sharp pain in the neck, and the vision of the eye also rolls up sharply. The long knife is sharp, especially when it contains thousands of pounds of force, and it is a terrible choppy attack. A cheetah like Qin-ji swept away with a single stroke, which is to cut off the head of the pirate, so that the neck of his head under the impact of the splattered blood, it flew directly into the air, forming a strange scene. Chapter 8, Dodge Bullet. Ah! When some of the passengers on the puppet deck saw the scene, they all screamed in panic, and the pirates finally came to their senses from the panic. Damn, dare to resist, kill lousy this little beast. Barton reacted first, his face full of anger and tyranny, and yelled at his men. Abominable little devil, let Lao Tzu die. Although the pirates around were furious that a little devil could kill their companions, the ferocious heart also made them immediately enraged to Qin-ji. Qin-ji, who had beheaded a pirate again, glanced coldly at the pirates who were attacking. Without any confusion, it was calm to raise his leg and kick it on the headless body that was about to fall to the ground. Oh! The corpse was severely hit, and rushed out like a cannonball. It slammed into a pirate who struck him. The pirate was struck before he could avoid it, and suddenly suffered a terrible impact. Bang Fei went out, even vomiting blood directly. While kicking the flying corpse, Qin-ji also did not hesitate. The hard pedaling force under his feet and the direct hard deck were all cracked. He shot out like an arrow, slashed out and formed a continuous pattern. Daoguang. The strength of these pirates is almost the same as that of ordinary people. Most of them are just fierce. They naturally look fierce when facing ordinary people, but they are very vulnerable when facing stronger people. The pirate stared at Qin-ji, couldn't even keep up with his actions. When Qin-ji struck in the blink of an eye, he couldn't even attack, or the long knife that had been struck was close to his body. Oh! The blood of Wu Yinhong sprayed out, and the long knife with a terrifying force showed a terrible edge. The pirates were cut in half by Qin-ji's sword and screamed in pain. Tenfold Dragon Elephant Prujnagong seems to be stronger than I expected. Qin-ji gradually became familiar with the power of the day by easily killing 3 pirates. Although he had obtained a tenfold Dragon Elephant Prujna in the prison of the dead before, he is still a little strange to this power, just knowing that he feels the power of vagueness. However, after really starting to use the power to fight, Qin Ji really felt the power of the dragon elephant like Ruo Gong, and it was also that he really started to master this power. Sun Long's Pruchna Gong not only allowed Qin Ji's physical body to reach the force of 1,000 pounds, but also formed a deep internal force in his body. The strength of martial arts is often deepened. In addition to the improvement of strength, it will also sublimate people's feelings in all aspects, whether it is speed or response, it is far beyond ordinary people. This is what Qin Ji is doing now. His keen senses allow him to easily grasp the movements of the audience and to respond quickly. Stepping to the ground, Qin Ji moved flexibly to the side like an ape. At the same time, the cold sharp long sword immediately appeared from behind him, passing past where he was originally, and a pirate rushed behind Qin Ji. Dead. Avoiding the pirate who slashed from the rear to the long knife, Qin Ji flashed in the eyes, without hesitation, turned around and cut. Under the power of horror, the long knife struck out the bright knife light, and the right arm of the pirate holding the knife was cut off instantly. The severe pain suddenly distorted the pirate's expression and screamed, "Zhou back!" Qin Ji is like a dancing death, leaning back slightly, and kicking his toes, he hit the long knife in the hand of the remnant arm, turning it into a gloom of death, and flew into the pirates rushing across. In the belly. The pirates on the opposite side looked stunned, and the glare of the long sword penetrated his stomach directly, and flew out of his back with a hot blood of Peng, and then Yu Wei continued unabated, still strong, the entire blade was he plunged into a large ship pole not far away. With the passing of blood, the pirates who had pierced a blood hole in their abdomen also collapsed on the ground, screaming and mourning. However, Qin Ji, who caused all this, didn't bother at all, but instead attacked other pirates like a tiger when he kicked the flying sword. The pirate who was cut off by his right arm was the first to suffer. He was hit hard. He was struck by Qin Ji quickly. Even before he could react, he was punched in the face by Qin Ji. Oh! The force of more than 1,000 pounds burst out from Qin Ji's fist instantly, the pirate's face collapsed immediately, the skull was almost smashed, and the whole person was blasted off the deck like a cannonball. Already killed by a punch. It's not just that, Qin Ji now seems to have entered the killing mode, relying on his extraordinary physical strength, he constantly swam around on the deck, and cut out all the lights that exude the breath of death. Every time the sword light appeared, a pirate died in pain, and it was difficult to keep even the entire dead capital. Although Qin Ji shot to the death of the last pirate, but it happened in a short period of 10 minutes, but more than 20 pirates have died under Qin Ji's sword. www.readwn.com. Damn it, let me die. In the face of Qin Ji's powerful strength and the constant death of his men, Patton couldn't sit still. He took out a gilt shotgun from his waist in anger and shot at Qin Ji. Boom! With the sound of gunfire, the bullet quickly emerged from the air and cut through the sky. At the same time, Qin Ji, a keen sensory sensation, struck a spirit like a stimulus, and the sense of crisis quickly swept the whole body, as if the instinct was like a whim, his head was crooked. Oh! It was just the slightest difference. The bullet that quickly broke was rubbed against Qin Ji's cheek. The heat caused by the friction between the bullet and the air even made Qin Ji clearly feel. Don't look at the technology in the One Piece world seems to be backward, but in fact it is not, but black technology often appears. Among them, gunfire is one of them. It looks like backward, in fact, the power is not worse than Qin Ji's previous arms. Although the dragon elephant has both internal and external skills, especially in the flesh, it is extremely powerful. In addition to making people have the power like a dragon elephant, it will make the flesh extremely tough under tempering. But this is also relative. If Qin Ji is really shot by a gun, it is also impossible to completely resist it, let alone being shot, but the injury is absolutely inevitable, especially if he is hit by a vital point, it is also immortal. Also have to delaminate. Fortunately, the 10th-ranked dragon elephant Prajong Gong made Qin Ji's senses extremely acute, and even produced a whim-like intuition. In the face of crisis, he immediately reacted to him and avoided being shot by bullets. The condition of the head. Of course, Rao is so. After almost being shot, Qin Ji is full of fear, and at the same time, he is staring at Barton holding a short gun. Chapter 9, Pirates. That end number 039, it. When I saw that Qin Ji was not shot, Barton naturally did not think that it was because the bullet was avoided by Qin Ji. Instead, he subconsciously thought that he had missed the shot and fired again. Bang bang bang. A number of gunshots rang, but Qin Ji, who had already been prepared for it, would not have no measures. The gunshots rang out like a cheetah, and quickly hit on the thick ship's pole, making the pursuit shot. Pattern, the bullets can only shoot the ship's pole out of the gun holes. Qin Ji ejected light from a wheel, and Qin Ji was not harmed. When the sound of the gun stopped, he came out from behind the ship with cold eyes. Don't be too proud, Lao Tzu is going to be one of the pirates of One Piece. Barton cast a pistol with a grim shot in his hand aside, and at the same time raised his chopper, which was close to 2 meters, full of anger. Drink. Big pirate. When is this name so cheap? It's just a 5 million bounty for you, and it's nothing more than a puppet in the great waterway. Qin Ji smiled coldly, without a look on his face. The disguise and contempt were revealed. You're looking for death. Barton suddenly became furious, apparently angered by Qin Ji's words, and rushed out with a huge slashing sword like a mad raging bear. Huge slashing sword was beaten by Barton, carrying the ferocious tendency to be headed to Qin Ji. Ding! Oh! Seeing the other person who was angered by himself, Qin Ji's original disdain and contempt disappeared instantly. This was just a strategy, it was just to make the other party lose his reason. He slashed his sword to block, and the slashing knife immediately violently collided with the long sword. Not only did it sparkle dazzling sparks, but also the decks under Qin Ji's feet were severely cracked, and a sharp wooden thorn bounced. Ji Qinj immediately felt the strong force from the war horse, and his knees were slightly bent to offset the force exerted. There is no doubt that even if it was only a pirate with a bounty of 5 million Bailey, Barton still has the power over ordinary pirates. The ability to wield such a huge slasher is enough to prove that his arm strength is beyond ordinary. Ji Qinj immediately responded to the difference in the strength of the opponent when he felt the pressure from the sword, which made him feel the pressure. At least the strength of the opponent was close to the force. He was so powerful just being rewarded with a 5 million bounty pirate, which naturally surprised Qin Ji, and also deeply understood how terrible the level of force in the One Piece world. However, surprised, Qin Ji calmly responded. When he raised the knife and turned it, he tilted the long knife to one side, so that the colliding slashing knife immediately fell along the blade to the deck beside him. The huge blade was almost inlaid like most of it, tearing deep cracks. However, it is precisely because of this that Barton's slash was missed, and at the same time, the slashing knife was also caught in the crack of the deck, and it was impossible to pull it out immediately. Ji Qinj blinked his eyes, and without hesitation, he flew up and kicked out, and swept towards the other's calf like a guillotine. I wasn't the point where he didn't want to attack the opponent, but the physical gap between the two sides was there. Barton is more than 2 meters tall, just like a little giant, and Qin Ji, who is only 8 years old, is close to 1 meter 4 when he is fully playing. The two are completely different from adults and babies. Naturally, they can only attack more. Easy calf. Oh! Qin Ji's sweep kick fell on Barton's calf fiercely. Although his leg looks slender, it is very different from Barton's leg-like muscle-filled calf, but short and lean also has great strength. I made a loud muffle. Barton screamed, and the calf in the kick of Qin Ji suddenly broke off the ground, making Barton fall to the ground as if tripped and stumbled, and it can also be seen that Barton's calf swelled up at a rate visible to the naked eye. It can be seen that Qin Ji's sweeping kick contained extremely terrifying power. Watching the other side fell to the ground, Qin Ji naturally did not miss such an opportunity. His eyes showed coldness, and he did not hesitate to hold the knife with both hands, and slashed to the opponent's neck that was constantly close to the ground. Barton also sensed the danger of death. When he saw the attacking sword, he was also angered, and his eyes were blood red. Dead to Lao Tzu! A roaring roar sounded, but when Barton fell to the ground, he strove to raise his arm, and his huge fist slammed into Qin Ji's head fiercely. The immediate counterattack of Barton in the face of death threat is also to retreat Qin Ji in exchange for a chance to survive. However, things are not what Barton expected. In the face of a violent blow, Qin Ji just crossed his head indifferently. www.readwn.com bared the powerful boxing with his shoulders. However, the long knife in his hand did not fluctuate at all, and still fell into Barton's neck like lightning. Oh! With the sound of torn bones, the hot blood wafted out immediately, and Patton's eyes widened, a dead head rolling down his shoulders, leaving a trail of blood stains like a ball, rolling a few meters away. At the same time, Qin Ji, who suffered a mortal blow from Barton's shoulders, also suddenly sank, and the deck below his feet was also difficult to withstand heavy pressure and cracked open, forming a messy hole. But without waiting for his figure to fall into the hole, Qin Ji slammed on a well deck with his right hand holding a long knife, and his figure quickly rose up and fell aside. Seeing this scene, the remaining pirates on the deck were horrified. They were shocked by the death of Captain Barton, and were also deterred by the fierceness of Qin Ji. The passengers and sailors on the merchant ship were also shocked, looking at the field holding a knife and exuding Ling Ran's breath. The young man had no idea that such a terrible pirate was just given by this boy. Beheaded. Good opportunity, what are you still doing, and you are not ready to take up the weapons to destroy the pirates? Cecil was also shocked, but he reacted as if awakened, with a surprise on his face, and hurried towards the sailors on the boat. Exhaled. Although he did not expect that there were still such powerful young men on board, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity to survive the crisis. As the captain of the pirate, Barton has died. At the same time, more than 20 pirates have been killed by Qin Ji before this time. Not counting the remaining people on the pirate ship, only 1/3 of the pirates on the merchant ship are left. 1. Chapter 10, The Aura of the Strong. Although afraid of the evil of the pirates, as a smart businessman, Cecil also realized that as long as the juveniles were on the field, there was nothing to be afraid of the remaining pirates. With his dozens of sailors and configuration on board, the weapons are enough to annihilate this group of pirates. Cecil's shout naturally awakened the people on the boat from shock. The two sides also showed completely different performances. The pirates looked at Qin Ji in anger and fear, and the passengers and sailors seemed to find them the straw-like spirit of life-saving cheer up. Yes, get your arms fast, even if we are pirates, we can't flinch. This boy is so good, he was so lucky to have defeated so many pirates by himself. I was so lucky. I didn't expect that there were still such powerful people on board. Damn, Captain Button was actually killed, we hurriedly withdraw. The sailors took out their weapons one by one, and the morale oppressed the pirates. In turn, the pirates who had been fierce and raging before showed timidity, and even some people hurriedly boarded the wooden boards they built. Rushed back to the pirate ship. Although Qin Ji could feel the swelling and soreness from his shoulders, it was the first time that the tigers caught their prey and rushed towards the fleeing pirates. Although fighting the pirates was passive, Qin Ji did not forget to use the soul energy needed by the prisoner of the dead. If he wanted to extract the soul again, he must obtain enough soul energy through killing. Holding a long knife, Qin Ji quickly rushed into the pirates like a tiger into a flock. The sword swept across, killing the pirates, and even rushed directly to the pirate ship, and the remaining on the ship. The pirates fought. During the period, the sailors who were preparing to rise up were prepared to fight with the pirates, but before they started, the pirates quickly died under the sword of Qin Ji, so that they could only be disappointed and become spectators. Cecil was delighted and shocked when he saw Qin Ji's mad killing of the pirates. Of course, the joy was that after the pirates were killed, they were safe. The surprise came from Qin Ji's killing methods and power. Strength. So terrible boy, such a character is definitely not an ordinary person, and even if he cannot be a good friend, he must not offend. Cecil secretly said. He can also be considered to have spent many years on the sea, and has seen all kinds of people, so it is more clear that young people like Qin Ji are young, but strong people can't offend, otherwise they will only lead to killing themselves. Disaster. It was only half an hour, and Qin Ji, like a bloodbath, returned from the pirate ship to the merchant ship indifferently holding a long knife covered with blood. Help me prepare a room. I need to take a bath. By the way, if possible, prepare me a clean suit that suits me. Qin Ji wiped off the sword with the clothes of a pirate corpse. Blood, then found a matching scabbard and put it, then turned and stared at Cecil. Although Qin Ji's eyes were calm, Cecil suddenly felt up in her heart, a respectful smile was immediately expressed on her face, and she nodded and said, "Guests, rest assured, I will make people ready immediately." Qi Qinj nodded slightly, even though he ignored other people's eyes, he calmly entered the cabin with a long knife. Although all the people on the merchant ship survived because of Qin Ji, not everyone was grateful for Qin Ji after the crisis. Instead, many people were full of fear when they looked at Qin Ji. This can be said to be caused by Qin Ji's killing while killing the pirates, and also caused by the weak who is uneasy in the face of the strong. However, no matter what kind of gaze, Qin Ji didn't care. After coming to the newly opened room, a sailor carefully delivered hot water and clothes. Qin Ji did not return directly to the original room, so he was afraid of Robin's appearance and fright. After taking a bath comfortably and washing off the blood on his body, he put on clean clothes and returned to the original in the room. As soon as I entered the room, Qin Ji met Robin, who was sleeping on the bed, like a piglet. It was clear that Robin hadn't noticed the commotion caused just now. Qin Ji looked at the sleeping Robin with amusement. Although he knew that this was because the other party had just taken medicine, he was so alert that it was really hard to imagine that the original could have been at a young age. The intellectual royal sister who survived the dark world. But this is also good. Anyway, the danger has already passed, so that Robin is not afraid. Qin Ji looked out and then exited the room and went to the captain's room. After fighting with the pirates, Qin Ji was not injured. On the contrary, the punch that was hit by Barton swelled the muscles on his shoulders, almost all of which hurt the bones. Naturally, he must find a boat doctor to treat it well. "Alan, is your injury on your shoulder really okay? I'll see you when we get to the shore." www.readwn.com. Let's check with the doctor in town. The beautiful waves set off waves and sailed on the waves on the merchant ship. Robin's face was worried. "It's okay, don't worry, you see, am I not able to move around?" Qin Ji, feeling the wind blowing by the sea, swung his injured left arm, and then pressed one hand on Robin's little head. On the other hand, a smile came to kill him. "However, I heard the people on the boat say that you were fighting a group of pirates at that time, and you were all blood." Robin did not care about Qin Ji's intimacy, but was only worried about Qin Ji's injury. After a day of sleep and rest, Robin finally got used to the voyage at sea, but when she woke up, she was naturally surprised when she walked out of the room and learned what happened during her break from the communication with other passengers. Shocked. In addition to shocking Qin Ji, who is almost the same as her age, she was able to defeat a group of pirates by herself, and she was extremely nervous when she knew that Qin Ji was injured. "Relax, it's all the enemy's blood, look at me, where are the signs of injury?" In order to reassure the serious little loli, Qin Ji intentionally made a circle to show that he was in good health. After seeing Qin Ji's freedom of action and seeing no injuries, Robin's worried expression also eased a lot, but after a while, she looked at Qin Ji with a small face full of worship. "Alan, it turns out that you are so powerful. You can beat so many pirates by yourself. But I heard that there were hundreds of fierce pirates at the time, and one of them was given a reward of 5 million. Barry, you are so amazing." Robin described as excited as he saw with his own eyes, and at the same time grasped Qin Ji's arm like a little fangirl. Chapter 11, Future Direction. Although there is still a lowly in front of her, not the royal sister in the future, it is undeniable that being admired by a cute little lowly makes Qin Ji feel satisfied. In fact, it's not as exaggerated as you said. The reward of 5 million berry pirates is real, but there were fewer than 100 pirates at that time. Qin Ji could not bear the temptation of lowly. Can not help but pinch each other's delicate face. That is also very powerful. If it were me, it would have been frightening. After all, Xiao Luli was still young and didn't understand the relationship between men and women, so she didn't care about Qin Ji's actions. She still had a worship looks. Qin Ji smiled without saying a word. After pinching the other person's small face, she turned and stared at the outline of the island that was faintly visible in the distance. With his current strength, it is indeed very good for ordinary people, but it is far worse than the existence of monsters in this world, and what he has to do next is to shorten this step-by-step gap, even beyond monsters. After landing, you can start the second extraction. Qin Ji thought silently. After fighting with the pirates, he not only experienced the first killer, but also gained a certain amount of soul energy after killing nearly 100 pirates. Although he can only meet the lowest level of extraction, it is also enough to fill him. Look forward to. After more than 10 minutes, the merchant ship sailing for 3 days at sea finally reached its purpose and came to a port called the small island of Lovisa. Guest, this is the pirate head with a reward of 5 million berry. I have made anti-corrosion and preservation treatment. If you need it, you can go to the naval branch on the island in exchange for a bounty. By the shore, when Qin Ji was about to take Robin ashore, Cecil quickly trot over, holding a boxy box in his hand, and handed it to Qin Ji respectfully. This is the head of a pirate. Robin was also curious about what the other party was looking for. He was frightened when he heard the words, and hurriedly avoided the box. Some were hiding behind Qin Ji in fear. Qin Ji frowned, and looked at the other side thoughtfully for a while, seeing Cecil restless. It was Cecil's own decision to leave Barton's head, partly because Barton's head was worth 5 million Bailey bounty, and the other was naturally to be able to meet Qin Ji, a powerful boy. I'm interested, Captain Cecil. I have the opportunity to hope to be able to ride in your boat again. Qin Ji didn't pause for a long time. Even if he reached out to take over the box, there was a smile on his face. I heard that Cecil was relieved in her heart, and at the same time she was happy. It is my pleasure to be my boat. Obviously, his role in leaving Barton still played a role, at least it left a good impression in Qin Ji's heart. For Cecil, who has been operating at sea all year round, it is absolutely beneficial to meet strong people, maybe at a critical moment can play a role in life-saving. After receiving a head of 5 million berry, Qin Ji did not stay. After casually speaking with Cecil, he went to the town on the island with Robin, and then found a hotel for the time being. Stayed. Robin, you're resting in the room now, I'll go and exchange this for a bounty. Qin Ji greeted Robin after the settlement of the housing problem. Well, you go, this thing should be resolved sooner. Robin glanced at the box and Singer Qin with a dread, and quickly nodded. Qi Qin shrugged, closed the door and left the room. After asking about the location of the naval branch base at the hotel front desk, he left alone. The world's largest and strongest is the world government. Although it may be rotten, I have to admit that it is a good place to take advantage of the cold. Although I have the sight of a prison for the dead, if I want to truly integrate into the world and enhance my strength, then maybe joining the Navy is a good way. On the way to the naval branch base, Qin Ji also thought about the next goal. Although O'Hara has been reminded of himself, the historical text is too sensitive to survive under the stigma of world governments. Although Qin Ji took O'Hara away with Robin, it is impossible to stay in a permanent place, and he is also very interested in the power of inheritance in this world. Whether it is domineering or the Navy 6, it is worth his desire to learn of. And after becoming a Navy, Qin Ji was also able to gain soul energy in the process of hunting the pirates. Even if he achieved a high position in the Navy, he could also ensure the safety of his life and Robin's life, which is a killer. Now that he has been reborn, Qin Ji is naturally reluctant to survive in obscurity. He is not only eager to experience the magnificence of this world, but also has the ambition to confront those prestigious pirates and strong men in the future. Thinking about this in my heart, Qin Ji's heart also faintly gave birth to an impulse. www.readwn.com. This feeling seems to be the wonderful feeling when he fought with the pirates before. Is he excited, still excited, or maybe both have? Is the Navy? Then try to look good. Qin Ji's mouth slightly raised a radian, and at the same time the pace has accelerated a lot. After looking for a while, Qin Ji came to the naval branch base on the small island of Lovisa. The tall wall surrounded the whole base. At the same time, the steel casting gate was guarded by 2 sentries. "Child, this is not a place for fun, leave quickly." When Qin Ji came to the gate of the base, one of the Navy stationed at the gate watched it and reminded him sternly. "I'm sorry, I didn't come here for fun, but I got the bounty." "Isn't this the naval branch base?" Qin Ji said obliquely, calmly. Another Navy frowned. A teenager who was not 7 or 8 years old came to receive the bounty. This was not a joke. "Okay, what do you want to receive the bounty? Is it possible that you have caught a great pirate?" The Navy who uttered the first laughed and looked at Qin Ji playfully. What Qin Ji calmly did was to open the box in his hand and light up the human head inside. Shi Shiran said, "This is a pirate head named Patton. If I am not mistaken, he should be worth 500 wonberries bounty. Can I go in now?" The 2 navies obviously did not expect that the box in the Singer Qin would contain a human head. Naturally, they were taken aback. Even after being trained, they would feel uncomfortable when they suddenly saw a human head. That disturbed. "I'll take you to the registration room." The nagging Navy just couldn't help but swallowed, and quickly let go of his body and led him in front. Chapter 12, in exchange for a bounty. Another Navy also performed similarly. He looked at Qin Ji, who was calmly walking into the base with a handheld head, and had no idea of Qin Ji as an ordinary child. No matter how Qin Ji killed the pirates, but at such a young age, Qin Ji was able to lift his head without changing his face. This is very abnormal. Even an idiot knows that Qin Ji absolutely does not look so simple. Under the guidance of the Navy, Qin Ji quickly came to a registration room in the naval base. This is the department of the Navy specialized in obtaining bounties for the capture of pirates. The person in charge of the registration room was very surprised how a child like Qin Ji came here, but when Qin Ji took Barton's head out, it was as convenient as the 2 navies before. Yes, this is indeed the head of Piton Barton, who has been rewarded with 5 million berry. I will let people prepare the bounty, but it may take some time. You can sit and wait. Somewhat surprised, but the Navy in charge of the inspection still carefully checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, he nodded. But after saying that, the Navy still couldn't bear the curiosity in his heart and couldn't help saying, "This little brother, would you mind asking, how did you get this pirate head? I mean, this pirate, really did you kill it?" Wu Qinj nodded with a smile, "Of course, otherwise, how could I exchange it for a bounty?" Wu Haijun exclaimed, "The little brother is really amazing. I have never seen a young bounty hunter like you." Wu Qinj shook his head and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not a bounty hunter. He killed this pirate just because he wanted to rob me of the merchant ship." Speaking of this, Qin Ji said a word, and then said, "On the contrary, in fact, I want to see if I can join the Navy in addition to the bounty this time." "Little brother, do you want to join our Navy?" said the Navy in amazement. Wu Qinj asked, "Isn't it possible? Is it because I'm not up to age?" The Navy quickly shook its head and said, "No, no, although our Navy recruits are mainly for adults, we also conduct special operations for special situations, such as recruiting some outstanding talents, and special treatment will be given." "Oh! What a special treatment!" Qin Ji said with interest. The Navy thought about it, and then said, "Anyway, as far as I know, every year in our Navy, we select excellent young girls from various places and send them to the Great Waterway headquarters for selection. Once they pass the selection, they can at least enter the Navy. Branches receive more perfect training, and the best of them can stay directly in the Naval Headquarters Academy and get the best cultivation." Speaking of this, the Navy's face was full of envy. Compared with the Navy in the four seas, the Navy of the headquarters is the real elite. Even with the same rank, the Navy of the headquarters is far superior to the Navy in terms of strength and authority, and it can even be said to be 3 levels larger. I heard from the other party that Qin Ji was also a little thoughtful. It seems that the Navy really attaches great importance to the new generation. The purpose of setting up such a form is naturally to cultivate better talents. When Qin Ji thought about it, a young Navy came in with a suitcase and sent the 5 million berry bounty. "Brother, do you really want to join our Navy? If so, I think our chief should be very welcome. I can personally recommend you to meet our chief." When Manbury's suitcase was handed over to Qin Ji, it was also full of expectations. "It will trouble you." Qin Ji, who had already decided to use the strength of the Navy to enhance his strength, naturally would not refuse, nodded decisively. "Okay, then I'll take you here to meet our sir," the Navy said happily. After Xian was about to hand over his work to other colleagues temporarily, he was leading Qin Ji to the highest building in the base. The 4 naval bases in China usually have a naval colonel or a brigadier as the highest commander. Quickly, Qin Ji was led by the Navy into an open office, and at the same time he met the highest officer in the naval branch base, a naval colonel. The other person was sitting opposite a clean and translucent desk. It looked like he was over 40 years old, but it seemed that after years of training, his body was extremely strong. The suits he wore were bulging, and at the same time he was on his shoulders. In the face of righteousness, his face was full of fortitude. The Navy colonel naturally expressed doubts about Qin Ji's arrival, but when the Navy leading Qin Ji's arrival explained it, the colonel was surprised. "Colonel Diff, this little brother has just submitted the head of the pirate Barton who paid a 5 million berry bounty. He wants to join our Navy, so I will bring you the report." Qin Ji led said the salute of the Navy. "Killed the pirate who had 5 million berry bounty. Is this true, Sergeant Jean?" Colonel Diff immediately became calm, and looked at Qin Ji with a look of indifference. www.mtlnovel in surprise.com. Although he was rewarded for killing 5 million Bailey pirates, he was a naval colonel, and he has gained a lot of strength today. But the teenager in front of him looks at most not more than 10 years old. If he really has such strength, it will naturally look amazing. Back to Colonel, the pirate's head has been tested, and it is true. Sergeant Jean quickly said. Wu Vinian, Colonel Diff was even more surprised. After nodding slightly, he looked at Qin Ji up and down with curiosity, and said for a long time, "Boy, what's your name?" "Qin Ji Allen." Qin Ji said calmly. "Qin Ji Allen, you want to join our Navy? As a Navy colonel, I naturally welcome it very much. Similarly, our Navy will also give special treatment to outstanding talents, but only if you prove that you are good enough." Colonel Diff said slowly, while also staring closely at Qin Ji, and continued, "Although Sergeant Jean said just now that you submitted a pirate head with a reward of 5 million Baileys, this is not enough to really prove you're good, so next I will test you as a test. If you can pass, not only will I approve you to join the Navy, but I will also report to my superiors, and find a way to send you to the naval headquarters for a more complete training. Then Ellen, are you willing to be tested? Of course, I'm willing to accept all the tests. Qin Ji smiled slightly, and smiled slightly. This situation did not exceed his expectations. After all, his killing of Barton was only seen by those who were on board the merchant ship. Since the other party can become a Navy colonel, it is natural to have rigorous considerations. Believe. Chapter 13, Power and Speed. Seeing Qin Ji willing to accept the test, Colonel Diff nodded with satisfaction. Although the test has not yet begun, Qin Ji's so frank move has actually revealed some information. Soon after, Colonel Diff personally took Qin Ji to the training square in the base. At this time in the daytime, naturally, there were many naval soldiers training. Although curious about the appearance of Colonel Diff with a teenager, no one dares to step forward under the strict military regulations and can only aim at it secretly during training. My test of you is actually not that complicated, just to determine your strength, mainly strength and speed. Of course, if you have any special ability, then you can show it. Colonel Diff came after a place where many training equipments were placed. He turned around and stared at Qin Ji who followed him. Wu Qinj stopped and knew what the other person said. The strength of this world is not limited to physical strength, but also the existence of devil fruits. The special ability that Colonel Sundiver refers to is probably the devil fruit ability. After all, Qin Ji looks too young. If he has strong strength, the most likely result is the incredible devil fruit. However, Colonel Diff obviously thinks more. Qin Ji has no demon fruit ability and naturally will not show any special ability. How does this power and speed test work? Qin Ji looked directly at the other party. If you have strength, just use this barbell to test it. Use your maximum strength to lift the maximum weight you can bear. Colonel Diff explained. Wu Qinj nodded, and it was straightforward to go forward and take a thick bare-armed barbell rod, and then began to load thick barbell pieces towards both sides. Colonel Jiffy Duff was still very calm at first, but when he saw the barbells Qin Ji chose, he was somewhat calm. Alan, don't take it wrong. The barbells are made specially. Although they are about the same size, each one can weigh 100 kilograms. You have 2 on each side, plus the barbell rod. Wait, but it's over 400 kilos. Colonel Diff couldn't help but say. Qin Ji calmly glanced at the other side and said casually, "Don't you let me lift the maximum weight I can bear, I just do it." During the conversation, Qin Ji added 2 barbells with a weight of 50 kilograms to both sides of the barbell bar, which also caused the entire barbell to exceed 1,000 pounds at once. Seeing that Qin Ji didn't care, Colonel Diddy continued to add 100 kilograms, his eyes widened suddenly, and he was a little stunned. It's not a joke to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. I'm afraid he can only lift the barbell in the entire Navy division. It can even be said that even if he wants to lift the heavy barbell, he will never relax. Qin Ji's move not only shocked Colonel Diff, but also made the Navy soldiers sneaking on the square look shocked. What is this boy doing? Shouldn't he want to lift the barbell? Don't look at the joke, I just saw that he put a 500 kilogram barbell on the barbell. Do you think a child can lift such a weight? I think so. I guess this child should be a relative of Colonel Diff, and it should be Colonel Diff who wants to show off his power in front of this child. The puppet soldiers talked one after another, but even the veterans in charge of training at this time had no thoughts, and they looked at the situation not far away with curiosity. After the barbell exceeded 1,000 pounds, Qin Ji also stopped. He didn't hesitate, just in front of Colonel Diff, reaching out to the center of the barbell with his immature right hand. Seeing this, Colonel Diff's eyes widened suddenly. This is what he wanted to do. The other party would not just lift a barbell with a weight of more than one hand. Facts proved that Colonel Diff was right. After grabbing the barbell with one hand, Qin Ji bent his knees slightly, and began to exert force with a low drink in his mouth. The seemingly thin young body instantly burst into horror power. Qin Ji's body hidden inside the clothes quickly bulged up tight muscles, and she lifted the weight-bearing barbell slowly off the ground with only one hand. Because the barbells on both sides are too load-bearing, even if the barbell bar is made of special materials, it is pressed to bend out a clear arc. However, it is precisely because of this that it shows the sense of power that has a great impact on the picture. The soldiers who saw this scene not far away have unconsciously grown their mouths. www.readwn.com. A pair stunned. It took only a second or two from the heavy barbell to being raised high by Qin Ji with one hand, and at the same time he looked at Colonel Diff, who was stunned. "Is that okay?" Qin Ji shouted at the other party. "It's okay." Colonel Diff woke up and nodded quickly after reacting. Wu Qinj nodded, still relying on the strength of one arm to put the heavy barbell back to the ground. Even when he touched the ground, there was no loud sound. It can be seen that he is very skilled in controlling power. "Alan, it seems that I have a glimpse of you. You are better than I imagined, and with the power you show, you are already qualified to let me recommend to this department," Colonel Diff exclaimed. Qin Ji waved his hand, indicating that the other side praised himself too much, and immediately said, "Then how to test the next speed?" "Colonel Cardiff expects something. It's very simple, it's limited to 100 meters, you can sprint with the fastest speed." Although mere demonstration of strength has made Diff decide to recommend Qin Ji, but he also looks forward to Qin Ji's performance in other aspects. After knowing the test method, Qin Ji came to the runway in the training square, and Colonel Diff also found a stopwatch to measure the time for Qin Ji. "Oh!" When the test was announced, the violent sound was from Qin Ji's feet to the upload. I saw that the cement-filled runway was broken by a dense crack. Qin Ji is like a healthy cheetah, blinking away from the starting point in the place. Under the galloping sprint, each step easily crossed a distance of several meters, as if the black lightning quickly passed the 100-meter end. Chapter 14, Tell the Truth. Click. Colonel Diff, who was standing at the finish line, watched his watch immediately. When he saw the stopwatch in his hand, his face was again astonished. After sprinting for 100 meters, Qin Ji only took 5.7 seconds. Although the One Piece world monsters gathered, this speed is obviously beyond the scope of ordinary people, and Colonel Diff is even more surprised. It is naturally the responsibility of to recruit excellent talents internally, but again, if a good talent is really recruited, then the senior management of the Navy will naturally reward the referees. For example, if Colonel Diff recommended Qin Ji and the talents of Qin Ji were also recognized by senior naval officers, then as a referee, Colonel Diff is enough to add a strong stroke to his resume. Great achievements. Colonel Sundiver naturally wanted to get promoted and make a fortune, so the better Qin Ji performed, the more surprised he would be. No doubt, when the speed test was over, Colonel Diff stated on the spot that he would not only recruit Qin Ji into the Navy, but would also recommend Qin Ji to the upper levels and send him to the naval headquarters to accept the current military school selection. "Colonel Diff, I still have a companion, and she is also a demon fruiter. I don't know if she can also refer to a military school in the naval headquarters," Qin Ji said suddenly after Diff announced the results. What he said is naturally Nicole Robin. He will not leave Robin alone to the naval headquarters, but intends to let Robin join the Navy with him. Although the outcome of O'Hara's Qin Ji has not been determined, the identity of Robin archaeologists must not be revealed. Instead of waiting passively, it is better to take precautions. Sometimes the most dangerous place is the safest place. Qin Ji has such considerations. And if you can enter the Navy headquarters military school, you can also develop a good Robin. In this world, strength will always be ranked first. If Robin can become strong, then even if it is exposed in the future, then it can better cope with danger. For what Qin Ji said, Colonel Diff was naturally very surprised. After all, those with the devil fruit ability cannot be encountered casually, but a strange and powerful symbol. Alan, are you telling the truth? You really have a companion of the demon fruiter? If so, then I think the superior will be very glad that I will recommend the internal one for the devil fruiter. Colonel Diff seriously. No one can ignore the demon fruit ability, otherwise the devil fruit will not be chased and contested by so many people who desire to gain strength. Qin Ji naturally expressed certainty. In this regard, Colonel Diff naturally urged Qin Ji to bring the demon fruit ability. He wanted to make sure for himself. Yes, but we have just arrived here, and we are a bit tired along the way. After my companion has rested for a night, I will bring her back tomorrow. Qin Ji agreed with pleasure. All right, but Alan, you better move directly to the base to live. Although there is still a period of time before the selection conference of this year's military academy, the headquarters will usually send people to pick up the people recommended by the various branches of the 4 Seas in advance to the Great Channel. Once I recommend you, there should be people from the headquarters soon. Colonel Diff reminded. Is that so? Then I'll move over tomorrow. Qin Ji is naturally indifferent to moving to the base. Anyway, he lives the same everywhere. When Qin Ji left the naval branch base, he led the suitcase with the bounty directly back to the original hotel. Robin, I have one thing to discuss with you. After returning to the hotel room, Qin Ji saw Luo Li, who was sitting quietly by the window, reading a book, then lowered her suitcase and walked over. Alan, what are you going to talk to me about? Robin put down the book in doubt, and looked at Qin Ji with curiosity. Although in order not to worry little Lily, she did not explain the true reason along the way, but under the imminent joining of the Navy, Qin Ji could not hide it, and decided to explain the actual situation after some consideration. Robin, I hope you can understand what I say next. Qin Ji looked at the other apologetically, even if he started to talk. Not only does it include the danger of O'Hara, but it also illustrates the fears of the world government on the truth of the text of history, as well as taking her away from O'Hara for her safety and the preservation of the tinder of archaeologists. Is this really the case? I knew that Dr. Kruba had a problem purchasing me new books, and no wonder everyone was so nervous when I proposed that I wanted to study the text of history. After listening to Qin Ji's explanation, Robin was silent. After a long time, then murmured. Robin's response naturally made Qin Ji very surprised. Although Xiao Luli was shocked at first, it seemed that she had long thought about the general www.readwn.com and soon accepted the situation. Robin, have you already seen that Dr. Kloba and I are lying to you? Qin Ji asked tentatively. Xiaoliola glanced at Qin Ji at an oblique angle. Although she was still very young, she already had the grace of the future intellectual sister, and said lightly, although my interest is to study history, it does not mean that I do not like to watch other types of books. Alan, have to say that your acting skills and ability to make speeches need to be improved. Qi Qinj turned black and looked at little Loli's gesture of contempt. He said with a smile on his skin, I'm really sorry, so you can see through the truth so easily. Hey, it's good to know. Xiao Luli raised Yang's head, proud of her face, and was about to express her wise views, but Qin Ji had already acted in accordance with the embarrassment in her heart. Oh, let go of me, can't I just say it's okay? Little face was pinched left and right by Qin Ji and pulled towards both sides, causing Xiao Luli, who made a grimace appearance, to quickly ask for forgiveness. Be honest. Qin Ji hummed and let go of each other. However, when Qin Ji really let go of her hand, Xiao Luli apparently did not give in as much as her mouth said. The next second after Qin Ji had just given her hand, her arms were folded in front of her. With the appearance of beautiful petals behind Qin Ji, a few immature arms seemed to grow out of him, and quickly grasped his hands and feet. Obviously, this is Robin's use of his demon fruit ability, wanting to restrain Qin Ji with the flower fruit ability. Alan, you are dead, dare to pinch my face, I want to let you know how serious this consequence is. Xiao Luli made a vicious look, staring at Qin Ji hatefully. Chapter 15, half-star. Although Xiao Loli's counterattack caught Qin Ji off guard, he quickly sneered, and said with a scornful look, "Robin, do you think I can yield to me by the ability of flowers and fruits? Tell you, impossible, even if you make more arms, each arm has the same power as your own." During the conversation, Qin Ji, who was holding her arms and legs by several arms, was struggling to make it. She immediately exclaimed, "Little Loli," and her arms that turned from flowers and fruits were dissipated into petals. "Not see that, Alan, I was just joking with you just now, don't take it seriously." Xiao Loli looked at Qin Ji, who had restored her freedom, but her arrogance suddenly couldn't be taken out, but said, "The poor and weak. Oh, rest assured, how could I be serious? Come, let me make a joke with you too." Qin Ji smiled and approached little Loli with a smile of Wen Li on her face. Under a loving education, Xiao Loli finally got Qin Ji's forgiveness after knowing her mistakes, and her eyes were covered with tears in her swollen ass, her face full of grief and indignation. "Abominable Alan, it's too much. My hurts so much. When you fall asleep, I must draw a grimace on your face." Feeling the hotness from the little ass, little Loli, my heart was full of shame. Compared with little Loli, Qin Ji naturally satiated in bed. "How do you say that? Loli has 3 good, soft, clear, and easy to overthrow. Although the last one has not been tried, the first 2 Qin Ji have already experienced it. It is indeed beyond description." He didn't even think about it. "Hey cough, come back to the topic." Although Robin's performance has long seen through and looks reasonable, but not showing does not mean that there is no. In the fun just now, Qin Ji can still see the deep worry in Robin's eyes, and the ease shown is more like a cover for his peace of mind. "Robin, what I said to join the navy just now, what do you think?" Qin Ji sat up and looked at the strong little Loli. "Since this is Alan's decision, then I naturally have no opinion." When it comes to business, Robin also showed maturity beyond his peers, quickly became serious, and also showed Qin Ji's absolute trust. "After I decided to join the navy together, I had to wait for the naval base when I arrived tomorrow." Unconsciously, the night came, and at the same time, Qin Ji, who was lying on the bed, entered the prison of the dead quietly, preparing to start the second draw. Soon is still a familiar dark environment. When he appeared in the prison of the dead, Qin Ji explored the soul energy he had obtained. Soul energy is automatically absorbed by the prison of the dead during the other lives of Qin Ji. At the same time, Qin Ji is also able to directly communicate the soul energy obtained from the investigation of the prison of the dead. According to the judgment of the prison of the dead, the soul energy of an ordinary person is equivalent to a little soul energy. At the same time, the stronger or more intelligent a soul is, the more soul energy it contains. Qi Qin's soul energy now comes from the original pirates. The ordinary pirate naturally means that it provides a little soul energy, but Captain Button, the pirate, has enough to allow Qin Ji to obtain more than 30 points of energy, which is equivalent to 30 times the soul energy provided by ordinary people. This is obviously it comes from the strength of Barton far beyond ordinary people. There are 70 or 80 ordinary pirates killed by Qin Ji, which is equivalent to obtaining 70 or 80 points of soul energy. Adding the soul energy obtained by killing Barton is 117 point soul energy. The extraction world locked by the prisoner of the dead is determined according to the soul energy provided. The higher the world, the more energy it consumes. When Qin Ji cast 100 points of soul energy as if playing a slot machine, the 3 bronze chains in the 3 dark golden prisons in the prison of the dead suddenly seemed to have been given life, and quickly extended and penetrated to the other side. Nothingness. After a while, the 3 bronze chains quickly contracted back, and at the same time, the front chain really brought back 3 illusory souls. It's time to gamble again, I don't know what the world is drawn this time. Qin Ji eagerly rubbed his hands, looking forward to going to the first prison and starting to explore the origin of the soul. Name, Gao Fei. World, City Hunter, half star. Identity, Gambler. Ability, Flying Cards, Gambling. Cause of death, Gambling table shots. For a moment, the message of the soul in the first prison appeared in Qin Ji's mind, which also caused him to frown slightly. Luck doesn't look very good. The half-star world is actually drawn. Qin Ji shook his head helplessly. Although it is a one-star extraction, according to the judgment of the prisoner of the dead, it is not necessary to extract a world that is evaluated as a star such as a carving. www.readwn.com. Unfortunately, there is a chance draw to a world that is reduced by half a star. This is like if Qin Ji will perform 2-star extraction in the future, in addition to the world judged to be 2 stars by the deceased prison, it is also possible to extract the world judged to be 1.5 stars. Obviously, the star rating of the dead prison for each world is determined according to the force level of the world in which it is located. The reduction of half of the stars naturally also means that the gains that can be obtained will be greatly reduced. For example, the city hunters that Qin Ji currently draws, even if it draws the strongest people in the world, the strength is definitely not comparable to the warriors in the world of god carving. Of course, disappointment is disappointment, but Qin Ji continued to search the souls in the remaining 2 prisons very seriously. However, Qin Ji's hands are as black as ever, and the 2 remaining souls from the city hunter world are just ordinary people, and they have no ability to deprive them. I thought about it. Although giving up also kept the opportunity of deprivation, Qin Ji finally returned to the first prison. The soul in this first prison is a gambler from the urban hunter world. There are also 2 abilities that can be deprived, namely flying cards and gambling. Gambling and flying cards. Qin Ji naturally understands that these 2 abilities often appear in many movies and videos about gambling, and they are also very amazing. Although Qin Ji now has Dragon Elephant Prujnagong and has far more power than ordinary people, there is no doubt that the fighting method is still lacking. If he can learn flying card skills, he will undoubtedly give him an extra fighting method. And in Qin Ji's view, the potential of flying cards is also great. You can kill people with fragile cards. If you change to tougher and sharper materials, the power is naturally stronger. Chapter 16, Beat the Flesh. Similarly, don't forget that there is domineering in this world. Once Qin Ji can learn the armed color domineering, then it can even use the domineering to strengthen the power of flying card surgery, and it can definitely exert terrible attack power. As for gambling, this is naturally the best weapon to quickly accumulate money. No matter where it is, money is indispensable, and it is still necessary to obtain it. Of course, flying cards and gambling are the objects that Qin Ji wants to deprive, but he can't deprive him of self-confidence. After all, deprivation is entirely luck. In addition to the previous opportunity for deprivation, Qin Ji now has a total of 4 opportunities for deprivation, and he soon began deprivation. Buzz! Immediately again, the gold prison glowed with radiance, shaking with a bronze chain violently shaking. Suddenly, the soul entangled by the chain gave a crackling sound, an array of crystal white ons fell from the soul and quickly flew to Qin Ji in prison. When I saw this scene, Qin Ji's eyes lighted up immediately. This time, she was so lucky that she succeeded only in the first deprivation. Qi Jingying's Bai Mang quickly melted into Qin Ji's body when she touched her body, which also made Qin Ji quickly grasp the ability contained in Bai Mang as instinctively. The body trembled slightly, and the ability deprived from the soul was the flying card technique. I saw that Qin Ji subconsciously twisted his hands. His 10 fingers were beating like an elf, but they showed incredible flexibility and flexibility. Obviously, in a short moment, Qin Ji has mastered the superb flying card technique. Now he only needs to give him a deck of cards, and he is enough to easily kill. In addition to the subtle skills and mastery of flying card surgery, it also requires a strong wrist force, which is very good for yourself. Qin Ji could not help but understand the essence of flying card surgery like a god. The corners of his mouth rise slightly. With the physical power of his tenfold dragon-like Prujnagong, his wrist strength is naturally far beyond ordinary people. Although he hasn't tested it yet, Qin Ji believes that his flying card power will definitely surpass the original in the prison. Bye. The next step is gambling. I don't know if it will be a second consecutive game. Qin Ji also increased his confidence and started the second deprivation with enthusiasm. Wu Suanli's prison began to shine again, but it turned out that Qin Ji might have just taken the out, and the second deprivation failed without accident, which also made him just smile and froze. The immortal Qin Ji directly started the third deprivation, and then proved that his hands were too dark, and the deprivation failed again. It's okay, even the last failure is fine, isn't it gambling? What's the big deal, so I want to make money from other channels in the future. Qin Ji pretended not to let go, but when the real thing was left at the last deprivation, the eyes were honest and full of longing. Click! In the splendor of blooming, Qin Ji heard a crackling sound like the sound of natural sounds, and his face, which had not yet noticed, was immediately surprised. Sun Jingying's light fell off the soul again, and then quickly flew into Qin Ji's body. At the same time, the complicated and exquisite gambling technique was also integrated into his consciousness and body. Listen to dice, record cards, change cards, psychological games. Wait a minute, Qin Ji seems to be an incarnation as a senior gambler. Even if he goes to the world where gambling respects, it is enough to become a gambler or gambler. Speaking of which, the city hunter has a gambler who is skilled in gambling, that is, the prodigal son Gundam, and the soul deprived by Qin Ji is called Gao Fei, who is also proficient in gambling and flying cards. There is likely to be a connection between the two. However, when the original fantasy world becomes the real world, naturally it will not be limited to the characters who appeared in the original work. This soul called Goofy is obviously a gambling master who has never appeared in the city hunter world. Of course, now he is also capable of Qin Ji. Although gambling is not as powerful as flying cards and dragon elephants, Qin Ji is still amazed by the superb gambling that is integrated into his body. A perfect ending came at the last moment, and Qin Ji was naturally very satisfied. With a strong sense of satisfaction, he fell asleep after exiting from the prison of the dead. In a bright quiet room, a seemingly thin but perfectly lined muscle figure is constantly moving in various postures. At the same time, it can be seen that the muscles on the body are shaking in a strange way, as if being tempered. Steel is being tempered. This figure is of course Qin Ji. At the same time, he is now practicing Dragon Elephant Prujnagong www.readwn.com. The ability deprived from the prison of the dead is not constant, but it can also be passed. Cultivate to ascend. He is like Dragon Elephant Prujnagong. Qin Ji deprived him of the 10th Dragon Elephant Prujna practice from the Golden Wheel Falun Gong, and also obtained the complete Dragon Elephant Prujnagong exercise known to the Golden Wheel Fa. You have to know that the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong has a total of 13 majors, and each time you achieve one, the cultivation and physical body will make obvious progress. Understanding how terrible the world's level of force in One Piece is, Qin Ji naturally did not dare to have the slightest slack, and had to work hard to improve his strength. Of course, Qin Ji also knows that although the dragon-like elephant is powerful, it has a big flaw or deficiency, which is the famous slow promotion. Especially after the higher level, each promotion even needs to spend 10 or more years or even decades. However, there is no absolute one. The Dragon Elephant Prujnagong cannot be practiced under normal circumstances, and it is true that ordinary people have exhausted their lives. However, it is only after decades that the king of the Golden Wheel Falun Dafa has reached the 10th level by virtue of peerless resources. From here, it is obviously enough to see that the dragon elephant-like performance is not required to be promoted step by step, and qualifications and other factors can also greatly shorten the long time of suffering. Wu Qinj is naturally not self-confident enough to think he is a martial arts talent, but with his modern thinking mode and the past lives of many martial arts novels, he can still speculate something. For example, although One Piece world is close to fantasy, and there are supernatural powers such as domineering and demon fruit, but it can also be seen from the original book that there is no perfect practice in One Piece world, especially in the physical body. It can even be said to be extremely rough. Chapter 17, same result. Like Soran, in the original work, he only exercised his body in a weight-bearing manner, but he could swing a barbell of several tons, which was obviously impossible in Shinji's previous life. In addition, in the original book, it is often seen that some inaccessible pirates can easily break the rocks with their fists. This is all proof that people in the One Piece world seem to want to improve their strength. It is very simple. For such a situation, Shinji will naturally have a lot of speculations and associations, and these days after he practiced the dragon elephant Prujna, he quickly got confused. If man is like a machine, then the machine must generate electricity, and for humans, food is just like a power source. You need to know that people will naturally produce a lot of consumption when they are overloaded. Only by supplementing with rich nutritional food can this consumption be maintained. If the food contains rich nutrients beyond imagination, then it will not only be consumed, but also nourish and improve the body. Shinji naturally consumes the body greatly when practicing the dragon-like power, and needs a lot of food supplements. Therefore, he has not eaten the food cooked by the chefs in the base in the past few days of living in the base. So, in the end, he locked the source to the food. In the original work, you can often see that the strong in the One Piece world will often hunt the terrible Neptune or beast and eat it as food, and the appetite is amazing, and it can often eat more than several times its own weight and even dozens of times the food. The reason why Shinji locked the source as food was because he found that the ingredients in this world seemed to contain nutrition beyond imagination. He was practicing Prujna, not only never felt the situation of undernutrition, but instead the cultivation progress is unexpectedly rapid, far from being as slow as described in the exercises. Wu Qinj has reason to suspect that if there is a realm of heaven and earth, the aura of One Piece world is absolutely abundant, so the ingredients that grow in this world are nourished and enriched by the nourishment of aura. Ordinary people can't see it without exercise, but if it's high-intensity exercise, then the ingredients rich in nutrients will produce amazing results, just like rough exercise can make people hone extraordinary physical strength. The One Piece world should be regarded as the paradise of the mighty from a certain level, but it is also a good thing for yourself. Shinji, who is practicing the dragon elephant like Ruo Gong, is constantly thinking about the flesh. Containing extremely rich and nutritious ingredients is like the heavenly treasures of the martial arts world. Although there are no gourmet cells in this world, it is also enough for Shingexiu, who is like a dragon, to make rapid progress, and it is even expected to reach the unprecedented level. The 13th dragon is like Prujna Gong. And this is just an ordinary ingredient purchased by a naval branch. If the ingredients are replaced by Neptune or a powerful beast, the nourishing effect on the body will definitely be more significant. You should know that Shinji has inquired about the chefs in the base, and the other party's cooking skills are very good. Therefore, he was also transferred to the naval headquarters for a few years, and now he is old, so he only retired. When he arrived in his hometown, he came to serve as chef in the base. From the counterparty's point of view, Shinji also knew that there was a special hunting unit in the naval headquarters of Marin Vatican, which was to go to various places to capture those Neptune and beasts for the internal consumption of the navy as food. It is conceivable that even ordinary ingredients are rich in nutrients. The blood of Neptune and beasts, the nutrition contained in flesh and blood is naturally more amazing, otherwise the naval headquarters will not be laborious. A hunting unit has been formed. Although he hasn't gone to the naval headquarters, he has to say that Shinji's heart is already looking forward to the naval headquarters food. In the following days, Shinji was basically in cultivation. As for Robin, she naturally moved to the base together. Under the ability of showing flowers and flowers, Robin was naturally recognized by Diff and recommended her and Qin Ji to a superior. Speaking of it, Diff also explained to Qin Ji about the time to go to the naval headquarters. Because the warships dispatched by the naval headquarters need to connect the excellent talents recommended in various distribution bases in the West Sea to Malindo, so it also takes some time. It may take half a month to come to the small island of Lovisa. However, Qin Ji has not waited for the warships in the naval headquarters, but instead ushered in a bad news. Alan, why should the world government destroy O'Hara? Dr. Kriba and everyone else is studying the truth of history? What's wrong with it? Robin wept and fell into the arms of Qin Ji in tears. www.readwn.com full of sad sobbing. Qin Ji was silent and could only hold the lowly in her arms tightly, giving the slightest warmth and comfort. It is indeed too difficult to change the trajectory of history. Just this morning, the largest page published in the latest newspaper brought by Newsbird was about the destruction of O'Hara. As the world-famous archaeological shrine, the destruction of O'Hara will naturally cause countless shocks. Although the newspaper said that O'Hara had suffered a terrible natural disaster, Qin Ji and Robin, who understood the reason, knew that it was the world's government, and the form was the worst result envisaged. Still failed. Qin Ji also sighed. Although he had warned Dr. Kloba ahead of time, he still failed to eliminate the world government's fear of the blank century-old history and chose to destroy it. End the exposure of this history. Although Qin Ji is also unclear about what happened in the blank century-old history, which can make the world government with such a profound knowledge so jealous, but from the result of the destruction of O'Hara, it feels a small feeling again. In this world with strong respect, after all, strength determines all of this. O'Hara's destruction is not only because Dr. Kloba and others studied the text of history, but also because they do not have enough power to ensure their safety. Of course, there is bad news as well as good news. That is, the newspaper did not include any information about Qin Ji and Robin, which proves that the two were not noticed by the world government, which is to avoid the crisis of being hunted down. I felt Loli, who was sobbing in her arms and her body was shaking. Qin Ji could not help but take a deep breath, and her eyes showed a strong desire, which was a chase for powerful power. Chapter 18, The Arrival of the Headquarters. O'Hara's destruction undoubtedly brought a great sorrow to Robin, and even ended up crying in Qin Ji's arms. After meticulously hugging Xiao Loli to the bed, Qin Ji turned away from the room, walked out of the base, and went to a weapon shop in the town. "Boss, have you made what I customized?" After entering the weapon shop, Qin Ji asked the boss of the weapon shop when he arrived at the counter. "Guests, you rest assured, our store is the most credible. I made it in 3 days, and I will bring your customized things." The owner with a beard quickly recognized Qin Song was a person who came to his shop to customize weapons 3 days ago, and even greeted him warmly, and then entered the backyard. Although Qin Ji is just a child, he is the grandfather who has money. When Qin Ji smashes 1,000,000 berry as a deposit, the boss can only succumb to the feat of evil money and treat Qin Ji as a noble guest. It didn't take long for the boss to come back from the backyard. At the same time, he was holding a beautiful box in his hand, and then opened the box in front of Qin Ji, which was neatly stacked together. Black cards like poker. "Guests, according to your requirements, these cards are about the same size as playing cards, and they are made of extremely flexible metal. You see, even if folded over 90 degrees, there will be no creases. Of course, in addition to flexibility, I also polished some of the edges of these cards to make them sharper. Also, the surface was also plated to reduce the chance of reflection and detection. You can see if you are satisfied." Obviously, he was extremely confident in his craft and was very excited when he introduced it. Qin Ji raised an eyebrow, and reached out and took a card from the top to examine it carefully. Because it was made of metal, it was a bit cold, but it was very good. Whether it was flexible or sharp, or appearances have met his previous requirements. Yes, I'm satisfied with the boss, so let's deliver the balance. Qin Ji nodded slightly, and was very satisfied with the payment of 1.5 million Bailey's balance, which also made the boss smile. It took Qin Ji's 2.5 million Baileys to customize hundreds of metal playing cards. Of course, he used it to cooperate with flying cards. Although it consumed almost half of his savings at once, it was relatively powerful. On the roll, he is still happy. After the delivery, Qin Ji also took out hundreds of dark cards directly from the exquisite box. In the eyes of the boss's astonishment, his hands shook, and 2 dark cards with a thickness of 2 poker cards disappeared like magic. In the Singer Qin Chiang Tibetan card is the basic skill in gambling. It seems that Qin Ji, who is comparable to the king of gambling, wants to hide the card. It is not too simple, even if people search it, he may not be able to find out where he hid it. After leaving from the weapon shop, Qin Ji could not wait to test the flying card. He did not meet in the base, but came to a lush forest on the island. With his hands dancing like an elf, Qin Ji's eyes sharply locked a large tree more than 10 meters away, and the 10 fingers suddenly formed an afterimage. He didn't know where to appear from, and the dark cards seemed to be given to him. Life flew out of his waving hand. The dark card spins rapidly, forming a sound of empty air, as if black lightnings cut through the void, flying from various tricky angles, preparing to hit the target. As Qin Ji expected, flying cards have a lot of potential. Under the special material has reached the card and his horrible wrist force, the flying cards are not only flexible, but also speed and power is far beyond the original. The tough trunk is obviously fragile under the fast-spinning flying card. Each card is easily and terribly sharp. It is completely submerged into the strong trunk, and even cuts directly and penetrates, flying from the other end out, leaving a narrow slit. Oh! A bird flew leisurely over the woods, but the next second was a lightning-like light coming out of the woods, and in a flash, it hurriedly passed over it. Hey! This unlucky bird was innocently used by the brutal Qin Ji as a test for flying cards, and he was thrown out of the flying cards to be cut in half, and he fell weakly with a groan. Ground. At the same time, the flying card played a beautiful trajectory in the air like a boomerang, and flew back to Qin Ji's location, and was caught by his random in a clip. Sunfei licensing is not just about going straight, as long as the skills are strong, then it can make all kinds of incredible changes. It's not bad, it's much better than I expected. With the power of flying cards today, even if it is better than bullets, let it be www.readwn.com. If you can learn to be domineering, then it will be even more powerful. After feeling the test results, Qin Ji nodded with satisfaction, and then returned to the base with satisfaction. The waiting time passed unknowingly. At the same time, after Qin Ji's soothing and enlightenment many times, Robin also gradually came out of sadness. However, compared with the past, Robin who experienced the Battle of O'Hara has undoubtedly changed a lot. Not only has he spoke a lot less, but the whole person also seems a little depressed and silent. For this situation, Qin Ji is also somewhat incompetent, and can only hope that Robin can gradually recover from the past as time goes by. Of course, in addition to the changes on Robin's side, the warships dispatched by the naval headquarters to the West Sea also arrived at the island of Lovisa after waiting for half a month. At the harbour, towering and calm warships approached slowly, and the white sails were painted with a pattern similar to the seagulls holding the sky, symbolizing the maintenance of peace and order in the world. This is the mark of the Navy. Dave, who had already been notified soon, naturally took Qin Ji and Robin to the port to greet him. When the warship was nearly 10 meters high from the surface of the sea and more than 50 meters long docked at the port, the Navy immediately set up the aisle planks that had been built diagonally by the Navy. Surrounded by several naval complexions, a Navy major wearing a great justice, combing Punk's head, and holding a long knife around his waist stepped down from the battleship. When the rear admiral came to the port, Diff quickly greeted him, saluting the other party in a standard military posture, and at the same time he said loudly, "Diff with the recommender Chin Geai Lun and Nicole Robin reported to Major General." Chapter 19, Selection Status. Although the Navy in front of him is only about 30 years old, the military rank is a status symbol. Diff is naturally respectful in the face of a Major General from the naval headquarters, and he dare not have any neglect. At the same time, Chin Ji, who was standing with Nicole Robin, was also a Major Admiral watching the battleship thoughtfully. Although the other person looked much younger than in the original book, he still recognized the identity of the other person at a glance with the marked punk head and the outline of his appearance. "Is the future Admiral? I did not expect to see a familiar character so soon." Chin Ji's look remained unchanged, but he thought in silence. This young Admiral is the original mole, and it is also an elite Lieutenant General in the naval headquarters in the future. It can be said that it is second only to the 3 generals and a few people in the Navy. It is definitely a high-level figure in the backbone. "Colonel Diff, is this the outstanding talent recommended by your branch? So let's make the transfer directly, and there will be specialists in contact with you on subsequent matters." Moody's report nodded slightly. After taking a look at Chin Ji and Robin at the same time, it was the most direct way. The mole apparently had no intention of staying or resting. Although Dave was a little surprised, he naturally had no right to refute in the face of a Major General in his headquarters. He obediently resigned to the side. Because of the problems of O'Hara, although the person behind the scenes is the world government, it is obvious that Robin has no good opinion of the Navy. If it weren't for Chin Ji telling her that she needs to use the strength of the Navy to enhance her strength, I'm afraid she won't give good looks at all. Under the command of several navies who came with the mole, Chin Ji also boarded the Navy battleship with some silent Robin, and also saw a lot of young girls on the battleship. These young men and women, like Chin Ji and Robin, are also referred to superior talents from various distribution bases in the West Sea. They are preparing to participate in the selection of naval military academies, which naturally represents a state of competition between each other. After Chin Ji boarded the battleship, he clearly felt that these young girls were full of hostile and observing eyes. Apparently they had already regarded him as an imaginary enemy. However, Chin Ji didn't show anything strange about it, as if he hadn't noticed it calmly, and the Navy soldier who was on the battleship with Robin arranged to live in the room. Of course, this time Chin Ji was naturally unable to live in the same room with Robin as before, but was allocated 2 rooms, which naturally made Robin somewhat reluctant. In the unfamiliar environment, naturally it will be very unaccustomed at first, but Robin is also a mature person, naturally he will not play a temper. Just look at Chin Ji reluctantly and went to himself in the allocated room. "Little brother, my name is Brian. This is where you live. If you have any questions, you can always look for me." The Navy soldier, who had a serious face, calmed down after entering Chin Ji, and at the same time, with a friendly smile. Wu Qinj has learned how to distinguish the rank of the Navy in the more than half a month of base life, so she also knows that the Navy is a first-class soldier. Chin Ji, although somewhat surprised by the first-class soldier named Brian, was able to guess the reason. After all, those who can board this ship are about to participate in the selection of the Naval Military Academy. Although they are not very young, they can be said to be the seeds of potential that high-level navies see. The future development is not comparable to that of ordinary navies. Offended. Trouble, by the way, I want to ask, I don't know how long it will be before we reach the naval headquarters. The other side's attitude is so low, Chin Ji will naturally not show a high-profile appearance, but a shallow face. Asked with a smile. Brian thought for a while and thought, you should be the last few batches here, and you should return to the Great Channel next time. If nothing else, you can reach Marin Vander in more than a month. Is there another month? Chin Ji thoughtfully. The world of One Piece is not only strange in its geographical environment, but also has many weird climates on the sea. Even strong people dare not say that they can ignore natural disasters on the sea, which naturally leads to extremely harsh sea navigation. The Navy's warships are regarded as top-class ships, but it will naturally take a lot of time to reach Marinfondo, which is located in the middle of the first half of the Great Channel. I still have to wait for more than a month to reach the headquarters of the Navy. Qin Ji didn't care, but he was still concerned about the assessment of the military academy. By the way, if you don't mind, I don't know if I can talk to me about the selection of military academies. I still don't know that. Qin Ji looked at the other side and asked. Brian nodded. I don't mind this. Anyway, after you arrive in Mariindo, there will be some explanations about military school selection. Quickly www.readwn.com. Brian just talked out some of the known situations, and also gave Qin Ji a more detailed understanding of the selection of the Naval Military Academy. Although candidates introduced from various naval divisions and branches will go to Marinfondo's headquarters for selection, even if they pass the selection, those who can really stay in this military academy are all elites. In the huge structure of the Navy, it is not only the military academy of this headquarters. On the contrary, there is also a military academy in the branch base of the Great Channel, but the resources and details are far inferior to this military academy. Even if they have passed the selection process, they still need to be screened. Only the best people can stay in the military academy, and those who are selected will be sent to each branch military academy for secondary training. As for the eliminated person who has not passed the selection, it can only be where to go back and forth. Qin Ji, who was informed of the situation, naturally groaned a little. Although he does not know what the selection is, it can still be inferred. After all, even a disciplined military organization, the strength is definitely the first. The selection naturally revolves around strength. If it is only through selection, Qin Ji still has enough grasp. After all, even in a monster like One Piece world, he has absolutely no strength at his age. However, Qin Ji's goal is obviously locked in the military academy. This is not only because the military academy has a wider future after graduation, but also because the military academy has the richest training resources and can make people better trained. It seems that we can't relax on the next journey. Qin Ji muttered to himself. Chapter 20, Sea Beasts Struck. At this time, there is a difference of 20 years from the original period. It is clear that the scientific forces of the world government have not yet invented an outer steamer capable of crossing the windless zone. But even so, the Navy wants to enter the Great Channel more easily than the pirates. It does not need to pass the dangerous upside-down mountain, but only needs to land directly on the laterite continent and then change the ship. Marinfondo is located near the Red Earth continent near the holy place of Mary Joa, and the battleship that Qin Ji took also directly crossed the West Sea, then landed in the holy place of Mario Joa, and then changed the ship into the Great Channel. After sailing in the West Sea for more than 10 days, the talents recommended by the remaining branch bases in the West Sea also handed over. At the same time, the battleship began to sail straight towards the Red Clay continent. What a bang! The waves were tossing, and one of them was stern with cold teeth, and a strange fish with a length of 3 or 4 meters was constantly emerging from the sea, and at the same time biting at the battleship, as if to bite the battleship and then treat the people on the boat as food. Even in the 4 seas where the danger is relatively small, in addition to the need to guard against unpredictable weather, it is necessary to guard against all kinds of sea beasts living in the sea. Be careful, these are sawtooth sharks. Although they are not Neptune, if they fall, they will definitely be left without bones. About hundreds of strange fishes stopped the warship. At the same time, the soldiers on the ship shouted in haste. On the battleship and Qin Ji, the young girls who went to the headquarters to participate in the selection were all shouting down to the deck and looked at the sea beasts named serrated sharks in the surrounding sea with suspicion. These sawtooth sharks are indeed worthy of the name. Sanyan's sharp teeth are like 2 rows of sharp sawtooth. Even the well-built Navy battleships can easily leave dense bite marks under their bite, even if they are not resolved in time. Battleships are in danger of sinking. Qin Ji is also standing with Robin, looking down at the vicious shuttle sawtooth shark from the side of the fence. Robin is surprised, but Qin Ji blinks his eyes. Quickly fire, you must drive this group of sawtooth sharks away. A major navy major on the battleship also hurriedly rushed, and after seeing the situation in the sea, his face slightly changed, and he quickly ordered. Bang bang bang! The intensive gunfire sounded quickly, and the navy on the battleship took up their guns and shot at the jagged sharks around the battleship. The bullets continuously shot into the back of a zigzag shark, splashing bright blood, but in addition to the terrible biting force, the zigzag shark is obviously extremely strong. Although the bullets have caused them damage, they cannot beat them. Life. On the contrary, under the blood of the wound, the strong smell caused the fierceness of the zigzag shark. One zigzag shark seemed to bite wildly towards the warship, and even some of them slammed the tail and jumped out of the sea 5 or 6 meters. Ferocious, trying to bite the people on board. Facing such a situation, both the navy on board and the genius teenagers were furious. If the warship was destroyed, then they would really become fish food. A sawtooth shark fiercely slammed the tumbling waves. A few meters long body rushed out of the sea, blinked to leap 5 or 6 meters high, grew a sharp mouth, full of nagging navies trying to bite the ship and teenagers. Oh! At this moment, a thin glimmer of light flashed out, but with the sound of breaking through the air, shot into the open mouth of the zigzag shark. Not only was it easy to cut its throat, it even showed the horrible cutting force instantly penetrated through its soft abdomen. The splendid blood sprayed out instantly, and the original jagged sawtooth shark sent a painful sorrow, and fell to the sea weakly. The throat and abdomen penetrated it, causing it to quickly lose a lot of blood, and soon there was no sound, even the dead body. It was eaten by a ferocious kind. On the other side, the light that cut through the body of the sawtooth shark seemed to have life and turned sharply in the air not far away. It returned to the direction of the emergence, and was easily pinched by a somewhat immature palm. This sudden scene naturally attracted many people on the battleship. At the same time, they also looked at the owner of the immature palm involuntarily, and the dark-haired Qin Ji immediately reflected in their eyes. It seems a lot easier than I thought. I'm worried that I will lose a black card. Qin Ji ignored the eyes around him, but watched the jagged sharks in the sea with great interest. The so-called black card is of course his name for custom-made cards, and the act of killing the sawtooth shark just now is also a kind of tentative test by Qin Ji to test whether flying card can kill the sawtooth shark. Do NT forget that killing any prisoner of life and death is able to draw soul energy. Qin Ji was surprised when he found the sawtooth shark, but he was more surprised www.readwn.com with the sharpness of the black card and the power of the flying card technique enough to easily penetrate the body of the sawtooth shark. Qin Ji also had no worries. In the shocking eyes of others around him, his hands suddenly turned into a continuous shadow, which is like magic. Fei Fei fired a series of black cards with lightning spins. A thin ray of light quickly formed the death-cutting line, flying wildly towards the serrated sharks that jumped out of the sea, penetrating from its tender mouth with a sharp angle, and then penetrating the body. It was a turning fly. Shoot back where Qin Ji is. A zigzag shark was perforated by a black card cutting hole. At the same time, Qin Ji was also a dancing death. His hands kept throwing and catching black cards back and forth at the speed of an electric light flint, killing the zigzag shark in the sea quickly. My God, this is awesome! This is the genius who participated in the military academy selection. Obviously at such a young age, he can easily kill the sawtooth shark. Fearful, the sawtooth shark is the existence of sea beasts. Even a strong young man is just the food of the sawtooth shark. But this boy can easily kill him. Is he a monster? What the is this? What exactly is the black card in his hand? How can he easily shoot through the tough body of the serrated shark? In just a short while, nearly 10 dozen zigzag sharks have been killed by Qin Ji's fly card technique. At the same time, the navy on the battleship was extremely surprised, and even some people couldn't help it. exclaimed. At this moment, the mole who learned that the warship was attacked by the zigzag shark was also ejected from the cabin, and at the same time, he was keenly aware of the anomaly. The subconscious was looking at Qin Ji's location. Qin Ji, who saw the serrated shark, couldn't help but look surprised. Chapter 21, Little Lowly and number 039, S Awareness. What is this move? Looking at it doesn't seem to be the devil's fruit ability, but more like a skill and method of using the wrist. It seems that this year's military school selection has a promising candidate. Mole, after all, it was the future Navy Lieutenant General, who suddenly reacted after being surprised. With a sigh in his heart, after taking another deep look at Qin Ji and writing down Qin Ji's appearance, he shouted toward the Navy on the battleship, "What are you still doing? Don't hurry to disperse these sawtooth sharks, can't shoot, then use artillery to blow up a passage." Mole's words immediately awakened everyone from the amazing performance of Qin Ji, and immediately responded, like a working machine. Someone brought the fire to bombard the sawtooth shark in the sea, and someone was also responsible for the helm and control the ship's sails caused the warship to smash into a weak spot quickly. The artillery fire continued, and several meters of water columns were blown up continuously on the sea. Among them, the remains of sawtooth sharks killed by shells were also seen. Seeing that the Navy has already launched a counterattack, Qin Ji is also working harder to kill the sawtooth sharks. For him, these sawtooth sharks are all energy. If they want to extract the soul again in the prison of the dead, they need at least 100 just energy. Of course, when Qin Ji killed the sawtooth shark, the remaining candidates on the battleship also responded unwillingly after the reaction. Some people have shown exquisite marksmanship. Almost every shot can accurately hit the serpentine shark's tender eyes, penetrate the bullet into the serrated shark's brain and kill. There are also some people holding spears, throwing them like javelins with a strong arm, and fiercely piercing the strong body of the sawtooth shark. In addition, Robin naturally joined Qin Ji when he saw it. His arms were embracing. The beautiful petals suddenly drifted off the sea. The back of a sawtooth shark quickly changed his arm or attacked his eyes. Weakness such as the nose, or the action of harassing the sawtooth shark, cooperated with Qin Ji's killing. After more than 10 minutes, the Navy warship successfully rushed out of the encirclement of the sawtooth shark, set off the tumbling waves, and left a large body of the sawtooth shark at the same time. You are all future elites of our Navy. I am very satisfied with the performance of the sawtooth shark today. I hope you will perform better in the future. After getting out of the crisis, Mole gathered hundreds of candidates on the deck. Together, they expressed their praise and satisfaction. Although the test takers were a little short of breath after a fierce battle, they were undoubtedly extremely excited when they were praised by the Admiral Mole. "Admiral Major has won the prize, this is what we should do," an older candidate said quickly and respectfully. The Mole nodded slightly, and at the same time glanced at the candidates at the same time, suddenly stopped at Qin Ji who stood in the crowd and looked extremely calm. "This candidate, can you tell me your name?" Mole's eyes flashed, and he certainly did not forget Qin Ji, the first candidate to fight back. At the same time, although the subsequent candidates also demonstrated their impressive ability and strength, compared to Qin Ji's flying card technique, Qin Ji is undoubtedly the most noticeable in both power and sense. Qin Ji looked at the Mole pointing to himself somewhat unexpectedly, but stood up quickly, calmly and humbly. "If you return to Major General, my name is Qin Ji Allen, it is from Division 235 of Qin Ji Allen. You did a good job just now, our Navy just needs excellent people who are fearless," Mole praised. Qin Ji nodded slightly, and at the same time felt the jealousy and stronger hostile eyes from other candidates. Obviously, the Mole praised him this time because all the candidates were vigilant, and they already regarded him as the enemy in the selection. However, Qin Ji didn't care about this, and even the praise of Mole didn't give him much joy. He came to the Navy not to gain recognition or appreciation from others, but to hone his own strength. Although experiencing the accident of the sawtooth shark, the voyage is still moving forward, and at the same time, Qin Ji also recruited Robin. Robin, you have also experienced today's battle with the sawtooth shark. Although your flowers are wonderful, they are still a little offensive. From today on, you will exercise with me. Your strength must be strengthened. Only. Under Robin's curious eyes, Qin Ji explained why. Exercise, this is not necessary, Ellen, I'm not as good as you, I think it's fine now. As soon as I heard Qin Ji's words www.readwn.com, some fainted and said bitterly. If you read a book, Robin can insist on no rest for 3 days and 3 nights, but if she wants to exercise, as a little lowly who is only 8 years old, it is obviously an unacceptable item. No, you must exercise. This time, Qin Ji will not go along with the other party, dismissed the other party decisively, and said solemnly, other things can be discussed, but exercise this matter, Robin you must accept. Do you forget Dr. Kloba's ending? Is it true that only when you have great strength can you and your loved ones be kept safe? Do you want to wait for the day when your enemies hold you back and threaten to commit suicide because of your weakness? Robin's face was rigid. Of course, she did not want to experience the tragedy of her hometown again. Nor did she want to be dragged by herself. Now she is Qin Ji, who is her only trustworthy and comparable to her loved ones. I see, I will exercise well, Ellen, please make me stronger in the most severe way. Under the stimulation of Qin Ji, Robin also gradually became aware, and his small face showed perseverance. Expression. Qin Ji nodded comfortably. If Robin can become stronger, he can be more at ease, at least even if he is no longer with the other side can have enough strength to ensure his safety. The battleships already had training rooms for soldiers to exercise, and the scale and facilities were very complete. In the past few days, Qin Ji also came here to practice. Although the dragon elephant Prujnagong is different from the cultivation method of this world, it is only invisible from the outside, and must be matched with the corresponding mentality and strength to practice, so Qin Ji does not worry about his cultivation. The process was seen abnormal. Chapter 22, Marin Fondo. Robin, your flower and fruit ability can be said to have great potential. Next, before arriving at the Navy headquarters, I will not only point you to the development of flower or fruit, but also teach you a unique cultivation method, so that your body can become stronger. The training room on the battleship is open, not only soldiers can come, but also candidates can come here to exercise. Qin Ji and Robin came to the training room. Qin Ji, it was Robin who went low and went to the corner of no one, and said to him. For the development of flowers and fruits, it is natural to know Qin Ji of the original book, but he will not only explain the moves developed by Robin in the original book one by one, but also make suggestions based on some of his own ideas. As for the method of increasing physical strength, Dragon Elephant Prujnagong is naturally. Although Dragon Elephant Prujnagong is the practice of Buddhism, it does not mean that only men can cultivate. Suankinj's ability deprived from the prison of the dead can all have the same level of understanding as the original. Although for the Robin, the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong from other worlds is just as difficult to understand as Tianchu, but under the tireless analysis and explanation of Qin Ji, she is a learner, but she has gradually learned and started Dragon Elephant Prujnagong's first practice. Although it is at sea, as a warship of the Navy headquarters, the selection of ingredients is naturally better than that of the branch base, and it also represents the richer nutrition contained in the food. Naturally, it is also a good thing. Of course, after the evening, Qin Ji also looked at the soul energy drawn from the prison of the dead, but the result was somewhat unsatisfactory. Although the sawtooth shark is inherently stronger than humans, it is obviously far less intelligent than humans. Although Qin Ji has killed dozens of sawtooth sharks, the soul energy drawn from the prison of the dead is only about 10. Only the equivalent of 10 ordinary people. For this situation, Qin Ji is naturally not very satisfied. This is not enough energy for 1-star extraction, let alone higher level extraction. 1-star extraction is at most locked in those low-armed worlds. If you really want to gain a foothold in this world, you must perform higher level extraction. Even if you pass the selection, you must find ways to get more soul energy. Qin Ji frowned. The best way is naturally to use pirates as a sacrifice, but it is not so easy to meet pirates, and if the other party's strength exceeds itself, then it is not hunting, but death. Maybe try this. When I thought of the naval headquarters to go next, Qin Ji thought slowly and thoughtfully, some thoughtfully. As she sailed all the way to the Red Earth continent, Qin Ji also practiced on her own while pointing at Robin. Time passed quickly before she knew it. After nearly a month, the battleship passed the West Sea smoothly and came to the official port built by the world government on the Red Clay continent. The laterite continent is definitely the iconic grand landscape in One Piece world. Standing high on the blue sea, the cliffs are so high, almost towering into the sky, it can be called the magical work of nature and a natural barrier that separates the sea from the great waterways. After landing at the port, Qin Ji and many other candidates were led by the mole along the long stone steps to the world's highest point on the laterite continent. Although Qin Ji was very interested in seeing the holy place of Mary Joa and feeling the atmosphere of the core of world power, Mole obviously didn't mean to stay. After crossing the laterite continent, he came to the port on the other side. And then took everyone on board a new battleship that had already been prepared and officially entered the waters of the first half of the Great Channel. Look, that should be the Champiti Islands. I have seen it in the book. It can be said to be the terminal of the first half of the Great Channel, and all the islands are said to be formed by a giant tree. After entering the Great Channel, Qin Ji and Robin, who were at rest time, also came to the deck to appreciate the difference between the Great Channel and the West Sea. When the warship passed the Champiti Islands on the sea, Robin was also very excited and pointed at the distantly visible islands. He could even see that every small island was a tall tree. Although these trees are far worse than the omniscient tree on O'Hara, they are also extremely stunning scenery, and obviously also very attractive to the curious little lowly. Have you arrived at the Shampoo Islands? Then Marinvado is coming soon. Qin Ji also stared at the outline of the archipelago in the distance. The marine headquarters of the naval headquarters is located near the Shampoo Islands. Although the naval headquarters has been known to some extent from the original work www.readwn.com, but after all, it is not a personal experience. Now when we really want to appreciate the world's largest group under the naval power center of one of the organizations, Qin Ji was naturally unavoidable. Only 1 hour from passing the Shampoo Islands, the front of the battleship is faintly showing the outline of an island, and it is even possible to reach the towering tall buildings surrounded by several lonely peaks on the island and the naval marks painted on it. Whether it was Qin Ji, Robin, or other candidates from the West Sea, everyone was eagerly watching the arrival of the naval headquarters, Marinfander. Some people are fascinated, their eyes are full of excitement, and some are uneasy, and they are nervous about the next selection. Of course, some people are also full of ambitions about their future and imagine that they will become high-ranking personnel of the Navy in the future. After a short while, the huge battleship slowly moved closer to the famous crescent harbor of Marinvado. Qin Ji and others also got off the battleship under the leadership of the Mole and boarded the port. Major Mole is lucky. Are these children candidates from the West Sea? At the port, a naval colonel greeted Mole, and after paying respect, he turned his attention to Qin Ji and others. Well, I'll trouble you next. Mole nodded, and said hello to the other party, and then escorted by the guards toward the headquarters building not far away, apparently to report to the high-level mission status. Introduce me. My name is Buck. You can also call me Colonel Buck. Before the selection begins, you will be in charge of me. Now I will take you to the place where you live, and also related to you. After the Mole left, the colonel turned to look at candidates from the West Sea, such as Qin Ji, with a warm smile on his face. Chapter 23, Logistics Department. Colonel Buck, is it time to start the selection? A candidate asked curiously. Buck took a look at the other side and explained, the selection will not take place until all candidates from all regions are present. Except for overseas, candidates from all areas of Sanye and the Great Channel will come. According to the itinerary, you should also log in. First half month. Su Vinian said that the candidates of the West Sea are all aware, and some people even show their fortitude, ready to strengthen themselves for half a month to meet the selection in a stronger state. Marin Vado is not only the headquarters of the Navy, but also the island has cities and towns. Not only are there people who have settled in, but many are members of the Navy. For the potential seeds of the future, the high level of the Navy obviously also attaches great importance to the area, which has been specially divided into towns and provided for the candidates to live in. The environment is very suitable. After some arrangements, Qin Ji and Robin also lived in the same building as other candidates from the West Sea. Each of them has an exclusive room to ensure privacy and freedom. Although the selection will be conducted in half a month, the senior officials of the Navy have not set too strict rules on the candidates. As long as they return to the building on time to report, the candidates can move freely for half a month before the selection. After getting familiar with the new environment, Qin Ji surprisingly did not practice, but instead greeted Robin and entered the town alone. Pedestrians were running water. As the naval headquarters guarded by Marin Fando, the town was naturally a scene of prosperity, and no crimes happened. Wu Qinj naturally entered the town not to hang out, but to gain soul energy. After asking a few passers-by for inquiries, Qin Ji appeared at a port on Marin Vado. This is not a military port like Crescent Bay, but a commercial port, so it is even more lively. After arriving at the port, Qin Ji also quickly locked a place. It was a factory-like building located next to the port. It not only painted the seagull mark representing the Navy, but at the same time, it could be heard from the building. The noisy beast roars out. However, although the roar of these beasts is as loud as a roar, the pedestrians passing by in the port are not concerned at all, as if they are already accustomed to it. Hello, excuse me, is this the Food Transportation Department of the Navy's Logistics Department? Qin Ji walked directly after confirming that he was inquiring, and at the same time, he saw the guard at the door of the building. There was a smile, and politely asked. It's really the Food Transportation Department, kid, what are you doing? The sentry looked at Qin Ji unexpectedly. Although Qin Ji was young, the sentry did not show neglect, but remained quite polite. But this is no wonder, here is Marin Fander, it is like Kyoto where Qin Ji's previous life was, who knows what background, in case of offense cannot offend, it is not asking for trouble. I am a candidate for the military academy selection. It is really troublesome to come here. I don't know if I can see your person in charge. Qin Ji said his intentions. Candidates who participated in the selection. The sentry looked at Qin Ji in surprise, and was even more afraid to take it easy. After letting Qin Ji wait, he hurriedly went to report. What the person who can participate in the military school selection represents, this sentinel living in Marin Fondo is naturally clear. It is a potential elite that is valued by senior management, and may even be a senior management in the future, even if Qin Ji has no background. This sentry was also afraid to offend. Yun Qinj originally thought he might be troublesome to find this time, but he obviously underestimated the importance and attitude of the Navy to candidates who can participate in military school selection. After a while, a figure got a little blessed, watching the 40-year-old captain appeared with the sentinel. Little brother, I'm the person in charge here, you can call me Captain Nishizawa, do you know what's wrong with you when you come to me? The captain first introduced his name, and at the same time spoke kindly, but also quite curious to carefully look at the opposite Qin Ji. Although they are all officers of the headquarters, the officers of the logistics department are undoubtedly far inferior to those of the frontline combat troops. After the Sentinel reported that a candidate who participated in the selection of this military academy came to visit, Nishizawa was naturally quite surprised, and he chose to meet without much consideration. Candidates who can participate in military school selection naturally represent excellent talents. Especially after passing the selection, they can at least go to the branch military school for training. It can be said that once graduated, they can be more easily promoted than ordinary navies. Although Nishizawa was still a captain, he was only an officer of the logistics department. Although there was a lot of oil and water, his age of 40 also proved that it was difficult for him to rise. For such a situation, Nishizawa is naturally not very satisfied with the promotion, so he naturally came up with a lot of ideas about Shinji that appeared www.readwn.com. For example, if Shinji really passed the selection, even if he stays in the military academy of this headquarters, it is almost impossible to be a future chief without accident, and if he can make good friends in advance, he will undoubtedly be of great help to his promotion in the future. Of course, although I think so, but Nishizawa is also an old chose. After all, naturally I will not show it. Although polite, I still maintain the attitude of ensign. Captain Nishizawa, my name is Shinji Allen. I am a candidate for the military academy selection. You can verify this. As for the reason I came to visit, I actually wanted to work for you for a while. That is, specifically responsible for slaughtering the beasts or sea beasts that have been delivered. Shinji sorted out his words, then looked at the other party and said. Xi's eyes was a little shocked, apparently did not think what Shinji would say, could not help but wonder, this is why, can you tell me the reason? Shinji seems to be casually saying, in fact, it is nothing, mainly because I hope that I can use these beasts and sea beasts to hone my strength. Captain Nishizawa must also know that fighting is the easiest to make people stronger way, isn't it? Nishizawa stared for a moment, and then carefully looked at Shinji again. Her eyes were obviously different from before, a little more solemn and serious. His tone aggravated a lot, and he took a deep look at Shinji, and then said, Isn't Alan right, although we are the first time to meet, but having to say what you just said really surprised me. However, although our logistics department is not as strict as the frontline army, it also has its own rules and regulations. Normally, the slaughtering work must be handled by our logistics department personnel. It cannot be handed over to others. Chapter 24, Special Cases. When I heard this, Shinji looked up at the other person, raised his brow slightly, and said something in his eyes, saying, Captain Nishizawa just said that it is normal, then there must be a special situation. Now Nishizawa is really full of wonder at the performance of the young man in front of her, and the idea in her heart is even more fiery. Special circumstances naturally exist. For example, Alan, if you can participate in military school selection, you can be regarded as a potential talent of our Navy. Even if we are only the logistics department, we are willing to provide assistance to outstanding talents. Alan, if you want to take a special situation, then you better show your excellence. Nishizawa said tentatively. Ji Kinj looked at the other with interest. He saw the other's intentions, so he nodded plainly, this is no problem, just don't know how to judge Captain Nishizawa's excellence. It's very simple. We have hunting forces here to catch many powerful beasts and transport them, and use battle to prove our excellence. Nishizawa blurted out. Although excellence is not only determined by strength, there is no doubt that strength is the best way to prove excellence, especially in a world where the strong are the most respected. Shinji's acceptance of the method proposed by Nishizawa was also eager to accept. He also didn't want to waste too much time, and it was best to solve it as soon as possible. The reason why he came here to do slaughter is to gain soul energy by killing the captured beasts. Although the soul energy obtained by the beast or sea beast is not directly proportional to its own strength, for today's Shinji, it is undoubtedly the safest and best method. Under Nishizawa's leadership, Shinji soon entered the slaughterhouse where various beasts were held like prisons after entering the interior. At the same time, a strong smell permeated the air. Howl! The roar of beasts full of anger and brutality kept coming out of cages with the thickness of arms and feet, from lions and tigers to dinosaurs, neatly arranged in the cages, and even in a specially divided area of the Swiss aquarium. A huge sea beast. However, although these beasts and sea beasts are like monsters to ordinary people, they are nothing more than ingredients to be slaughtered in the food transportation department. Just like in the slaughterhouse building, many staff members are busy the beasts detained head to head, and then slaughtered by specialized slaughterers. Okay, here it is. This cage is specially used to hold large beasts. The whole prison is made of very hard materials. Even dinosaurs cannot be damaged. You can choose any beast here as an opponent, as long as you can defeat or prove your excellence, you can stay here. When coming to a giant prison with a length of 10 meters, Nishizawa turned and stared at Chin, who was behind him. Song! Wu Qinj looked at the prison in front of him, and after hearing the words, he did not hesitate. He just picked a wild beast randomly among the many prisons he was holding. This is a saber-toothed tiger with an unusual shape, with a length of 5 or 6 meters and a height of about 3 meters. At the same time, the healthy and smooth body is full of strong muscles. Of course, the most violent nature is the piercing sting in the mouth. The teeth are almost 1 meter long, as if they are sharp curved blades with 2 handles. Seeing Shinji's beast selection, Nishizawa also flashed his eyes. He originally thought that Shinji would choose those ordinary tigers and lions, but he did not expect that Shinji would choose the unusual saber-toothed tiger. Although this saber-toothed tiger is not the strongest batch of beasts in the slaughterhouse, it can be regarded as a medium level. Even if the well-trained elite soldiers in the headquarters are fully equipped, it will require at least a team of 10 to capture. However, since Shinji chose, Nishizawa naturally would not say anything. He originally wanted to test the strength of Shinji. Naturally, the stronger the beast, the better, and even if something goes wrong, he has already done it. Take good precautions and you will be immediately rescued. Under the arrangement of Nishizawa, the giant saber-toothed tiger was bound by heavy chains under the frantic roar, and then transferred to a large prison by several strong navies. When the chain of the giant saber-toothed tiger was taken away, it was naturally patrolling the new prison, and the low roar kept coming out of its mouth full of fangs, which seemed extremely irritable. The large pillars of large prisons are relatively large. Although it is enough to isolate the beasts inside and escape, it is also enough to allow normal people to enter and exit freely. With the beast in place, Shinji also walked directly into it, looking at the giant saber-toothed tiger in the prison calmly. Roar! Undoubtedly, the already fierce giant saber-toothed tiger naturally showed its ferocious nature under Shinji entering the prison. With its mouth wide open and a deafening roar, it was like a fierce tiger snapping out. www.readwn.com. In the eyes expected by Nishizawa outside the prison, Shinji not only behaved very calmly when he faced the huge saber-toothed tiger that came from the bite, but also responded instantly. With his toes. His shape was towards dodging from one side. Shinji and the giant saber-toothed tiger staggered by the slightest difference, but at the same time, Shinji suddenly stopped his body, twisted around, and with a low drink, he punched out his right fist like a cannonball. Hit the opponent's neck. Oh! The muffled sound resounded in the prison, and the fist of the terrorist force was released. Even a giant saber-toothed tiger was severely hit, his head crooked, and some painful retreats to the side. When I saw this scene, Nishizawa was also in the eyes. Only from this attack by Shinji, he could naturally see that Shinji's power was definitely beyond the level of a normal person. It really deserves to be a candidate who can participate in military school selection. This strength alone is extraordinary. Nishiza secretly thought. Although the giant saber-toothed tiger was repelled with one punch, the beast was born with thick skin, so naturally it would not be so easy to lose. On the contrary, although the giant saber-toothed tiger felt pain, it only took a while to ease it. At the same time, he was inspired to be fierce, raising his claws was violently swept towards Qin Ji. The sharp bone spur exudes a terrible sharpness. It can be imagined that once it is swept, it will inevitably be torn. Moreover, this saber-toothed tiger is huge and naturally has amazing power. Even rocks can be easily broken. Although Qin Ji was in the decade of dragons like Rugong, he did not dare to fight against the giant saber-toothed tiger in front of him easily. At the bottom of his feet, the whole person was flipping in the air and avoiding the opponent's claws. Chapter 25, Harvest. Oh! The body is still in the air, but Qin Ji's hands have been turned into afterimages. Black cards are flying out of his hand instantly, and the spin spins out like a ray of light. It is as gorgeous and erratic as the rain in the sky. With strong wrist power, Qin Ji's flying card technique has already exceeded the original category. Not only is the cutting force amazing, but the speed is even faster than a bullet. Almost in a blink of an eye, the giant saber-toothed tiger on the opposite side suffered a trauma unexpectedly. Hey! The two black cards that turned sharply fell into the eyes of saber-toothed tiger like lightning, and with the splash of blood, it suddenly made a roaring sound, screaming wildly with its claws around. The iron pillar of the large prison was hit by the sharp claws of a giant saber-toothed tiger, which caused the entire prison to shake violently, and at the same time it made a roaring sound. This scene made everyone in the slaughterhouse back in a fright, as if afraid of the beast from the prison. However, these people obviously think too much. The black card that Qin Ji throws is not only blinding saber-toothed tiger's eyes, but also constantly cutting the opponent's body, and quickly marking a long and narrow blood mark on him. Oh! A dark card flashed from the throat of the madly struggling saber-toothed tiger. Even when he saw the red blood spraying from his throat, he quickly spread the blood red in the prison and diffused it. Thick smell. The massive loss of blood on the body naturally made the saber-toothed tiger gradually slow down. In Qin Ji's continuous cold shooting of the black card that was flying back and spinning, it was continuously shot and cut. The bruised weakness fell to the ground, and after twitching for a while, it was completely dead. Oh! The black cards that were hurriedly swiveled across the prison, as if they had been summoned, turned back and forth, and in the incredible eyes of the people of Nishizawa and the slaughterhouse, they were very magical. Overlapping on the calm Qin singer with open palms. When he flipped his palm, the overlapping black cards disappeared from the Qin singer as if they disappeared out of nowhere, and at the same time he walked out of prison at will. Captain Nishizawa, I don't know if the performance just now is excellent. Qin Ji looked at the opposite party with a smile on his face with a smile. Of course, Ellen, I want to use your performance just now, you can definitely pass the military school selection. Nishizawa said with some excitement. If he was just a little moved before, then after seeing Qin Ji's strength now, he really decided to invest in Qin Ji. It can even be said that it is a bit urgent. In Nishizawa's opinion, Qin Ji's age and demonstrated ability have all proved that Qin Ji has amazing potential. Not to mention that through military school selection, even if it becomes a high-ranking navy in the future, it is not impossible. Similarly, for Nishizawa, who is unwilling to be so trapped in his current position for a lifetime, Qin Ji with amazing potential is definitely his best investment object. Once Qin Ji really becomes a high-ranking navy in the future, then he and Qin naturally, he can get a generous return if he sings well. It goes without saying that Qin Ji, who showed his talents, was naturally welcomed by Nishizawa. Not only did he stay smoothly, he was able to perform the slaughtering work, but he even seemed to be familiar with his brother who was like a year-old friend. The network called up. Not only did Nishizawa want to make good Qin Ji, the mature Qin Ji naturally understood the human condition. Sun's friendship with Nishizawa is beneficial to Qin-ji. Naturally, he doesn't mind getting to know each other well, and it can be regarded as his initial relationship in the naval headquarters. Although the enthusiastic Nishizawa called it to welcome Qin-ji's arrival and wanted to feast, Qin-ji, who could not wait to get the energy of the soul, was polite and declined, and then Hot was put into work. The work of slaughter is not easy for ordinary people, especially when the object of slaughter is a thick and thick beast. But all of this is naturally not a problem for Qin-ji. He wields a butcher knife larger than himself, and with his powerful arm, he is almost killed with a stab, which is to cut off the beast's throat. Those slaughterers are admiring. For the arrival of Qin-ji, other staff in the food transportation department did not show exclusion, not only because they had previously seen Qin-ji's powerful strength in killing the beast, but also because Nishizawa had already been hello, they are naturally very interesting. Under the enthusiasm to kill a beast escorted by the staff, Qin-ji is also happy to gain soul energy. From noon to the end of the night, Qin-ji slaughtered at least hundreds of beasts. Even if he practiced the dragon elephant-like practice, he felt back pain and exhaustion after the end. www.readwn.com Qin-ji's heart is more contented than exhausted, and only pays for it, even if the soul energy of the beast is not as good as that of human beings, but under the slaughter for a long time, he also obtained a lot of soul energy. When Qin-ji returned to his residence at night and went to the Navy-supplied dining room with Robin for a beautiful dinner, he immediately returned to the room to check today's gains. Hundreds of beasts were killed, and the prison of the dead has drawn nearly 200 points of soul energy, which also proves that Qin-ji can already extract 1 star here. Qin-ji is also satisfied with this result, but also a little thoughtful. For example, the original sawtooth shark almost required 3 heads to be equivalent to the soul energy of an ordinary person. In today's conversation with Nishizawa, he also learned something about the beast. It is like people have 3 or 69 levels. Beasts also have different levels. Whether it is a beast on land or a sea beast in the sea, there is also a hierarchy in the Navy according to the level of strength. A sea beast such as a sawtooth shark, although it is difficult for ordinary people to deal with, but the well-trained elite still has a certain ability to defeat, so it is the weakest lower beast in the hierarchy established by the Navy. It looks like the giant saber-toothed tiger that Qin-ji met today. Because it is unusual in size and even enough to fight dinosaurs, it needs at least 10 elite warriors to capture it, so it can be regarded as a medium beast. And the higher beasts above the low and middle are really scary creatures, just like the Neptune that reaches 100 meters in size, then they belong to the higher beasts, and even the naval hunting force cannot easily captured. Chapter 26, Blood Relay. However, even the higher beasts are not at the top of the food chain, because there are still hegemonic beasts above these 3 classes, such as those terrifying super-large sea kings with a size of more than kilometers. Don't look at the original Neptunes as if they were just food for the strong, but those super-large Neptunes that are more than 1,000 meters also have terrible power. Even the strong ones at the top are not afraid to provoke easily, otherwise the 3 ancient weapons there will be no Neptune in China. From the soul energy obtained last time and this time, Qin-ji can also roughly see the soul energy gap between beasts and humans. For example, the ratio of soul energy of lower beasts to ordinary humans is equivalent to 3:1, while the ratio of middle beasts is equivalent to 2:1. As for the higher beasts, Qin-ji has not encountered today, so it is not clear. Although the soul energy of beasts is not as good as that of humans, but the accumulation of less is still considerable, and those more powerful beasts may not be weaker than humans. Qin-ji stroked his chin and thought. The amount of soul energy depends on strength and intelligence, but those powerful beasts in the original book all show considerable wisdom. Although the soul energy remaining before, the soul energy accumulated in the prison of the dead has exceeded 200, but Qin-ji did not rush to extract it this time. After having a special method to obtain soul energy, Qin-ji naturally also became ambitious, and was ready to accumulate a wave and try to extract a higher level of the world. In the following days, Qin Ji will go to the Naval Food Transportation Department early every day to carry out slaughtering work. There are tens of thousands of sergeants in Malinfando's headquarters, and under high-intensity training, the demand for meat is also amazing. This is why the high-level navy will specially set up hunting troops. Compared to the first day, in the following slaughter work, the number of beasts slaughtered by Qin Ji became more and more than 500 low and medium beasts or sea beasts were slaughtered by him almost every day. Under such circumstances, although Qin Ji was exhausted every day before returning to his residence, for him, he was full of happiness and beauty, and he was always satisfied with the rising soul energy in the prison of the dead. At night, after taking a bath, Qin Ji, who had lost a lot of fatigue, lay down under the bed, and quickly entered the prison for the dead. It only took 10 days for Qin Ji to look again. At this time, the soul energy accumulated in the prison of the deceased had broken through the 2000 level. In the prison of the dead, 1-star extraction requires 100 soul energy, 2-star extraction requires 500 soul energy, and 3-star extraction requires 1000 soul energy. There are 5 days left for the military school selection to begin. Although at least 200 soul energies can now be obtained every day, it takes 5000 soul energies to extract 4 stars. Before that, let's do some extraction again. Under Qin Ji's groan, it was communication to the dead prison. Although his current strength has far exceeded those of his peers, Qin Ji will not have any negligence in the selection that will come next. He decided to take a look first to improve his strength. After communication, Qin Ji chose Samsung extraction. Under the direct reduction of 1000 soul energy, the bronze chain of gold prison suddenly extended into the void space on the other side. For a moment, with the crisp sound of the chain, the 3 illusory souls were quickly wrapped in bronze chains and imprisoned in prison. I don't know which world the guest will be this time. Qin Ji was eager to go to the first prison. Name, White. World, Naruto, 3 stars. Identity, Wuyan Village Rebellious Peachland No More Tools. Ability, Moraine, Water Margin. Cause of death, Death through heart. When the information of the soul in the first prison was discovered, Qin Ji immediately saw his eyes. Is it actually Naruto? It seems to have good luck this time. Qin Ji said with some joy. The Naruto world is a powerful world no less inferior to the One Piece world, and even better than the One Piece world in some aspects, especially the various blood succession boundaries and jutsu. Samsung extraction is Samsung extraction. The star-rated world that can be judged by the prison of the dead must be those powerful worlds with extremely high levels of force. Similarly, Qin Ji is also very satisfied with the extracted white. Although Bai's ability and strength are not the top existence in the world of Naruto, but Guang's own blood following the limit of ice moraine has made him salivate enough. No rush, first look at the situation in the 2 prisons behind. Qin Ji pressed Nai's urge to deprive moraine and turned to search the souls in the 2nd and 3rd prisons. Name, Ryoko Yongshan. World, Naruto, 3 stars. Identity, Yuyan Murashita. Ability, Water Margin. Cause of death, War. This is the soul message in the 2nd Golden Prison. Name, Qin Mao. World, Naruto, 3 stars. Identity, Otoru Murakami. Ability, Fantasy. Cause of death, Living Sacrifice. When the information of the soul in the last 3rd Gold Prison was also discovered after investigation www.readwn.com, Qin Ji shook his head helplessly. The souls of the 2 prisons behind these are obviously much worse than Bai. Although they are both capable of ninjutsu, Qin Ji has no deprived interest. There are 3 opportunities for deprivation for each draw. Let's talk about Binjia first. Qin Ji did not hesitate to return to the 1st Gold Prison. Carefully reached out and touched the Gold Prison, Qin Ji began the first deprivation of dialogue. Gorgeous ambilight blooms from the Gold Prison, and the bronze chain that entangles the soul sways and swings, but it only restores silence after a while. It is clear that this first deprivation failed. Qin Ji has also become accustomed to his black hands, started the second deprivation without expression, and then failed again. I don't believe it. Qin Ji looked upset and started the third extraction without interruption, but failed again. His face turned black. Qin Ji glanced resentfully at the gold prison, but he had no choice but to spend soul energy in exchange for new opportunities for deprivation. In addition to extracting the soul, the prisoner of death will give away 3 opportunities for deprivation free of charge. It can also increase the opportunity for deprivation by consuming soul energy, and it will also determine the probability of deprivation according to the amount of soul energy spent. If you spend 100 soul energy, you can increase a chance of deprivation with the same probability as the gift. However, according to the information poured out from the prison of the dead, the probability of the deprivation of this 100 soul energy and gifts is low and poor, only a 10% chance. Chapter 27, Continuous Extraction. The same as the soul energy spent during the extraction, the chance of deprivation is also level. The lowest is the opportunity of first deprivation, and the upper level of deprivation is the cost of 500 soul energy, and the probability will be increased to 30%. As for the third level of deprivation, it requires 1,000 soul energy, and the probability of deprivation can reach 50%. 24 levels of deprivation require 5,000 soul energy, with a probability of 70%. The highest level of deprivation is level 5 deprivation, which costs 10,000 points of soul energy, and the probability is not 100%, but a 90% chance. After Qin Ji performed a Samsung extraction, the remaining soul energy is only in his early 1000, which means that he can only perform 3-level deprivation at most once. However, when thinking of the probability of deprivation, Qin Ji couldn't help but have a toothache. Although he had found a channel to obtain soul energy, he couldn't use it unscrupulously. It's better to separate 2 times and perform the second level deprivation twice. In any case, the probability of deprivation is always higher than the gift. Qin Ji uneasily chose to spend 500 soul energy in exchange for the second level deprivation. In the golden prison whereby soul was held, ambilight bloomed immediately. At the same time, Qin Ji was widening her eyes, waiting for the choice of fate. Click! The sudden appearance of the shattering sound like the sound of nature sounded a shock to Qin Ji's tiger body. At this moment, he seemed to see the appearance of a cute angel. The whole man was shrouded in happiness and his eyes were in tears. A ray of crystalline white ong quickly fell from the soul, and then shot into Qin Ji's body. At the same time, Qin Ji's ability to imprint the white ong was instantly absorbed. For a moment, Qin Ji opened her eyes suddenly, her eyes closed slightly, and she felt the deprived ability suddenly, and a swift flash of light flew from her eyes, and then she quickly restored peace. As if it was instinct, Qin Ji raised his right hand, and in the palm of his hand there was a white mist of cold, as if the air was freezing. Is this the Binjiu in the blood boundary? It really is full of magic. Qin Ji was amazed. Although Wu spent 500 souls of energy, it was indeed worth the money. This time the deprivation not only succeeded, but did not deprive the other leech, but deprived Qin Ji's most desired ice moraine. Qin Ji at this time undoubtedly already had the same level of ice mage as before Bai died, and, like the dragon elephant Prujnagong who had deprived the golden wheel Falun Gong at the time, was accompanied by chakra, which was sufficient to perform this level of ice mage. Although Bai died young early, but she could not be cut off anymore. In addition to her physical limitations, her talent was also a big factor. Although did not get all the chakras that he had before his death, Qin Ji's chakras that match the caste of Binjiu have already become the elite level in the Naruto world. In addition to feeling the power brought by Binjiu, Qin Ji can also feel the 2 energies flowing in the body. One is from the internal force of dragon elephant Prujnagong, and the other is from Binjiu's investigation. Carrot. Depending on the world, there are naturally differences in the cultivation system. Although all the energy generated from the internal refining of the body, there is no doubt that there is a great difference between the internal force and chakra. Although deprived of Binjayu is worthy of joy, Qinji can't help thinking about the two different energies flowing in the body. Sunzheng's so-called mountains are not tolerated. Although internal forces and chakras are clearly distinct at present, it is difficult to guarantee that two different energies will not collide. Qinji does not want to wait for the tragedy of self-explosion to occur one day. I don't know of any way to smoothly blend different energies together. Qinji recalled the abilities of those worlds that existed in the memory. If you want to put an end to the danger of self-explosion without weakening your own strength, it is naturally a fusion of energy. Under the prison of the dead, Qinji will surely be exposed to more power systems in the world in the future. At the same time, while depriving one's ability, he will inevitably increase other kinds of energy like internal forces and chakras. Although there are only two kinds of energy at present, Qinji also has to plan for the future. However, it is not easy to get along with specific countermeasures. I really have to come up with a solution all of a sudden. Qinji also has no clue for a while and can only temporarily hold this worry to the bottom of his heart and wait for the future to think slowly. I refocused on the prisoner of the dead, and Qinji considered whether to take another draw. Although Bai's body still has Minamata ninjutsu, but Bai's strength is mainly concentrated on the ice maggots, and the leeches will be more used for assistance. And there is not much powerful Minamata ninjutsu. Moreover, as the moraine of the blood succession limit, it is born to have extraordinary control over water, and the deeper the blood succession limit is developed, the stronger the control of water is. Depriving the weak water strider is just a waste of soul energy. That's it. At this time, there are still more than 500 soul energy left in Qinji. It can be said that it is enough for 1 2-star extraction or 5 1-star extraction. www.readwn.com. Although the ability of Binjayu is good, it is also obvious before Bai died I didn't fully develop the ice maggots, although it was enough to improve my strength, but since they have already been drawn, then simply continue to be good. After thinking about it, Qinji decided to draw again, which is considered to be fully prepared for the next selection. However, in view of the fact that 1-star extraction is easy to extract from, Qinji chose 2-star extraction. With the provision of 500 soul energies, the prison of the deceased was up and running again. The bronze chain extended into the void, but a little, it was completed and brought back 3 new unreal souls. Name, Wan Sanqian. World, number 1 in the world, a half-star. Identity, a wealthy generation. Ability, wealth can pass God. Cause of death, death from broken neck. Name, Lixiu. World, number 1 in the world, a half-star. Identity, Princess Izumo. Ability, unknown. Cause of death, assault. Before exploring, Qinji not only learned the identity of the souls in the first 2 golden prisons, but also the world he had extracted this time. The first place in the world is the martial arts world like the gods. Although it is not a 2-star world in the judgment of the prison for the dead, the level of force is much stronger than the world of the gods. In the world's first, the top masters inside can't help but easily emit terrible sword and sword air, and even can draw a hill from the air. It can be said that extremely strong martial arts forces have evolved. Although Qinji cannot be said to be very satisfied with the world he has extracted, it is still in an acceptable range. Chapter 28, Dominate the World. However, the locked world is one thing. It is the soul that can be extracted. Just like the souls explored in the first 2 prisons, Qinji is speechless. 23,000 is the nation's richest man in the first place in the world, but it is not a martial artist in itself. The so-called ability to make money through God naturally refers to the ability to make money. However, this is obviously useless for Qinji. Even if he is short of money, he can use the gambling technique to quickly collect money. As for the Princess Lixiu in the Izumo country, it is even more necessary to say that Princess Lixiu is really a woman with pride and respect. In the character information given by the Prisoner of the Dead, the ability is also unknown, and it is simply worthless. I don't know if the soul in this third prison will surprise you. Although disappointed with the 2 souls extracted in the previous, Qin Ji summoned the courage to explore the soul in the last prison. Name: Gihai Balian. World: number 1 in the world, a half-star. Identity: Wu Qi Maniac. Ability: Dominance of the world, 3 blade of the nose. Cause of death: deadly attack. Hey! When the information of the soul in the third prison was detected, Qin Ji frowned suddenly. Fortunately, there was no waste of soul energy in the end, and finally a good thing appeared at the critical moment. Qin Ji's face showed a reassuring expression. Gihai Balian is the father of Gihai Udao, the first spy agent in the world to protect the 4 major spies in the world. Although it only appears in the memory in the plot, the strength shown by Gihai Balian is definitely the top master level in the world. Similarly, in the information found on the soul of Gihai Balian, Qin Ji also focused on the other party's ability at once. Is the hero dominating the world and the 3 noses of the nose? Qin Ji thought thoughtfully. Both of these swords can be said to be the top swordsmanship passed down in the world's first medium, especially the 3 swords of the nasal passages. Although they are born in the last form of the male dominance, they are above the male dominance. In the world's first plot, the 3 swords of the nose and nose are called the most evil and fierce magic sword in the world. The sword of Gihai, who cultivated this method in the original book, was chased and killed by the entire rivers and lakes. Although in the original work, Gihai Balian did not show that he would have 3 noses in the nose. That's it. Qin Ji naturally hopes to obtain the top 2 swordsmanships of Xian Batiangxia and Anasandeo. Although both swords have hidden dangers, they are undeniably powerful. Once mastered, they can be him. The strength has been greatly improved. It's not terrible to kill people in this world, it's terrible to be weak. Even if you become a murderer, it's better to be weak and die. Qin Ji took a deep breath, her eyes full of determination. The deprivation began immediately, and Qin Ji, who had enough awareness, did not hesitate to start the deprivation of the soul of Gihai Balian. The first deprivation failed. The second deprivation still fails. Success in the third deprivation. Although the 3 chances of deprivation given only 3 times were successful, Qin Ji's luck seems to be very good today. Although the last deprivation did not deprive the stronger 3-stroke sword of the nose, it also deprived the world of domination. Bai Meng, who had fallen from the soul, merged into the body. Qin Ji not only absorbed all the understandings and realms of Gihai Balian's mastery of the world, but also gained the corresponding internal strength. Boom! When the absorption was over, Qin Ji's whole body suddenly exhilarated his vigorous energy, a violent and fierce sword burst out from him, and the whole person seemed to turn into a magic sword. A strong impulse to kill appeared in Qin Ji's heart, so that he couldn't help but want to kill all the creatures in front of him with a knife. Woohoo! Qi Qin's breathing became extremely rapid, and he knew that the desire to kill that emerged from the bottom of his heart came from the fierce slain intention of the male dominion. Gihai Balian Ben has cultivated the dominance of the world to a very high level, and it is for this reason that he will turn from a good husband and brother to a murderer. Qin Ji completely absorbed all the sentiments and realms from Gihai Balian to dominate the world, and was naturally affected by the killing intention contained in the sword. It may even be called killing as Gihai Balian mad monster. But I do not know if it is because the soul traverses or devours the original body soul, which makes Qin Ji's soul far more powerful and solid than ordinary people. Although the killing intention of the hegemon domineering world is strong, after the initial impulse, Qin Ji gradually adapted to it, his breathing returned to a gentle level, and the fierce magpies that appeared deep in his eyes also slowly disappeared, restoring the former calm. I did not expect that the magical nature of the male domineering world was so terrible. I was a little bit embarrassed at first, but even the male domineering world has such a magical www.readwn.com. I do nt know the stronger and more fierce sword of the knows how evil it is. Qin Ji frowned, after alleviating. Although he successfully suppressed the magical nature of the male domineering world, the three swords of the nasal domineering were obviously more terrible than the magical nature of the male domineering world. After experiencing the magical characteristics of the male dominance of the world, he actually became jealous of the three blades of the nasal domineer. He does not exclude killing, but this does not mean that Qin Ji wants to become a murderer. Killing is only a means to protect himself, not a slave to killing. Of course, avoid bogey and bogey, Qin Ji still has the ambition to win the three swords of the nasal passages. At most, it is controlled as much as possible after getting it. However, the deprivation of the three noses of the nasal passages obviously can only wait for the reaccumulation of sufficient soul energy. After some extraction and deprivation, the remaining soul energy in the prison of the dead is not enough for the chance of deprivation. Qin Ji was not eager to try the newly acquired power after he withdrew from the prison of the dead, but rested peacefully in a comfortable bed. Roar! A lion that looks like a lion, but a huge beast like a bull is roaring fiercely, and the body like a hill is also struggling fiercely, so that the chains tied to it all emit an overwhelming moan, and at the same time the cages were constantly shaking. Alan, this is the one I picked out for you from the batch of ingredients delivered by the hunting force. This guy is the most powerful of these batches, and almost all are close to higher beasts. Under the transportation of a group of staff, the cage holding the ferocious beast was transported to the slaughterhouse, and at the same time, Nishizawa, who accompanied him, introduced it with exaggeration. Chapter 29, Headquarters Military School. Oh! Let me see. Qin Ji, who had been slaughtered all morning, heard the words and suddenly came to a spirit, and looked at the ferocious beast inside the cage happily. Even if they are all medium beasts, there is still a gap in strength. Even if it is not a higher beast, the stronger the medium beast slaughtered, the more soul energy can naturally be obtained. The reason why Nishizawa specially arranged for the powerful beasts in the food was naturally because of Qin Ji's explanation. Although he did not understand the reason, since Qin Ji had been the object of investment, he was naturally happy to satisfy Qin Ji's small requirements. It's quite spiritual to look at. Looking at the ferocious beast roaring and struggling in the cage, Qin Ji nodded with satisfaction, at the same time, reached out to grab the side, and put the long knife aside. This long knife was bought by Qin Ji in a weapon shop in the town of Marin Vatico not long ago. It took him nearly 1 million bailey. Although it is not as good as a famous knife, it is also a fine knife. The blade is bright and cold. The knife handle is also wrapped with a black string, which is definitely a good knife. Of course, after being incorporated into the Qin Singer, this long knife has been mainly responsible for slaughtering. Although it is not long, it kills hundreds of beasts every day, even if it is cleaned. It smells bloody. Under the knife, Qin Ji directly opened his cage and walked into it. Although the ferocious beast was bound by a stout chain, he bowed his head to Qin Ji under the deafening roar. Almost at the moment when the ferocious beast made an attacking gesture, Qin Ji, who had walked into the cage in a leisurely pace, suddenly stopped, and while looking at the opposite beast, light appeared in the depths of his eyes. Boom! The maggots filled with fierce violent breath suddenly burst out from Qin Ji as if in substance, and the air around them seemed to become cold. The fierce and violent atmosphere immediately shrouded the fierce beasts. Yang wanted to eat Qin Ji in one go. At this moment, the fierce beast was also strongly stimulated. The pupil of the beast contracted sharply to the point of the needle. Stagnated. The terror of the horrible sword not only deterred the fierce beast, but also caused the hearts of Nishizawa and others outside the cage to freeze, as if they were caught by some horrible monster. The whole person appeared inexplicable. Sense of fear. Ignoring the feelings of others, Qin Ji's consciousness suddenly emerged a strong desire to kill under the savage sword. In his eyes, the murderess burst out, and at the foot of his feet, Qin Ji suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place, leaping like an arrow. The suppressed low drink sounded, the bright knife light suddenly appeared, and under the whistling sound like a ghost crying, there was a strong killing and domineering blazing knife air suddenly appeared in the air, slashing in the long knife, raging swept across the ferocious beast. The strong and fierce breath suddenly increased, the beast shouted in anger, and was awakened by a strong sense of crisis, hurriedly trying to hide to the side. Oh! Wu Zisheng's sword is not only violent and fierce, but also lightning fast, like a shock of electricity. He swept across the neck of the beast, and saw the thick blood immediately sprayed in the air. My head flew high, but it was a few meters long, beveling like a crescent moon, and beheaded instantly. At the same time, the sword was more powerful, and it hit the other side of the cage. Hey bang! The violent sound echoed in the slaughterhouse, the huge cage violently vibrated, and the metal iron pillars chopped by the knife gas were torn into a deep mouth, and at the same time, they also showed curved traces. With the sword cut out, Qin Ji also landed on the ground, calming down the side of the heart, calmly standing upright. Outside the cage, seeing the fierce beast beheaded by Qin Ji, Nishizawa and the other staff were stunned. It turned out to be a chopped wave. Alan, I didn't expect you to hide such a powerful kendo. After reacting, Nishizawa was full of surprise when he saw Qin Ji calmly coming out of his cage. In the One Piece world, sword art is collectively called kendo. At the same time, masters in kendo can not only cut off steel in a way beyond common sense, but also send out terrible choppy waves. Although the dominance of the world dominated by Qin Ji is a combination of internal force and knife-driven knife air, apparently to Nishizawa, this is the chopping wave that can only be used by kendo masters. For Nishizawa's words, Qin Ji smiled lightly, and did not explain the difference between the knife gas and the chopped wave with the other side, but rather an unpredictable look. Qin Ji was so enthusiastic about assisting himself. Qin Ji could guess how much, but he did need to use the strength of the other party to stay in the slaughterhouse to gain soul energy. It's time to show off your strength and show off your strength. This will deter Nishizawa and keep the other side as enthusiastic as ever. He completed the slaughtering work, but today he returned to his residence earlier than before, because he will be selected tomorrow. During the half-month of Qin Ji's slaughtering work, candidates from various branches of the Four Seas and the Great Channel also arrived in Malindo as scheduled, and the selection was officially held. On the next day, Qin Ji, who had a good night's rest, went to the headquarters military academy in Marin Vado with Robin and other candidates. Similarly, this day Qin Ji also met other candidates except the West China Sea. When Colonel Buck gathered all the candidates, the number of candidates had already exceeded 500. Candidates who can be recommended to participate in military academy selections are naturally genius-level characters. Similarly, they all have their own pride. Even if they are peers, they are hostile to each other. Robin is obviously a little nervous, and has been closely following Qin Ji's side. His small hand is also holding Qin Ji's sleeve, as if this can be a lot of peace of mind. Although she has been working hard to practice the dragon elephant Prujnagong taught by Qin Ji during this time, the aura of other candidates is too strong for her, which makes her extremely uncomfortable. It's okay, don't be too nervous. Qin Ji naturally comforted Xiao Luli when she noticed the tension. Yet, Robin nodded his head again and again, gathered his courage to look at the other candidates, and at the same time restored some confidence in his face. As a concentration camp for cultivating future elites, the headquarters military school is naturally built by a high level of the Navy with a lot of resources. It not only covers an extremely large area, but also has perfect facilities and buildings on all sides, revealing its solemnity and towering momentum. Chapter 30, Black Wrist Zifa. Under the leadership of Colonel Buck, all candidates arrived at the military academy and were finally concentrated in a wide training ground in the military academy. At the same time, there were many instructors wearing black vests and showing strong muscles waiting. Smog, it looks like a new candidate is coming. It looks like a lot of people. A young girl watching from the window of the third floor in a teaching building not far from the training ground. Interesting Tao. The young girl looked at Mo about 11 or 12 years old. She also had a very beautiful long pink hair. Although she was young, her appearance was already very beautiful and she was a beautiful little girl. In addition to this girl with long pink hair, there is a teenager with short silver hair standing at the window, who looks almost 14 or 5 years old. It's true that there are many people, but you can stay. Tina, this military school is not a place where all the babies can enter. The silver-haired boy glanced out of the training ground outside the window, sulking. The girl with long pink hair looked at each other helplessly, but who made the other person their chief student was unavoidable. After turning to the training ground, when they arrived at the military academy, including Qin Ji, all candidates were curiously looking at the military academy. For this place where many outstanding Navy elites have been cultivated, candidates are naturally yearning for a long time. At the same time, outside the training ground, a resolute man with short purple hair and a brave man also walked towards Colonel Buck. It was almost when I saw the man with short purple hair coming down that Colonel Buck was saluting in a hurry, full of respectful words. General Zifa, the candidates for this session have already arrived, and no one is absent. General, this title undoubtedly has an extraordinary deterrent in the Navy. When Buck's voice came out, the candidates who were curious and looked around at the scene suddenly all looked up, their eyes turned to the purple coming. Short-haired man, meanwhile, his eyes were full of heat. Buck, haven't I said that, I have stepped down from the position of general, and I can call me the chief instructor later. The purple short-haired man waved. No, General Zifa will always be the general in the mind of his subordinates, and Marshal Air, no, does General Air also retain your general title, as long as there is no new general in office, then General Zifa you will always be our general. Buck shook his head and said firmly. Zifa nodded slightly. He did transfer to the military academy as the head instructor, but his superior still retained the rank of general. Well, let's make the selection first. Zifa didn't want to justify the military rank, instead he stared at the candidates who were more than 500 people present, and his eyes showed sharp eyes. Buck was naturally 100% cooperative, and at the same time he was transformed into Zifa's assistant, responsible for assisting the next selection. Among the candidate crowd, Qin Ji also stared at the opposite Zifa. Zifa is definitely a legendary and tragic character in One Piece world. Although he has fought against numerous pirates in his life, he has never killed any enemy. He is a navy known as Do Not Kill General. However, Zifa's kindness didn't get good news. Instead, he lost a family member and was killed by the pirates. He chose to step down as general in anger, and began to devote himself to training more naval headquarters. Of course, even so, it is undeniable that Zifa during the peak period is definitely a strong person standing at the top level in this world. He is also a domineering master who is like carp, no demon fruit, and refined domineering. Introduce yourself first. My name is Zifa. I am the chief instructor of this military academy and the examiner for this selection. I won't talk much about the gossip. Let me explain the content of this selection first. Zifa's eyes were sharp, looked around at all the candidates present, and said calmly. As soon as this remark came out, the candidates were naturally inspired and listened carefully, for fear of missing something, so that the selection was eliminated. In Zifa's next explanation of selection is divided into 3 assessment steps. The first is to test physical strength, the second is to show his strongest ability, and the third is to fight in actual combat. For each of these 3 assessment steps, a dedicated examiner will be responsible for the evaluation and scoring of each assessment. Candidates will also decide the final allocation according to the scores obtained. Only the best batch of people can stay in the military academy of this department. By the way, I have to remind you here that every selection will be the chief student of the current election. This is not only a status symbol, but also more resources and cultivation. I do not think I need to explain more about what this means. At the end, Zifa seemed to say something casually, but the rise in the corner of his mouth undoubtedly meant that this was intentional. The existence of the chief student is undoubtedly a kind of encouragement for many candidates by senior navies. Whoever can become the current chief student will undoubtedly represent more training and special treatment. This is for any aspiring person very attractive. Sure enough, under Zifa's words, all the candidates changed their eyes. Some looked at the other candidates with hostility. Others showed strong warfare in their eyes. Obviously they were full of longing for the chief candidate. Seeing that the purpose had been achieved, Zifa also announced the start of the selection without hesitation. Many of the instructors who had been waiting aside also turned into examiners and came to the candidates. Now the first assessment www.readwn.com. These 10 are your examiners and will test your strength. Zifa, the chief examiner, has already stepped aside and stood up as an audience and spoke. It was Colonel Buck who served as an assistant. Well, what is the strength of the Tao, how to test it? A candidate from Baha'i raised his hand in confusion and asked Buck. Dao strength value is a saying inside our Navy. In short, it is the collective name of explosive power and attack power. The test method is also very simple. You only need to rely on physical strength to explode the strongest blow to the opposite examiner. That's it. Buck explained. Candidates are thoughtful. Although they don't have much clear knowledge of the power of the Tao, the test method is probably well understood. After each examinee was distributed with his own number plate, Buck divided the examinees into 10 teams, and in turn, 10 examiners lined up were responsible for testing the power. Oh! An examinee shouted and shouted at the opposite examiner with all his might, and his fist slammed into the examiner's overlapping hands. The collision immediately caused a dull noise. Chapter 31, Road Force Value. Number 5, the power is 24. The test examiner silently calculated for a while, and even said a value without expression. On the side, there is an examiner who is responsible for statistics of each candidate's data. After hearing it, it was recorded in the notebook in his hand, and it was also marked as low class in the first assessment of the candidate with the number 5 judgment. The test of martial power is a skill derived from the Navy's 6 types. Although it cannot completely determine a person's strength, it also reflects the approximate combat strength of a person. For example, if an ordinary naval soldier has been trained, even if the power value is only 10, the power value can exceed 10, which undoubtedly proves that the tester's power has surpassed that of ordinary people. However, the selection of the military academies is currently underway. Although most of the people who can come here are only young girls, none of them are excellent talents, and naturally cannot be judged by ordinary people. In the selection, for the assessment of the road force value test, the senior Navy officials naturally have a set of special judgments. If the road force value is less than 50, they are all inferior. 50 to 99 road force values are medium, 100 to 200 road force values are high, and more than 200 road force values will be judged as the highest level of superior. Although Qin Ji did not know the judgment of the high-ranking Navy, but also knew that if he wanted to stand out in the selection and gain the favor of more high-ranking Navy, then he must show his strongest state. He is not prepared to play any low-key or childish tricks like pigs and tigers. In this powerful world, only by showing your value can you get matching treatment. This is like crossing a single wooden bridge. If you move backwards, others will take the lead and wait for you to chase. The other party has already let you catch up. In this world, if you want to be respected by others and enjoy better treatment, then you must show your talents. As each candidate comes into play, each candidate's strength is also recorded one by one. Even if the candidates are recommended as outstanding talents, most candidates have the strength it was judged to be in the lower category, and at least a few talents reached the intermediate level. Zifa, who had receded to the side, had been silently observing the selection situation, and he couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with the value of the power displayed by the candidates. Imagine that when he just transferred to the military academy as head instructor, he recruited 2 monster-level students, Sikowski and Porosalino, in the first session. Although the ideas of these 2 people are inconsistent with themselves, it is undeniable that they are indeed excellent, and now they have shown terrible potential after graduation, and they have even faintly become some generals. In the back, Kuzan has also become Zifa's 3rd student, and his performance is not inferior to that of Saskaski. Even if the enrolled students cannot be compared with the 3 of Kuzan, but there are no shortage of elites, it is normal that the power value is judged to be medium during the selection. It is generally only inferior as it is now. The selections in recent sessions have become increasingly ridiculous. There are only a few people who can really make it. I don't know when I will meet such outstanding talents as Kuzan again, think. Even if he has retired from the front line, Zifa undoubtedly still maintains a high enthusiasm for returning to the Navy. He hopes that he can cultivate monsters such as Kuzan and Sakaski who have amazingly many people. Only in this way can Jaffa prove that he is not really old and let outsiders know that even if he retires, he is unshakable. After waiting in line for a while, Qin finally turned to Qin Ji. He stepped forward and stared at the examiner on the opposite side. "Come on, attack me with your best strength." The examiner raised his hands expressionlessly. Qin Ji bowed his head slightly, at the same time, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and the dragon-like Pruchnagong worked to the extreme in an instant. Oh! The concrete-filled floor made a muffled sound, but Qin Ji, who was striding out, shattered a dense crack, and under the vibrating arm, a fist containing a strong force blasted out with the whistling sound. The examiner on the opposite side was surprised, but the response was extremely fast. He quickly raised his hand to catch the fierce fist. With the muffled sound of the fist, the examiner was slightly shaken, and his palms were slightly bent backwards. Number 135, Deo Force Value 203. The examiner quickly discerned the strength in the palm of the hand, and after a little groaning, announced the test data with a little surprise. The examiner in charge of the record also looked at the other side in surprise, and at the same time couldn't help looking at Qin Ji who calmly closed his fists. His face was full of wonder. In previous selections www.readwn.com candidates can exceed 200 power levels, but there are not many, even very few, and candidates who can reach such power levels are all outstanding talents with amazing potential. Obviously, Qin Ji, who played more than 200 power points, suddenly left a deep impact on the 2 examiners. The examiner responsible for recording also quickly recorded in the book, not only giving Qin Ji a full score, but also marked as superior. The strength of the test announced by the examiner is naturally heard by other candidates around. After passing the previous tests, the candidates are no doubt already aware of the difficulty of the test. Among the candidates who had been tested before, the highest was only 89 strength values, and now Qin Ji's more than 200 strength values naturally attracted all candidates. Daoli actually exceeded 200, which is too exaggerated. This 135 candidate is definitely a terrible existence. It's over, this perception is too big. The strength of my test is only 37, but the opponent is more than 200. I won't be eliminated. Damn, this guy looks so much younger than me, why is the Daoli value so high? Candidates are either complex looking or show jealousy and resentment, no doubt they are not showing inner peace, and hostility to Qin Ji. Zifa, who was carefully observing the selection situation not far away, could not have been unaware of it. For the first time, he focused his eyes on where Qin Ji was, and at the same time, he was surprised. Does the Daoli value exceed 200? It seems that there are still outstanding talents in this year's candidates. After seeing Qin Ji's appearance, Zifa couldn't help but be pleased and satisfied. While looking at Qin Ji, his eyes are full of appreciation. Chapter 32, Show Talent. The power of 203 is naturally nothing to Zifa, but the problem is that it depends on who the object is. Qin Ji looks at the appearance of 8 or 9 years old, which is undoubtedly amazing. Suddenly the spirit was invigorated and began to look forward to Qin Ji's next assessment. Wu Qin's assessment of Dao power was undoubtedly his first appearance among all candidates, but he was extremely calm about all this, and did not develop a complacent attitude because of the shock of others. This is not only because Qin Ji has the thinking and psychology beyond his peers, but also because he knows that his current strength value is really worthless to the truly strong in this world. There is nothing to show off. In the following assessment, Robin also tested the strength value. Although Robin has been practicing Dragon Elephant Prajna for a short time, but because the nutrition of the ingredients in this world is extremely rich, her training progress is also amazing. She has successfully trained to become the first priority. Under the test, Dolly the value reached 15. Although the 15 strength values are among the worst batches in the assessment, don't forget that Robin was just an ordinary child before that. Although he has the ability of Devil Fruit, his physical strength is not much different from other children of his age. Now the power value of 15 has undoubtedly proved that the physical quality of Robin, who is only 8 years old, has surpassed that of adults, even better than those of ordinary naval soldiers. Of course, Qin Ji can see Robin's growth, but Robin is obviously very embarrassed by the strength value he tested. After all, Qin Ji has tested more than 200 strength. Alan, do you think I will be eliminated? Xiao Luli said with a nervous expression after she retreated to Qin Ji. Although there is no good opinion of the Navy, if the selection is eliminated, it means to be separated from Qin Ji, which is naturally unacceptable to Robin, who has already regarded Qin Ji as his last relative. Rest assured, you can definitely pass the selection, and even if it is eliminated, I will raise you. Qin Ji rubbed the other's head affectionately and smiled. Qin Ji is actually very confident that Robin can pass the selection. After all, the Devil Fruit ability person is an extraordinary capital. As long as the Navy people are not stupid, he will definitely not miss a Devil Fruit ability person. Although Robin was not sure about this, she was relieved after receiving Qin Ji's consolation. However, for the sentence behind Qin Ji, Xiao Luli suddenly somehow turned red, and a little crooked. Lowered his head. Qi Qinj did not notice Robin's abnormality, but instead focused on the other candidates' tests. Although Qin Ji's performance is amazing, there are many other outstanding candidates. For example, after Qin Ji, although there were no candidates with more than 200 power scores, there were still a few candidates who reached the advanced judgment. These are undoubtedly all the outstanding candidates in this session deserve Qin Ji's attention. After spending more than an hour, the first assessment was over. At the same time, the second assessment was started without stopping. The candidates needed to show their strongest ability. This second assessment is undoubtedly prepared for candidates with special talents. After all, not all people are good at fighting, and some people's talents will also favor auxiliary functions. Of course, in Qin Ji's view, this second assessment may be prepared specifically for those with demon fruit ability, in order to determine whether there are those with demon fruit ability in the candidates. At the beginning of the assessment, the candidates also showed their talents one by one. Some showed subtle marksmanship, some showed excellent tracking skills, and some even showed interrogation skills. Anyway, good combatants show their strongest attack, while good at assisting people show their unique talents. Similarly, this second item of assessment is undoubtedly a good opportunity for Robin. This time Robin is in front of Qin Ji. When it was Robin's turn to play, she had already been told by Qin Ji that she directly demonstrated the ability of flowers and fruits. With the beautiful petals blooming out of thin air, each arm was also found around and changed flexibly. Out of various actions, I was the examiner responsible for judging the results. After seeing this scene, naturally, the examiner immediately understood that Robin was a demon fruiter. He did not hesitate to record the high scores and even made a higher judgment. Although Zifa is a man without demon fruit ability, respected for his domineering and physique, but who can cultivate strong demon fruit abilities such as Soccerski, it can also be seen that he also knows the devil fruit very well. This should be the flower fruit in Superman. The potential is pretty good, and it is worthy of being cultivated. Zifa nodded slightly, and thoughtfully looked at Robin, who showed his talents for a while. After several candidates have demonstrated their talents, it is finally Qin Ji's turn to play. Regarding the amazing performance of Qin Ji in the first assessment, both the examiner and Zifa are naturally very concerned. www.readwn.com one after another focused on Qin Ji. Qin Ji's abilities are naturally focused on combat, so the nature shown is related to combat. Can you give me a knife? Qin Ji looked at the examiner responsible for the test. Yes. Naturally, the examiner would have no problem, and soon found a knife and gave it to Qin Ji. Is this to show kendo? Zifa looked at Qin Ji holding a long knife with interest, and his eyes showed the expectation. Starting with a long knife, Qin Ji calmly and slowly pulled the blade out of the scabbard. Along with the edge of the cold blade, a strong fierce breath quickly rose from his body, faintly giving people a kind of chilling thriller. Not long after watching this scene, Zifa's eyes suddenly flickered, and she looked at Qin Ji, whose breath changed greatly. Not only was Zifa, the examiners who were paying attention to the assessment also looked at Qin Ji in suspicion, and they all felt the violent and fierce feeling from Qin Ji. When the breath was rising to the extreme, Qin Ji's eyes suddenly burst into a strong and substantive killing, stepped out, held the knife high, and suddenly slashed it. Boom! The dazzling knife light flashed around Qin Ji's whole body instantly, making the whole body arouse fierce vitality, containing the overbearing and fierce fiery sword. Air burst from the long knife, fiercely tearing the earth apart. At this moment, the hard cement floor was extremely fragile. Under the fiery sword-like atmosphere of a crescent, it was torn short and long cracks extending more than 10 meters. At the same time, it exploded when it reached the end. It broke into a deep pit of several meters. Chapter 33, Top 10 Matches. This violent scene naturally shocked the other candidates, and even surprised the examiners. It's so fierce kendo. I didn't expect this candidate to practice such a fierce kendo, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Zifa looked at Qin Ji, who stood at the sword with a complex look. Xiang's power is naturally very strong, especially under the display of Qin Ji, who is only 8 years old, which proves Qin Ji's strength and potential. But the well-informed Zifa also saw a bad point from the dominance of the world, that is, this knife is too fierce, and it is easy to hurt others. Although there is no justice and evil in kendo, the key is to look at the user, but it is like the existence of a demon sword. Although they are all excellent swords, if the sword is too evil, it will eat back the master. Zifa, who already regards Qin Ji as his future student, has begun to think subconsciously about how to cultivate Qin Ji into an excellent navy. Naturally, he must ensure that there are no hidden dangers. Of course, even if the domineering world is fierce, Qin Ji's strength is unquestionable, and in the judge's judgment, he again obtained superior and high scores. After a demonstration, the second assessment was also over. Some people were happy and some were worried. At the same time, the final assessment was finally ushered in. According to the number plates distributed, each candidate will be randomly selected to compete with the number plate candidates. Different from the previous 2 assessments, this final assessment is obviously able to show one's strength. Similarly, in the competition, whether it is victory or showing excellent fighting abilities, then they can be favored by the examiner and get an excellent score. In order not to waste time, the competition assessment is not centralized. Instead, 10 examiners are divided into 10 competition points. Each examiner acts as a judge. Only the last 10 winners can make the final competition. Wu Qinj and Robin were not assigned to an assessment point under the immediate assignment of the examiner, but this also prevented the two from encountering each other before the final contest. When the assessment started, the training ground divided into 10 assessment points naturally caused bursts of applause and fighting. 135 versus 207. After watching a few matches in front for a while, Qin Ji's battle soon ushered in. He walked into the vacant space, and Qin Ji calmly looked at his opponent. The opponent was a young man of about 13 or 14 years old. At the same time, he played a vigilant battle against Qin Ji after he entered the field. Qin Ji's opponent is so stance, naturally because the strong performance of Qin Ji in the two previous assessments put great pressure on the other side, making his heart full of tension. The two sides are in place, the assessment begins. With both sides playing, the examiner who served as the referee also announced the start of the match without hesitation. Brush. Almost as soon as his voice fell, Qin Ji gave his eyes a sharp look. His body rushed out like a cheetah, but swept across the opponent at an amazing speed. Qin Ji apparently did not intend to waste time and was ready to end the battle quickly. Facing his fierce offensive, the opponent was naturally furious. Hate. The other party gritted his teeth, but in order not to show the weakness in front of the examiner, to make a fierce look, also galloped towards Qin Ji. The two sides approached quickly. Candidate number 207 chose to take the initiative to attack without hesitation. Oh! The sweeping leg with strong power was blocked by Qin Ji's sturdy right arm, which also blocked the muffled sound of collision. Although candidate number 207 has good fighting skills and the Dao power value has reached a near medium level, the leg sweep attack cannot shake Qin Ji at all. He looked at the other side with cold eyes. Qin Ji grabbed his left hand with lightning, and his back opened instantly like a bowstring, but he caught the other's calf when the other side didn't have enough time to respond. Candidate No 207's face changed greatly when he was caught by the calf, but he didn't wait for him to break free. Suddenly, he felt a sudden shaking in front of his eyes, and then a severe pain was sweeping his body. Boom! Under the deafening roar, Qin Ji slammed his opponent candidate into the air with a violent gesture and slammed it into the ground behind him. Under the force of horror, not only did the ground crack, but the examinee who smashed to the ground also had eyes with intense pain, but passed out. Number 135-1. The examiner saw the result and immediately announced the victory. As for the fainted number 207 candidate, there was also a special person to take it away and send him for treatment. After winning the first battle, Qin Ji was naturally in a good mood, but Bidu still had to continue. Next, candidates at Qin Ji's assessment site continued to fight, and the victorious people naturally smiled. www.readwn.com. The defeated people were downcast, waiting anxiously for the result of the selection. Qin Ji naturally leaps and bounds all the way, and all the opponents he met were defeated by him. Don't say that Shi Zhangzi dominates the world. Even if he is allowed to use flying cards, there are very few people. With the strange power of Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, he will soon stand out from his assessment point and enter the top 10. At the same time, in the other 9 assessment points, after nearly 2 hours of competition, the final winners were also determined one by one. Although Luobin has been awarded the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, and has begun to develop the flower fruit, after all, his age is there, and he cannot be as brave as Qin Ji, so he finally lost the candidate who had the devil fruit at the assessment point. For such a result, Xiao Luli was naturally a little lost, but when the final 10 games were about to go, she quickly cheered up and started cheering on Qin Ji's next contest. After deciding the top 10, the next competition spots are naturally put together. At the same time, those who can enter the top 10 are undoubtedly the best in this class of candidates, or the strong martial arts faction, or they have power of devil fruit. Candidates 135 and 311 are invited now. The examiner announced loudly. Under the watch of all the candidates, Qin Ji and the 311 candidate who was called shouted into the open space at the same time. "Alan, come on!" Robin waved his hand to the Qin Gajiao among the candidates, and also made Qin Ji look down and smile at the other side slightly. Candidate number 311 is a teenager with a white scarf on his face. He is a few years older than Qin Ji, and his eyes are very sharp. After playing, when he looks at Qin Ji, he is full of wistfulness and warfare. Chapter 34, Special Race. Is it him? Qin Ji suddenly flashed a light in his eyes when he saw his opponent. In the previous assessment, he had carefully observed the performance of each candidate, and the candidate number 311 in front of him naturally knew him, and his memory was quite deep. This is not only because the candidate number 311 and Robin generally showed demon fruit ability in the previous assessment, but also because the opponent's devil fruit ability is the rust and corruption of objects that can be touched. If Qin Ji remembers it correctly, in the original work, when the Straw Hat Pirates attacked the Judicial Island, there was a colonel in the navy with a rusty fruit-capable person. It was no accident, for fear that it was the candidate in front of him. It seems that the name is Xiu Yep. Assessment begins. While Qin Ji was thinking, the examiner announced the start of the competition after the two sides appeared. Drink. It is suspected that the candidate for Colonel number 311 in the future was almost announced by the examiner at the same time as he was yelling at the foot of his foot. His body shot swiftly and rushed straight towards Qin Ji. Qin Ji naturally focused his attention instantly. When the opponent rushed quickly, his eyes flickered, his right hand was shaken, a black card flashed in the palm of his hand, and black lightning was shot out. The rushing black fear showed a terrifying cutting force, and a strong breaking sound was also heard under the sky, causing the galloping candidate number 311 to slightly change his face and quickly reverse his body and dodge. However, Qin Ji apparently had already expected this, and what was not seen was another fiercely thrown 3 black cards, forming a flared shot to the opponent. The black card flashed like a dim light, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the candidate number 311, letting the other party panic. Although his demon fruit ability can make the contacted objects rust and decay, but it also takes time. With the cutting power of the black card, if it is shot, then I am afraid that he will not rust the black card. It has been cut through. Similarly, Qin Ji, who already knew the opponent's devil fruit's ability, attacked with flying card intentionally. The purpose was to block the opponent's devil fruit ability. Although candidate number 311 has excellent fighting skills in addition to his demon fruit ability, Qin Ji phase card technique has been amazing, not only as fast as lightning, but also able to change the flying card flexibly under the control of the rotation angle, naturally not so easy to escape. After avoiding the first flying card, the 3 flying cards that came from the back, candidate 311 was too late to dodge, especially when the flying card suddenly changed its trajectory in the air as if it had life. His right shoulder and legs caused blood torn immediately, and blood quickly spilled out. It's useless, I already know your demon fruit ability. Although you can't kill people in the assessment, but if you don't want to experience the pain of thousands of swords, then it's better to admit defeat. There is a black card between your right index finger and middle finger. Qin Ji looked at the other side indifferently, as if the blade-like black card was glowing with chill. Abominable. Candidate number 311 became pale with the loss of blood after being injured. Although his eyes were full of unwillingness, he also knew that what Qin Ji said was true, and finally he chose to give in. Seeing Qin Ji's victory, Robin outside the field was naturally cheering. At the same time, the other candidates who entered the top 10 were all staring at the retreating Qin Ji. There is no doubt that the power of flying cards has a great deterrent effect on these candidates, making them very afraid of meeting Qin Ji next. It's a fancy attack, but its power and potential are good, but it is worthy of being developed. Zifa also praised Qin Ji after seeing Qin Ji's victory with flying cards, and also the potential of flying cards. Appreciate it. After the Qin Ji side came down, 2 candidates who entered the top 10 went on to compete. One was a swordsman and the other was good at gunfighting. The battle was naturally very fierce. Qin Ji, who is standing with Robin, is also interested in watching the battle in the field. Compared with the previous competition, these candidates who entered the top 10 are undoubtedly more brilliant, even if they are all teenagers. Juvenile, but also has considerable strength. Candidates who practice kendo have not been able to produce powerful chopping waves, but they are also very fierce in swordplay, and the cold light can be seen between the waves. However, the candidates who are good at gunfighting are not bad. Not only are the marksmanship subtle, but also their fighting skills combined with gunfighting have shown an amazing performance. After some struggles, the candidates who are still good at gunfighting finally won, not only because of their strength, but also because for young candidates, gunfire is still a weapon that is difficult to resist, and they have a great advantage in the early stage. The third match also began without a break, and both sides of the match were demon fruit abilities. One side is the demon fruit ability that the body can turn into spherical particles www.readwn.com. The other one is the devil fruit ability that each part can turn like a wheel. Under the ability of seeing the demon fruit of both sides, Qin Ji became aware of it at once, knowing that these 2 candidates were afraid that they were the same as the former candidate 311, both of which were colonels in the judicial island. But this is not surprising, after all. The Naval Military School selection is now underway, and many future Navy elites will naturally appear among candidates. After a period of battle, the 2 devil fruit abilities also decided the winner. The winner was the peas fruit ability number 45. After all, his ability is relatively superior. Without being domineering, he will be attacked. Will turn into spherical particles, almost close to the elements in the natural system. Wu Qinj was also thinking about how to win if he met number 45 candidate. He would not be domineering, even if the strength beat the opponent, it would be difficult to defeat the opponent. Sure enough, they are all future Navy elites. None of them are easy to deal with, so I have to deal with them carefully next. Qin Ji thought secretly. The fourth game is more special than the 2 candidates who appeared on the battlefield, because the 2 sides are not normal humans, but of other races. One is a long-handed family and the other is a full-length family. In addition to the many terrible beasts and sea beasts in the One Piece world, there are also many strange races, such as mermaids and giants. The so-called longhand race is a race with 2 elbow joints, while the foot-long race is a race with abnormally long legs. When the candidates of the Chongshao and Zilong races started to compete, the 2 sides also showed their respective abilities. Because of the innate advantages of the body, the candidates of the 2 longhand and foot-long races obviously have unique fighting methods. Chapter 35, Recombatant. The long-handed clan has 2 elbow joints in both hands, and the arms are very varied, so it is very suitable for practicing boxing. This candidate of the long-handed clan is like this. With both fists waving, the arms form a shadow. Like 2 flexible whip. Candidates with lame feet are not bad. Because the legs are abnormally slender, not only can the attack range be wider, but they can also kick more violently. The 2 candidates were obviously martial arts. The battle was extremely fierce. The flexible arms and swept legs kept colliding. After nearly half an hour of fierce battle, the winner was decided. Candidates of the long race, and the only female candidates to enter the top 10. Sure enough, I still prefer women with long legs. Seeing the winning candidates of the Zilong ethnicity, Qin Ji touched his chin and looked at each other with an appreciative look. The female test of this full-length tribe grew up very well. She was white and beautiful, and although she was not in her teens, she might have eaten too well and her figure had begun to take shape. Of course, the most important thing is the pair of talented long legs. This is definitely a genuine 180 cm super long leg, which is the ultimate temptation for leg controllers. Qin Ji also has a tendency to control his legs. When he sees such an impactful long leg, he cannot calm down. "Alan, what are you looking at?" Xiao Loli, on the side, saw Qin Ji staring at the long female examinee. She couldn't stop watching. She didn't know why she was very uncomfortable, and a little angry. Qin's waist. I have to say that even if little Loli is a woman, she is naturally proficient in dealing with men. Ah! I'm not watching anything, I'm observing the opponent. You have to know that no matter how strong you are, you must not take it lightly. Well, Robin, you must remember it. With a pain in his waist, Qin Ji naturally reacted, looked at his mouth, and was dissatisfied with his little Loli. He quickly revealed an innocent look, a serious explanation. Xiao Loli uttered a coquettishness, too lazy to expose Qin Ji's words, but when she looked at the female candidate with a long family, her eyes clearly showed a strong hostility. At this time, the final match of the first round was also an exam, and the last two top 10 candidates also played. At the same time, Xiao Loli next to Qin Ji also turned her attention away. When she saw the candidate who was on the stage, she couldn't help but smirk, and stared unhappily at one of the candidates in the field. I just wrote the word unhappy. Of the two candidates who came last, the one who was glared by Robin was the one who defeated her in the previous assessment and was also a demon fruiter. Alan, if you meet this person, you must be angry for me. Little Loli pointed at the candidate in the field, and gave a small report in Qin Ji's ear. Qin Ji followed Xiao Loli's finger and looked at the candidate, saying, "Relax, dare to bully my Robin, that is to find." For Qin Ji's answer, Xyliola was naturally very satisfied, and her original bad mood improved a lot. The battle in the market soon began, and the candidate who defeated Robin also showed his demon fruit ability, which turned out to be a huge pangolin covered with scale armor. Obviously, this candidate is an animal pangolin demon fruit ability. Under the incarnation, pangolin not only has super strong defense on the covered scale armor, but also the sharp claws turned by his hands are extremely sharp. The candidate on the other side is a swordsman with two swords. Although he strove to slash, the swords were easily blocked by the hard scale armor. Haha, it's useless. The scales on my body are harder than steel. I won this match. The examinee assigned number 174 laughed proudly at his opponent, and his claws turned fast. Grabbed each other's double knives. Click! Tong's sharp claws showed a sharp attacking force, and he smashed the double knives with a single hand, making the candidate's face so different that he hurried back. However, candidate number 174 apparently would not give the other party a chance, and suddenly turned around. The long tail, which was also covered with scale armor, swept away like an iron whip immediately, pumped the other party out, and spit blood and fell to the ground. Number 174 candidate wins. After seeing this scene, the examiner immediately announced the result of the competition. Very good ability. Qin Ji saw the pangolin fruit ability demonstrated by the candidate who defeated Robin, and felt his chin, and looked at it with interest. Although the opponent is a character he has never seen in the original Navy, he has to admit that the opponent's strength and ability are very good, even better than the previous candidate number 311. After a break of a quarter of an hour, the second round of competition also began. The only 5 candidates, including Qin Ji, were drawn again under the arrangements of the examiner to determine the next opponent. At the same time, because there are 5 candidates www.readwn.com, the lottery also means that one of the candidates will take a turn and directly advance to the next round. Although the competition is just to better show your own strength, how many scores you get depends entirely on the judge's judgment, but being able to advance to the end or even to get the first will undoubtedly highlight yourself and let the examiner give a higher score. So after the lottery, the female candidates of the long race are very happy to get the chance, and make the surrounding candidates envy. Although Qin Ji wanted to take revenge for little Rory, the opponent he picked was the Dao capable person. In this regard, he could only give literally a helpless look. Candidate number 45 and candidate number 135 are coming. After the draw, the examiner quickly announced the candidates for the first round of the second round. Xi Kinj and candidate number 45 naturally came out of the crowd quickly. When they arrived at the open space in the field, they stared at each other. Your strength is very strong, but unfortunately, the opponent you met is me. No matter what kind of attack you carry out, it will not hurt me. Candidate number 45 looked at Qin Ji for a while, and was confident. Said. Qin Ji slanted at the other side, and said lightly, "Don't say it too early, it will be uncomfortable when you are beaten." While pouting, the examiner also announced the start of the fight. Candidate number 45 did not show weakness, but he took the initiative to launch an attack. Although he didn't look like 13 or 14 years old, his body size was no less than that of an adult, and he rushed to Qin Ji strongly. Qin Ji's eyes flickered sharply, and he reacted instantly. Pointing out at his feet, the whole person shot out like a shock of electricity, running the dragon elephant like a power, and punched the whistling sound like a dragon elephant. The blink of an eye is the fierce bombardment on the other person. Chapter 36, Killed by Eye. Oh! Candidate number 45 who has endured more than 1,000 pounds is uncomfortable. Instead, it suddenly exploded into a football-sized spherical particle like an explosion, floating around in the air. As he just stated in his self-confidence, he will not be harmed at all in the face of Qin Ji's attack. With the ability of the demon fruit, he can easily resolve it, which is inherently invincible. I said it was useless. Even if you are so powerful, it will not be of much use to me. Candidate 45 with his head floating in the air shouted with pride. Qin Ji looked coldly around the spherical particles scattered around. Suddenly his hands turned into afterimages, just like the rain in the sky, but he flickered a black card from his hand in a blink of an eye, concentrated accurately and smartly. All the spheres. Under the high-speed spin, the black cards produced a terrible cutting force. Even the smooth sphere was cut and cut by it. The 45 candidate who was just proud of his voice made a scream immediately. The spheres scattered into dozens were cut by black cards, and even blood was sprayed out. After being injured, they quickly gathered together again, and at the same time, they were all covered with blood and covered with blood. Candidate number 45. Your demon fruit ability is far from well developed. My flying card is not more than your split sphere. Even if you can be immune to heavy blows, but you are far from immune to all attacks. Qi Kinj lightly grasped his hand, and the flying cards flying around the sky were attracted to him, as if they were returning to the sea, gathered in his hands, and then disappeared under the exquisite Tibetan cards. You. Candidate number 45, full of scars and blood, trembled and pointed at Qin Ji. His mouth moved slightly, and wanted to speak, but because of the loss of a lot of blood, he could only sit on the ground with one buttock. Weakly fell to the ground, but his face turned pale. No, send him for treatment. The examiner was also shocked to see this scene, and quickly asked the 45th candidate to go away. Rest assured, I have a decent shot. If the opponent is an enemy, then he is already in a different place now, but now it is just some trauma. Qin Ji said lightly. Zifa, who watched not far away, also gave a slight nod. He naturally saw that the candidate seemed to be seriously injured, but in fact it was only some trauma. At most, he would lose too much blood and be weak for a period of time. It was indeed reserved. After the examiner inspected it and found that it was not a big deal, he immediately announced Qin Ji's victory. Alan, can you also teach me flying cards? After Qin Ji's victory came back, Robin was excited and looked forward to grabbing his sleeve. Why, do you want to learn flying cards? Qin Ji looked at Xiao Loli with a little surprise. Xiao Xiaoliola nodded again and again, very excitedly said, of course, your flying card is too powerful. If I can, even if I can't compare with Alan, it will definitely become much stronger. Okay, if you want to learn, as long as you are not afraid of suffering, then I can teach you after the selection. Qin Ji said with a smile. He naturally hopes that Robin will become stronger. Since he has taught Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, he will naturally not fly. With the permission of Qin Ji, Robin naturally seemed extremely happy. She really loved the gorgeous but not powerful flying card technique, just like a child who found a beloved toy and couldn't wait to play it. At the same time that the two of them were talking, the second match began in the field. The candidates who were good at gunfighting and the Pangolin Demon Fruit ability were playing. Although gunfighting has many changes and the fire is extremely dangerous for candidates, in the face of the super defensive Pangolin Demon Fruit ability, the power of gunfighting is undoubtedly greatly weakened. The bullet shot on the hard-scale armor merely splashed a few sparks, which could not cause substantial damage. On the contrary, in addition to the amazing defense ability of the Pangolin Demon Fruit, the claw attack also contained a terrible tearing force. Only after fighting for a while, the Pangolin Demon Fruit ability has suppressed the candidates in the battle, and then with the sharp claws, he tore the opponent into serious injuries and won the victory. At the end of the battle, the top 3 of these 3 assessments were also contested, and at the same time, a lottery was drawn to determine the final contestant. Qi Qin's luck is still as bad as ever, with a 1/3 chance of being empty. He played quite stable in the dark, and no doubt got a lottery that needed to be contested again. This time it was the test taker who had the ability of the Pangolin Demon Fruit, that is, Qin Ji's opponent this time was the full-length female test taker who made him extremely appreciative. Alan, I will watch carefully. If you dare to put water www.readwn.com you are finished. Xiao Luli immediately warned Qin Ji's opponent immediately. Cough, why are you so serious? Am I the kind of person who can release water? Qin Ji looked at Xiao Luli silently. Even if he appreciates the opponent, he is very strict in the battle. How does little Lori's warning feel so strange to him, as if he is a vulgar man who will be fascinated by beauty? Qin promised Xiao Luli that Qin Ji, who would fight seriously, would soon be on the field. At the same time, the female examinee of the Long clan came to the opposite side, and when she looked at Qin Ji, her eyes were full of sharpness and alertness. Why don't you use a knife? Is it because you look down on me? After seeing Qin Ji barehanded, this young girl of Long ethnicity stared at her, even if she was suddenly angry. In the previous assessment, Qin Ji's dominance of the world undoubtedly brought a profound impact to many candidates. At this time, the full-length girl would be angry, apparently thinking that Qin Ji without a knife is now despise her. Qin Ji, who is not a vulgar man, naturally said lightly, when it should be used, it will naturally be used. Of course, if you think I'm looking down on you, then it doesn't matter. Well, as soon as this word came out, the girl of the Zalong ethnicity was obviously blown up, her complexion turned red, and the rabbit of the beginning scale quickly fluctuated. It doesn't matter what it means. This is not to make it clear that the other party really looks down on her. This is definitely an unforgivable sin for her who holds herself as an excellent full-length warrior. At this moment, Qin Ji felt what it was to kill someone with his eyes. The opposite foot almost stared at him with an eye that seemed to be swallowing him, and 2 white tender hands clenched their fists, rattling constantly. Chapter 37, Final Battle. However, Qin Ji apparently ignored the girl's eyes. There was no way. Little Loli had been staring with faint eyes. He naturally had to take an attitude. After all, he still loved the intellectual Yuja more than his long legs. The examiner naturally ignored the reactions of the two on the stage. After the candidates on both sides were on the court, the contest was announced. No doubt, the girl who was already full of anger at the beginning of Baido rushed towards Qin Ji with an angry voice, and her 2 long legs also swept the sharp leg wind. Oh! Qin Ji responded very quickly. When the opponent swept his leg, he immediately resisted the arm. The right arm was firmly under the calf of the opponent. Immediately, he felt the violent force coming. Just stopped. Feeling the soreness from the arm, Qin Ji is also in his heart. None of the people who can be promoted to the present is really the weak. The opponent's sweeping and kicking can easily break a tree. Although the kick was blocked, it was clear that the girls of the Zilong ethnic group did not intend to stop the offensive, but instead responded quickly. Give me to death. The sturdy and flexible volley jumped up, the girl was sullen and angry, her left leg was raised, and she fell like a tomahawk, slamming Qin Ji's head straight. In the face of the girl's fierce attack, Qin Ji snorted coldly. At the same time, he was facing the side, but avoided the kick from the opponent by the slightest difference, and twisted his waist, turning his right leg like a steel whip. Draw to each other. The young girl's face changed slightly, and she quickly changed her offensive. The kicked leg quickly raised, immediately blocking Qin Ji's whip leg. Oh! A muted sound came from the collision of her legs, and the young girl hummed, and she hurriedly backed away, and looked at the opposite Qin Ji in anger at the same time. Although the innate advantages of the Zilongs make their kicks extremely fierce, the power of the decade dragon Prujnagong is also terrible and abnormal. Although the young girl blocked Qin Ji's kick, the kicked left leg also felt soreness, and even the left leg twitched unconsciously. In the battle, Qin Ji did not show pity for the other because she was a woman. When she forced her back, she rushed out quickly and waved her arm with a furious punch. Boom! Although the girl responded quickly, her arms crossed in front of her for the first time, but she was bombarded by a fist containing terror, and immediately sang with the loud collision sound. The whole person was out of control. It flew off the ground, but it was several meters away by the earthquake. Danced with both hands, each black card lightning was flying out, and the magical flying card technique once again bloomed from Qin Ji's hands. The black card turned into a swift cut and turned into a gloomy light flashed across the arms and legs of the young girl who fell to the ground, leaving an incision, which also made the young girl fall. Examiner, you should be able to announce the victory. As a result, Qin Ji turned his head and looked at the examiner on the side. The examiner nodded slightly, and immediately announced, Number 135 candidate wins. Although the girls of the Zilong ethnic group still have the ability to fight, the flying card just now was obviously reserved by Qin Ji. Otherwise, it would not be the limbs, but the neck that was the key. Obviously, the long-legged girl is also aware of this, knowing that if it is not in the assessment, I am afraid that she is dead, so the result announced by the examiner is only a stunned performance, and has not refuted. Of course, although she was convinced by the loss, the girl of the Zilong tribe also gave Qin Ji a fierce glance at the end. Obviously, she was still very angry about Qin Ji's previous behavior. In Qin Ji's decision, naturally, it also represents the final battle to be played next, and his opponent is just the empty pangolin demon fruit ability. After a break, Qin Ji and Convenience came to the field again, and started the final competition under the attention of all candidates and examiners. The pangolin demon fruit ability is not easy to deal with. How do you win next? Zifa also watched with interest the battle that will take place in the field, and also has some expectations for Qin Ji's performance. Through previous observations, Qin Ji naturally knew that the demonic fruit of the 174 candidate was not good enough to deal with, so this time for the first time when he was on the field, he brought the long knife used for display. Is it a swordsman again? It seems that this match is destined to win. Although Qin Ji showed great strength in the previous assessment, candidate number 174 was obviously fearless, and even after playing, he was full. Looking at Qin Ji provocatively, the examiner quickly announced the start of the match, and at the same time, the candidate number 174 immediately displayed the demon fruit ability and turned into a huge pangolin. Animals usually have three forms of demon fruit ability, which are human type, beast type, and human beast type. Among them, the beast type undoubtedly best reflects the power of the demon fruit to which it belongs. The heavy scale armor almost covered the whole body, and the number 174 candidate who turned into a pangolin was fully armed. His eyes, which had been turned into beast pupils, also stared at Qin Ji with the cold eyes of the beast. www.readwn.com. At the same time as the opponent's ability to cast demonic fruits, Qin Ji naturally launched the attack without hesitation. His eyes flashed sharply, and his empty right hand turned into a ghost and shot several black cards. Hey! The black card cut with swift spin hit the number 174 candidate's scales like lightning, but in addition to splashing bright sparks, it only left shallow cuts and could not give the other party real damage at all. Sure enough, it is not so easy to break the defense. Seeing this scene, Qin Ji flashed his eyes and quickly stopped the flying card technique. At the same time, candidate number 174, who was attacked, also made a roar of beast roar, rushed forward violently, raised his right paw and violently tore out. Oh! Wu Fenghan's sword flashed. Qin Ji unsurprisingly stretched out his right hand, pulled out the long knife raised in his left hand, and swept it out violently. Ding! As if the blades were fighting, the long knife and the claws collided fiercely, and the eye-catching sparks splattered immediately. At the same time, two fierce forces collided, which even caused a visible circle between the two. Shaped air waves, spreading several meters square. Obviously, as an animal-based demon fruiter, number 174 has extremely strong physical power when transformed into a beast type. Under the head-to-head confrontation, the two sides even showed a good situation, but almost in an instant, Qin Ji lifted his foot, carried his violent force, and kicked the opponent's chin straight. Don't think of it! Candidate number 174 yelled loudly. His head shook away from Qin Ji's kick, and at the same time, he opened his mouth full of teeth, and bite fiercely to the right of Qin Ji's kick. Leg. Chapter 38, Cold and Cold. Frowning slightly, Qin Ji quickly changed his moves, rolled over and leaped, not only dodging the opponent's bite, but also widening the distance between the two shots. At the moment of falling to the ground, Qin Ji's body suddenly sent out a fierce breath, his eyes glowed with a red light, and a roaring wave was sweeping out with a violent knife. Boom! There was a fierce roar in the air, and the fierce sword contained a fierce breath, which was severely chopped on the thick scale armor of candidate 174. With the muffled sound, the number 174 examinee whose face changed drastically was flied out by the blazing knife gas, and at the same time, a cracking sound was heard, and a large amount of broken scale armor was scattered. Oh! The cricket flew nearly 10 meters away. Candidate number 174 smashed into the ground, and the blood on the spine was glowing with red blood. The covered scale armor showed torn and broken marks. It was a knife edge. It's amazing! Among the crowd, the girl of the Zilong ethnic group who just met Qin Ji looked at this scene in shock, and was also shocked by the terrible fierce breath contained in the sword just now. Dominating the world is undoubtedly a killing technique that pursues powerful destruction. When I am out of the sword, I am invincible, and there is no kind of mercy at all. This is why in the assessment, Qin Ji has not been used for fear of being out of control. And killed the opponent. But the demonic fruit defense of candidate 174 is indeed extremely powerful. Even if he bears the dominance of the world positively, he will lose the fighting ability. Although there was not a minor trauma on the back, candidate 174 was obviously not defeated, but instead stared at Qin Ji angrily under the injury. Damn, you dare to damage my precious scale armor, I must teach you well. Candidate 174 yelled, but the body changed. Candidate 174, who was originally like a pangolin with an enlarged scale, suddenly became thinner and stood upright from the original limbs. Although the pangolin still maintained its appearance, it also tended to be more human. Obviously, candidate number 174 has changed from the original beast type to the human beast type. Although the strength has weakened a bit, the human beast type is undoubtedly more balanced and more suitable for combat. Hey! Candidate number 174, who showed his claws on both feet, rushed out of the ground, and the sharp claws tore the ground out of the cracks in the road. The whole person showed extremely fast speed, and in a flash, he shot into Qin Ji's body. Before. Both hands are like sharp claws. Candidate number 174 waved his claws fiercely, tearing wildly, and grabbing them, making whistling sounds constantly in the air. The guillotine flashed, the sharp blade continued to collide with the sharp claws. Qin Ji calmly responded to the opponent's crazy offensive, held the knife in both hands, and drawn a dense knife net in front of him, constantly blocking the opponent's sharp claws. I did not expect that the scaled armor formed by the opponent's demon fruit ability was so hard that even the male dominion could not be completely defeated. It seems that this trick can only be used. Qin Ji waved his sword to resist, but his eyes were also shining. Although Xiangxianba can be called the top sword in the original world, the force level of One Piece world is obviously more horrible, and the demon fruit itself is an incredible existence. The situation of failure is not beyond Qin Ji's expectations. Click. While thinking about the countermeasures in his heart, Qin Ji has not weakened under the continuous claw attack of number 174 candidate, but the long knife in his hand has reached the limit and made an overwhelming noise. The long knife in the Qin Singer is not a fine boutique knife that he customized for slaughter, it is just a common standard long knife provided during military school selection. Naturally, the craftsmanship is not very good. The number 174 candidate's claws that changed the ability to cast the devil's fruit were undoubtedly extremely sharp. The previous battle had broken the opponent's long knife. At this time, Qin Ji apparently encountered the same situation. Sure enough, under the severe tearing of the sharp claw of number 174 candidate, the long knife in Qin Singer suddenly made a crackling sound, and turned into several blades scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Robin in the crowd could not help but exclaim, nervously watching Qin Ji in the field, for fear that Qin Ji would be in danger. Win! Candidate number 174 showed the joy in the eyes of the singer who broke the singer Qin, as if he had seen the scene of his victory, and he couldn't wait to slam his claws and caught Qin Ji's body. His eyes narrowed slightly, Qin Ji responded quickly, leaning back, but avoiding the claws dangerously, at the same time. His feet were quickly on the ground, and his shape immediately pulled back a distance. No way, although I want to keep it as a whole card, but I really hate losing it. Throwing the knife handle with only a cutting blade left in my hand, Qin Ji looked at the opponent coldly. Small pretending to be there, as a swordsman, you are not worth mentioning after losing the sword. Candidate number 174 yelled, rushing forward fiercely, his hands were still furiously grasped. The fierce claws came through the air, Qin Ji looked cold, his feet suddenly rippled without wind and waves. www.readwn.com. The body disappeared strangely. Speed is getting faster. Zifa's eyes flashed not far away. It is naturally impossible for Qin Ji to disappear out of thin air. It is just that he used chakra to run under his feet, causing himself to erupt beyond the naked eye in an instant. Chakra is not only able to perform ninjutsu, but also has many subtle applications. For Qin Ji, who is familiar with chakra, naturally knows how to use chakra. After getting the chakras by depriving the ice owls, Qin Ji naturally practiced the use of chakras in secret, and even showed good control. He had already completed the practice of stepping on trees and treading water. The sharp claws were torn in the air, which also made the number 174 candidate stunned and hurriedly stopped to look around, trying to find where Qin Ji was. Almost at the same time, Qin Ji, who ran chakra, made his speed reach the limit, suddenly jumped into the air under ultra-high-speed movement, looking coldly, still looking for his opponent. Suddenly the white cold was blowing on Qin's body, and Qin Ji spurred Binjiu, and the detective caught it, and a sharp ice cone quickly formed in his hand. Icicle Yan. With a strong arm, the sharp ice cone flew out instantly, like a lightning-like rapid laser shot towards the number 174 candidate at the same time. At the same time, a strong burst of air was also spurred at the rapid speed. In addition to being a beast-like power, a tadpole-like demon fruit also gives people the same sense of danger as a beast. Under the attack of sharp ice cones, candidate number 174 felt the danger instinctively. Although he had not found Qin Ji's location, a chill swept the whole body from the tail vertebra, and the subconsciously hurriedly avoided. Chapter 39, A Nose Canal 3. Oh! The ice cone hit the ground fiercely, but fortunately, the 174 candidate who did not wait for a while to escape was glad that the ice cone that fell to the ground immediately gave off a lot of cold, and immediately formed an icicle with freezing, and a violent explosion occurred. Countless ice debris, like small ice cones, exploded and blasted in all directions along with the explosion, which also covered the nearby number 174 candidate. Although the pangolin demon fruit ability can cover most parts of human body with hard-scale armor, only the abdomen is unprotected. If it is normal, candidate number 174 will be extra alert to the abdomen, which is a weakness. But Qin Ji's Binjian obviously caught the other side by surprise, but has not yet reacted, and the sky is almost close. Ah! The screams screamed instantly. Although most of the ice chuan impacts were shattered by hard-scale armor, some of them also pierced the 174 candidate's abdomen severely, causing immediate blood flow. Not only that, the cold air attached to the ice standard also spread out in an instant, and the cold frost overflowed on the number 174 candidate, and his body stiffly fell to the ground. This is Quzhen's frozen attack. Zifa's pupils shrank, and her face was rarely shocked, and she looked at Qin Ji who landed on the ground in amazement. He was not only Zifa, but the other examiners around him were even more embarrassed when he saw the ice maggots cast by Qin Ji. His eyes were wide and his face was full of incredible expressions. It is no wonder that they would have such a reaction, because the attack of moraine is too similar to the frozen fruit in the natural system, and at the same time, the demon fruit will not appear the same. Suddenly, at first glance, the ice moraine with similar ability to frozen fruit, Zifa naturally felt incredible and shocked. Examiner, can you declare the results? Seeing that the whole body was frozen by the cold, and the ice punctured by the abdomen was also an opponent stained with blood, Qin Ji turned to the examiner who was still shocked. The 135th candidate won. The examiner was awakened by Qin Ji's words, and at the same time he reacted. After seeing the situation on the court, he quickly announced the victory. Great, Alan won. Of the crowd, little Loli naturally cheered, and even ran to Qin Ji excitedly. This should be the demon fruit ability. I did not expect that he had hidden strength before. Is he a monster? Abominable, why is the gap so big? Obviously looking at young age, how could it be so strong? This person is so good, I'm afraid our chief student is him, but it is well deserved. Candidates who were previously defeated by Qin singers were either hesitant or complex in appearance. They all gathered their eyes on the seemingly weak scene in the field, but in fact they contained terror. Although the appearance of Qin Ji's Binjiao brought a lot of impact to Zifa and a number of examiners, when the final competition ended, it also represented the closing of this selection. Listen all, the selection results and allocation arrangements will be announced tomorrow, and there will be a special staff to inform you. Colonel Buck said loudly to all candidates. What? Wait for the results to be announced tomorrow, I thought I would know right away. Robin, who was nervously waiting for the results, muttered. She naturally hopes to know the results immediately. After all, in her opinion, Qin Ji has performed so well in the selection, and will almost certainly be assigned to the best military academy. On the contrary, Robin has no self-confidence in herself, and she does not want to be separated from Qin Ji. Naturally wants to know the final result. It's okay, just wait a day anyway, and I didn't say it, even if in the end we weren't allocated together, the big deal is that I will raise you, there is nothing to worry about. Qin Ji said casually. What he said is indeed a fact. Although this military academy can play a supporting role in improving his strength, this does not mean that he must stay in the navy. He has a prisoner of the dead as a card, and Qin Ji is very optimistic about his future. Confident. After the selection, Qin Ji and other candidates also left the military academy, perhaps returned directly to the accommodation to rest, or simply walked around the town after the pressure disappeared. In order to ease the little lowly's tension, Qin Ji also did not go to the slaughterhouse. Instead, she specially took little lowly to the town to relax and taste various foods. When it was near night, Qin Ji and Robin, who had enjoyed their trips, returned to their accommodation. After saying goodbye to each other, they returned to their respective rooms. After taking a bath, Qin Ji lay on the bed and entered the prison of the dead silently. The energy accumulation is almost the same, it is time to try to extract it. Qin Ji went directly to the gold prison holding Gihai Balian, staring at the soul entangled by the bronze chain, and began to deprive him. Although he showed great strength in the selection during the day, this is only a selection of the Naval Military Academy. It can be said that even the most powerful candidates www.readwn.com may not be comparable to the pirates who have been rewarded with tens of millions in the Great Channel, let alone compared with those who are really strong. Wu Qinj is naturally not satisfied with his current strength, so he must constantly strive to improve his strength, and his current situation is not really safe. Although there was no news of himself and Robin in the O'Hara incident, Qin Ji also knew the sensitivity of the historical text. No one is sure that someday the world government will not investigate some clues. Qin Ji should take precautions early and try his best to make himself and Robin safe. After 5 days of accumulation, Qin Ji's soul energy now broke through the 1,000 mark again. Although 100 soul energy can be exchanged for a chance of deprivation, considering his own black hands, Qin Ji was very guilty and chose to spend 1,000 soul energy in exchange for third-degree deprivation. Although almost all of his savings have been exhausted at once, the probability of third-level deprivation can reach 50%. If there is no way to deprive him, he can only admit it. Under the infusion of soul energy, the golden prison holding Gihai Balian was quickly blooming. At the same time, Qin Ji was looking forward to seeing the soul body swaying with the bronze chain. Click! The third-level deprivation did not have a stigma, but a little. The crisp and sweet crackling sound came from the prison, and I saw a ray of crystalline white on quickly falling from the soul, and then quickly integrated into Qin Ji's body. With a slight shock to his body, Qin Ji immediately showed a strong joy on his face after the deprivation was successful, and at the same time quickly began to absorb the deprived ability. No doubt, the ability that was deprived of the soul of Gihai Balian this time is a Nosepath 3 Swords. Chapter 40, Meet Zifa. For a moment, the sword with extreme evil and fierceness quickly came to mind, and even the artistic conception contained in the sword had already caused Qin Ji's urge to kill and kill. Fortunately, Gihai Balian itself is only practicing the dominance of the world. As for the more wicked Anisil sword, he has not yet practiced to die, so the suffocation condensed by the sword is only a prototype, still in Qin songs can be controlled. Of course, even in its infancy, Qin Ji felt that the suffocation contained in the 3 swords of the nose and nose that had been deprived was no less than that of a successful male domineering world, which was enough to prove that the knife was terrible. Although the 3 swords of the nose and nose are fierce, the power is definitely far above the domineering world. Even if there is a danger of getting into the magic, you must practice. Qin Ji's eyes showed a certain determination. Early in the morning the next day, Buck brought a group of navies to the residences of the candidates and announced the results of yesterday's selection. It was also good news for Qin Ji. Great, I passed the selection, and I entered the military school of this headquarters. Abominable, my grade turned out to be only the 2nd step, so I would be assigned to the branch military academy. Don't let it go, look at me, but I've been eliminated, it seems that I will be sent home. The results of the selection were rejoiced, frustrated, and unwilling. They thought that they should be shortlisted for the best military school in the country and wanted to find a theory. Robin, who was standing with Qin Ji, was also relieved after the announcement of the selection results, and his face was full of joy. Obviously, she who had the fruit of the devil also passed the selection, and was very promising. Inside the military academy. Alan, we are all elected to the headquarters military school, it's great. Little Loli hugs Qin Ji's arm happily, and her face is covered with a bright smile. You can rest assured now. Qin Ji chuckled. Naturally, he has no doubt passed the selection, and was divided into the first step, selected into the military academy, and in the published results, he also ranked first, representing the chief student of this session. Okay, now please invite all those who have been selected to this military academy, and now I will take you to report. As for others, there will be a dedicated staff to guide you in a while. Barker yelled. Lu Kinj and Robin naturally came out of the crowd directly, and the candidates who were also selected into the military academy left the place of residence, led by Buck and a group of navies, to the military academy. Wu Kinj looked at the other candidates who were selected for this military academy. Not surprisingly, those who entered the top 10 in the third assessment were among them. It can be seen that the students recruited by this military academy were all elite candidates. When arriving at the military academy, Qin Ji and others first carried out a series of registration and admission arrangements. The Navy is undoubtedly very fancy and preferential treatment for this military academy. In addition to the perfect teaching facilities, it also provides quite luxurious dormitories. When students receive training, they do not have to consider life issues at all. Of course, male and female dormitories are naturally divided in military schools where discipline is strictly prohibited. Although Qin Ji was looking forward to living with Xiaolioli, she had no choice but to move to the boys' dormitory. However, fortunately, the environment of the dormitory is very good, and it is a single room, which is somewhat reassuring to some little clean-hearted Qin Ji. At the same time, after allocating his residence, Buck also explained all the candidates before leaving. In the afternoon, an entrance ceremony will be held in the military academy. Not only will all the students gather, but also the Marshal of the Navy will speak in person. Everyone must attend on time. Speaking, now the Marshal of the Navy should be the Warring States period. Qin Ji, who organized the dormitory, thought of going away. Although the three major red dogs, yellow apes, and green pheasants in this period are only the lieutenants of the headquarters, the Warring States is undoubtedly the post of Marshal of the Navy, and is now the supreme leader of the entire Navy. Hey! When Zheng Qin was a little bit surprised, suddenly a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He looked at it unexpectedly, and then opened the door. Hello, may I ask you, Qin Ji Alan, this freshman, I am the guard of the instructor Zifa, and the instructor Zifa asked me to summon you. There was a second admiral standing outside the door. After looking at Qin Ji who opened the door, he smiled and said. Qin Ji naturally looked at each other in surprise. He obviously did not expect that the top powerhouse like Zifa would find himself. After all, he and Zifa had met at least once during the selection, even if the other party knew him. Not sure. Although I was surprised, Qin Ji quickly restored calmness and nodded humbly, okay, please take the lead. Regarding Qin Ji's reaction, the second lieutenant was also a bit surprised, but then he showed his admiration. www.readwn.com. The other party is indeed the chief student of this session. I am afraid that I have already panicked. Quickly, after closing, Qin Ji followed the ensign to leave the dormitory, and then came to a remote corner area of the military academy. Here, a very classic courtyard is located. The rockery and flowing water are very close to nature. Similarly, there are many sentries standing at the gate and the surrounding area of this courtyard. Looking around seriously, we can see that the protection of the courtyard is very strict. This is the residence of the chief instructor Zifa. Normally, even the instructors in the military academy cannot enter and exit at will. As if he noticed that Qin Ji was looking at the sentinels around him, the ensign who led the way also explained. Qin Ji nodded slightly, expressing understanding. Although Takaizawa has retired from the front half, and even resigned from the position of general, after all, he has been retained as a top character in the high ranks of the navy, and will naturally be protected. Of course, Qin Ji doesn't really think that these sentries can really protect Zifa. If there is an enemy coming to attack Zifa, I am afraid that the final situation will be that Zifa will in turn protect these sentries. Before Qin Ji entered the courtyard, although he was led by Zifa's guards, he also went through the inspection after entering the courtyard, and then he saw Zifa who was sitting on the tatami inside the house and drinking tea. "Come on, sit down." After the ensign led out of the house respectfully, Zifa looked at the opposite Qin Ji, and even raised his hand with a happy face to guide. Although Qin Ji was a little confused about why the other party was looking for him, he did not act very restrained. He simply sat across the coffee table and stared at the other party. Chapter 41, 3 Choices. I don't know what happened when the chief instructor Zifa called the students over. Qin Ji asked tentatively. Is it possible to be included in the status of a military academy student so soon? But it's not bad, is Qin Ji Alan right? This time the old man called you over is not a big deal, just announce your reward for being the chief student of this session. Zifa said. As soon as this word came out, Qin Ji was naturally brightened. He used to think that he would get more resources after he became the chief. After that, there seemed to be other special rewards. I don't know what the reward for being the chief student is. Qin Ji stared at Zifa opposite. Takaizawa chuckled and said with interest, it depends on how you choose. The establishment of this military academy aims to cultivate an excellent navy, and the reward for each chief student is naturally based on strength. The old man can use the privilege of being the chief instructor to give you 3 choices. The first choice is to pick any devil fruit from the military academy inventory. The second choice is to provide you with a famous knife that is at least a good knife. One option, is special. It's a 3-month special training period for the old man. You can imagine which one to choose. So Kinj fell into a deep sorrow after hearing what the other party said, but not because hesitated not knowing which one to choose, but because the other party's words revealed a lot of key information. The chief student's reward should be true, but Zifa mentioned in the words just now that it was his privileges that gave Qin Ji 3 choices. And the last of these 3 choices is also intriguing. Obviously it has a certain meaning, and Qin Ji cannot naturally hear it. I have shown the fruits of Binjiu in my previous selection. It is obviously impossible for Zifa to know the limit of blood succession. He will undoubtedly consider himself a demon fruiter, so the first choice is obviously meaningless. Although there is no problem with the second choice of the famous knife, I have also demonstrated the dominance of the world, but the key is the third option in the back, is it 3 months of special training? Qin Ji flashed thoughts in his mind, and at the same time gradually some Mingwu. I choose the third one, hoping to get your 3-month special training from Chief Instructor Zifa. After a little, Qin Ji looked at the other person with a flash of eyes and said calmly. There was a touch of satisfaction in Zifa's eyes, but his mouth still said, why choose the third one, even if you do nt choose the devil fruit because you are already a demon fruit ability, but if you are a famous knife, I want to swordsman, because you are so eager to get it. Although the famous knife is very good, but the students think that the powerful is after all, and I think that getting your special training from Chief Instructor Zifa is more valuable than the famous knife. Qin Ji said slightly with a sharp smile. Although I felt some traces of flattery, this is indeed the true idea of Qin Ji. Although the famous sword is rare, it is not so difficult to really get it, and it is really rare to be able to get the teaching of a top powerhouse. As a former admiral, Takaizawa retired because of the drastic changes in his family's sake. His strength is beyond doubt. Also, from Zifa can cultivate strong men such as Barley, Red Dog, and Yellow Ape. It is enough to prove that their teaching ability is estimated to be stronger than their own strength. Although Qin has the background of the Prison of the Dead, after all, it lacks systematic teaching. If Zifa's special training can be obtained, it will not only greatly enhance his own strength, but also broaden his horizons and mind. What's more, Zifa seems to give 3 choices, but in fact, Qin really wants to choose the third one. Qin doesn't hear it, so he naturally knows how to choose. Zifa was naturally very satisfied with Qin answer. The reason why he specifically asked the guards to find Qin was not simply to give him a reward as the chief student. Although the chief student of each term is a talented person who has attracted the attention of high-ranking navies, as the chief instructor of the military academy, Zifa need not deal with it himself. The reason why he would come to Qin is actually because of the potential of Qin, hoping to cultivate such monster naval rookies as Sasuke and Kyuzan again. It's very good, but the old man still has to remind you in advance that the old man's special training is very strict. Hell-like pain can't be overstated. Once you choose it, there is no chance to regret it. Zifa nodded slightly, saying at the same time. Wu Qinj resolutely said, "Student will naturally not regret it, and then I would like to ask the chief instructor Zifa to advise me." "Very good, then after the official start of tomorrow, during the day you will be trained by the school's instructor. Come to the husband from 7 to 10 p.m., and the husband will give you special training," Zifa said calmly. Qin naturally has no opinion. www.readwn.com. I have even been expecting how much the other party's special training will improve me. In the afternoon, with the gathering of all members of the military academy, the entrance ceremony of the freshmen was also held in the General Assembly Hall of the military academy. At the same time, Qin was also the Marshal of the Navy who came to speak, the Warring States period. Although the real military school training will only start tomorrow, after the entrance ceremony, Qin really learned the internal situation of the army. All students in this military school are divided into a 6-level system. Freshmen who have just entered the school like Qin are at the first level. At the same time, they can be promoted to the next level only after passing each level of assessment. If the assessment fails, then you can only repeat the grade. Once more than 3 grades are repeated, you will be expelled from the Army Military School and issued measures to the branch military school. There will be such a system. Naturally, it is an incentive measure of the senior Navy to prevent students from becoming slack, but also to cultivate a true elite. The next night was speechless, and the next day, the sky was still bright. The new first-level students gathered on the training ground, and the morning exercise was started under the supervision of a strong and severe examiner. "Hurry up, don't you want to skip breakfast and run for Lao Tzu? Whoever doesn't finish 50 laps within the prescribed time will be fined 1,000 push-ups. Listen well, don't think that you can sit back and relax when you enter the military academy. Here we only need the elite. Whoever admits that they are garbage will be left behind." Wu Qinj and other students struggled around the training track with a length of more than 500 meters under the shouting of the instructors, and even some people were slightly slower and would be attracted by the instructor's anger and flogging. Chapter 42, Training starts. The Headquarters Military Academy is indeed the best paid military academy in the Navy, but it is also the most demanding elite concentration camp. It's like now, the morning exercise that is just a physical exercise is a 25-kilometer long distance run, which makes many students with poor physical fitness suffer, and can only grit their teeth and sweat like rain to follow. "Alan, I can't do it." Qin kept running with Robin, and after 10 laps of running, Robin's physical strength was obviously unable to keep up, and he was breathing heavily and his face was sweating. I watched that I had gradually distanced myself from the troops in front of me, and the instructors on the side were staring fiercely. What Qin Ji did not hesitate was to put a tired little Raleigh on her shoulder. Qin Ji Alan, what are you doing? This is training. If you want to help Nicole Robin, then you will punish 50 laps. The instructor saw Qin Ji's behavior and sang suddenly. When Robin heard this, he immediately struggled to come down and said anxiously, Alan, let me down quickly, or you will be punished. Qin Ji, who watched as little Loli started to run faster, ignored the instructor's reprimand, patted the struggling little Lori's butt, and ran wildly, saying, if you increase the penalty, you will be fined. You're too weak, too barely will only increase the burden on the body, be honest on your stomach. But Xiao Loli also wanted to refute, and did not want to involve Qin Ji in punishment because of herself, but it was obviously impossible for Qin Ji to leave her alone. No matter what she said, she did not let go, but instead it was the student who caught up with the troops ahead. Others who sweated and ran and saw Qin Ji carrying a person while running were also surprised to look sideways, but Qin Ji ignored it, but instead ran at full speed and rushed directly to the forefront of the army. Running in the forefront of the army are Qin Ji's most outstanding students in this session, such as the long-legged girl, the rusty fruit ability and so on. After the entrance ceremony, the students in the same session have already been familiar with each other after introduction. For example, those who are familiar with Qin Ji's demon fruit ability during selection are the future Navy elites. This guy. When I saw Qin Ji chasing someone with him, and even getting faster and faster to surpass them, these people were naturally unwilling to show weakness, and began to fight desperately. That's how you chased me off. Laps passed, until the morning exercise of 50 laps. Under the attack of 25 kilometers, even Qin Ji, who was full of energy, was short of breath while carrying Robin, and sweat was faintly visible on his forehead. Although other people's morning exercises are over, Qin Ji has not yet, because he helped Robin in violation of the rules, so naturally he was punished. The instructors were severely punished by 50 laps, and they needed to complete 1,000. Push UPS. For such punishment, Qin Ji executed it without saying a word, and ran alone on the running track of the training ground. Of course, Qin Ji's punishment is not enough to move Xiao Loli. If it wasn't for Qin Ji to let her take a good rest and greet the formal training afterwards, I am afraid that she has already run with Qin Ji. Although he was punished during morning exercise, Qin Ji still maintained a vigorous energy in the formal training after breakfast. In addition to the training in strength, the training of the military academy also teaches all aspects of knowledge, such as survival in the wild, explanation of the key points of the human body, etc. Everything is to enable students to become excellent Navy after graduation, better perform tasks. The 6-level system of the military academy, the first and second level students mainly receive physical training, especially after Zifa served as the chief instructor, which is extremely severe, because he is just like Karp, who specializes in physical fitness. Strong. And the third and fourth students will begin to teach skills, such as the Navy 6s from the 3rd grade or taught. As for the 5th and 6th graders, they will start the actual combat, and they will form internship units to go to the 4 seas and the great waterways to arrest the pirates. The morning training at the beginning of the first day is so strict. The formal training is naturally more demanding. Anyway, the instructors are trying everything to squeeze the students' physical strength. Only when the students are exhausted will they give up. Students like Qin Ji who are more physically fit are fine, but students who are more inclined to compete like Robin are miserable. After a day of training, Robin was sent back to the dormitory by Qin Ji. Yes, she has lost the strength to walk. Similarly, for other students, after the day's training, you can take a good rest at night, but for Qin Ji, his training has not ended, but it can be said that it has just begun. After eating dinner, Qin Ji came to Zifa's residence on time, and then saw the other party who was already prepared. It looks like day training hasn't exhausted you very much www.readwn.com, but the old man is not as kind as those instructors in the military academy. Next, I will let you feel the hell-like experience. Zaifaru, after thinking about Qin Ji thoughtfully for a while, he then showed a trembling smile of he. Wu Qin's heart jumped, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Compared with the people in front of him, the instructors in the military academies were only considered to be little sheep, and the tigers in front of them were cannibals. I have already come, but in order to become stronger, Qin Ji cannot retreat. Full of resolute words, Mr. Zifa, students are ready to accept all tests. Okay, let's get started. Zifa grinned, his expression suddenly abrupt, even severe. However, after a while of work, Qin Ji's body had an extra piece of armor-like clothes on it. This was obviously a custom-made load-bearing equipment, with a full weight of 100 kilograms. Even Qin Ji's body was far more than ordinary people. Feeling heavy? From today onwards, you will have to change your weight-bearing equipment every day after coming here, and I will increase your weight every 10 days, so I don't want to be overwhelmed, so I can adapt as fast as possible. Zifa said lightly. Although there is weight-bearing training in the military academy, compared with Zifa's training, there is obviously no way to do this. This is simply a life-straining potential of Qin Ji. I couldn't help but swallowed a saliva. If it only carried 100 kilograms, it would cause pressure on the body, but it was still in Qin Ji's range. But increasing the load every 10 days is more terrible. If he can't adapt, I'm afraid he can be tortured by light weight. But now obviously there is no effort to make Qin Ji think more, because Zifa's special training has begun after putting on weights. Chapter 43, 11 Heavy Dragon Elephant Prujnagong. I have only 3 aspects of your training, that is strength, speed, and defense. On the first day, we will focus on strength training first. After Zifa elaborated today's training direction, he began to practice. Qin Ji. Under a load of 100 kilograms, Qin Ji also started to be a bit sluggish and began to receive training one by one according to Zifa's requirements. Exercising his leg strength, Qin Ji squatted 1,000 times with a barbell over hundreds of pounds on his shoulders. Exercising the strength of the arm, Qin Ji regarded the heavy barbell as a knife and usually wielded it 1,000 times. Exercising waist strength, Qin Ji hung upside down and grabbed 2 large dumbbells with his hands to abdomen 1,000 times. Takaizawa's training seems to be ordinary, but it is very targeted, that is, the training of the strength of Qin Ji's various parts of the body. Similarly, under ordinary appearance, the amount of training is extremely horrible, not to mention the state of being loaded. Even in the normal state, its training content is enough to scare a person. If the military training during the day is a level of ordinary difficulty for Qin Ji, Zifa's special training is the difficulty of nightmare level, so that he also feels the same misery as Robin. However, Zifa's special training benefits are also there. Although the whole body is sore after the training, even walking is shaken, but afterwards Zifa also prepared Qin Ji to soothe the medicated bath. This is a treatment that ordinary students do not have. This medicated bath is explained by Zifa, but it is a secret formula developed by the Navy. The invasion can not only relieve people's fatigue, accelerate recovery, but also has the effect of tempering the body. Of course, the cost of this medicated bath is also very high. Every Chinese medicinal material in it can be a rare thing, and even a lot of it has become extinct. It can only be cultivated by expensive artificial cultivation. It can be said that this medicated bath is equivalent to burning money, and it is also very expensive, so even if the effect is extraordinary, it cannot be expanded inside the Navy, and those who can really enjoy this treatment are basically those elites. Xi Kinj is now able to enjoy the medicated bath, which is naturally a blessing for Zifa. Although Zifa has retired from the post of general, but his connections are still there, and he is also the military instructor of the military academy. Naturally, he has certain rights to be able to mobilize to get a medicated bath. In order to prove that he hasn't grown old and has cultivated a monster-level Navy newcomer, Zifa has undoubtedly lost money to Qin Ji. The effect of the medicated bath was obvious. After the end, Qin Ji, who was already exhausted, felt a lot relieved. After bidding farewell to Zifa and returned to the dormitory for a night's rest, the next day was a long-term investment. To the military school training. The next day passed, and in a blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. After a period of running in, Qin Ji also gradually adapted to the life of the military academy, and at the same time received the day and night training of the military academy instructor and Zifa in turn. Under such circumstances, Qin Ji naturally felt the change of his strength. Not only the physical strength was greatly strengthened, but also he had reached a critical point in practice. On this day, after finishing the special training there, Qin Ji invaded the medicated bath and his body was relieved. After returning to the dormitory, he practiced the dragon-like rejoicing in the room silently, moving his fists and feet, and constantly burst out. The whistling vigor seemed fierce. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Ji rolled his blood, and the internal force in the meridian also suddenly accelerated. He continued to circulate the whole body, causing him to suddenly bulge his muscles. He could even see his naked upper body. Qingjin twisted like a dragon. The fierce vigor and enthusiasm emerged from Qin Ji's body, and he even made a dragon-like groan. At this moment, not only did Qin Ji's internal force increase by a few %, but the physical body seemed to have been tempered, and it contracted sharply after the muscles swelled, making the whole body muscles more compact and condensed. The changes in the body made Qin Ji's eyes seem to emit a subtle light. At the same time, the surface of the skin was extruded with a little black dirt, as if the body had been washed once. Is the 11th heavy dragon like Ruo Gong? The violent energy of the whole body slowly dissipated, and the internal force of the swift movement gradually subsided. Qin Ji's mouth slightly tilted, and a smile appeared on his face. Although the practice of dragon-elephant Prujnagong has been advancing rapidly, he did not expect to achieve a breakthrough so quickly, from the original 10th to 11th. Under the breakthrough, Qin Ji naturally felt his own improvement, and a strong sense of strength between the fists can be felt. Xiaolong Elephant Prujnagong can make a breakthrough so quickly. Obviously a big reason is because the ingredients in this world contain no less than rich nutrition. The food in the military academy is undoubtedly one of the best in the Navy. Basically, all the food is cooked by powerful and fierce beasts, which are not only delicious, but also rich in nutrition. It's like most martial arts people like to eat big fish and big meat. Qin Ji is now like eating ginseng and Ganoderma every day. It is difficult to cultivate even if you want to be slow. Of course, in addition to this, training and deprivation in recent days are also related. The oppressive training also undoubtedly played a role in persuading Qin Ji's potential. When he was deprived of the dominance of the world before, Qin Ji also gained a strong internal force. www.readwn.com. Naturally, it will also be a martial art method. Dragon Elephant Prujnagong plays a driving role. However, Xiu Wei's breakthrough is definitely worthy. If the 10th Dragon Elephant Prujnagong gives Qin Ji the power of a dragon elephant, then his arms are probably close. 1,500 pounds, no doubt, the strength has been greatly improved. With the breakthrough of the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, Qin Ji was naturally more motivated for the next training, and the same day he was surprised by the Zifa special training the next day. After more than half a month, Qin Ji's weight has increased twice, reaching 150 kilograms, each time adding 25 kilograms. Before the breakthrough, under the 2 consecutive increases in the weight, Qin Ji was naturally miserable, but after the breakthrough, he obviously felt a lot lighter, and naturally he would be noticed by Zifa. Although he was confident in his teaching ability, Qin Ji's improvement still exceeded Zifa's estimate. It also surprised him. He added the weight directly and added it to the 200 kilograms. I said, Teacher Zifa, didn't I say it was only added once every 10 days? Why did you increase it again, and you also increased it by 50 kilograms at a time? After one night of special training, Qin Ji was sweating all over wet, supporting his knees with his hands, looked up helplessly at Zifa, who was supervising. My special training is not the same, if you can't bear it, then you can give up. Zifa slanted Qin Ji and said softly. Qin Ji naturally can only shut up. Although the special training is a little bit painful, but it is worthwhile compared to the harvest. Naturally, he will not give up, and can only continue to be painful and happy. Chapter 44, Domineering. Time passed quickly. Qin Ji spent 3 months in the military academy in the blink of an eye, and also ushered in a major event. Have you heard that the legendary Golden Lion has escaped from prison? It is the legendary pirate who was once as famous as One Piece Roger and Whitebeard. What a joke! Wasn't the Golden Lion detained in the pushing city of the world's largest prison? How could he escape? No, the news is true. It has been published in the newspaper. It seems that the Golden Lion cut off his own legs and escaped from the pushing city by using the power of the devil fruit. You don't see that Marin Vatican is now under martial law. Are you afraid that the Golden Lion will come back for revenge? From the morning, there was a tense atmosphere in the entire military academy. The students talked a lot, and the instructors looked anxious and walked quickly. Alan, who is the Golden Lion? On the side, Robin, who had also heard the news, was curious. Liu Qinj said calmly, a strong pirate, who almost killed the One Piece King Roger and destroyed nearly half of the Marindu town. Although the entire navy and even the world government are now under martial law because of the escape of the Golden Lion, Qin Ji, who knows the original, knows that the Golden Lion will not appear. If nothing else, it should be a plant that has been found to contain the IQ component. Ready to hide. It is precisely because of this that Qin Ji is so calm and comfortable. No matter how strong the Golden Lion is, if it does not appear, it will not pose any danger to him. However, Qin Ji's explanation apparently surprised Robin, and his nervous expression appeared on his small face, as if he was afraid that the Golden Lion would suddenly appear. Although the escape of the Golden Lion had a great impact on the navy, the training was still carried out normally, and at night, Qin Ji arrived at the special training location again on time. 23 months have passed, apparently also representing that Zifa's special training is about to end. When Qin Ji arrived, Zifa was already waiting as usual. Teacher Zifa. After seeing Zifa, Qin Ji immediately humbled himself and bowed slightly. Although he joined the navy just to gain strength, under these 3 months of special training, Qin Ji also respected Zifa very much. This was not only due to the strength of the other party, but also because the other party imparted to him. This is a gift of gratitude and must be grateful. Alan, today is the last day of special training. You have done very well in these 3 months. As farewell to special training, today I will teach you a power that you must master on the sea. Zifa's eyes were burning looking at Qin Ji. Wu Qinj's eyes flickered, the power that must be mastered on the sea, which naturally reminded him of a certain existence. Did Zifa say that it was domineering? Qin Ji asked tentatively. It's no surprise that Qin Ji knows domineering. After all, domineering may be unfamiliar to others, but domineering is naturally common in Marin Van Dun, the naval headquarters. Yes, it is indeed domineering. Although your body is not up to standard now, but you can practice and see the domineering first. Zifa said. There are 3 types of domineering, which are domineering, armed domineering, and seeing domineering. It can be said that each kind of domineering has a unique application and role. Such as domineering color domineering, this kind of domineering is inherently possessed and cannot be cultivated through the day after tomorrow. When it is displayed, it will produce substantive courage. Cause substantial damage. Armed color domineering is used to enhance attack and defense. It acts like an invisible armor. Entities that can even touch the fruit ability of the natural system under the entanglement are the necessary strength to compete with those of the demon fruit ability. As far as seeing arrogance is arrogant, it can be said to be a force of listening, which can sense the voice and breath of enemies out of sight, and further predict the actions of opponents. Qin Ji naturally understood the three kinds of domineering. After learning that Zifa would teach domineering, naturally, his eyes flashed and his heart became hot immediately. But at the same time, looking forward, Qin Ji also paid more attention to the words behind Zifa, curiously said, "What does Zifa mean when the physical standard is reached? Is it necessary to be physically strong to cultivate a certain degree of domineering?" Zifa nodded, "That's what it means. You may have heard others talk about domineering, but the understanding of domineering is certainly not deep enough, especially the armed color domineering. Although it is a necessary force against the demon fruit ability, but cultivation there are several points that must be taboo when using and applying. For example, the physical problem I just mentioned www.readwn.com compared with the natural color domineering and the spiritual spirit derived from the overbearing color domineering and spiritual spirit, the armed color domineering can be said to be an energy evolved from the physical body. The more powerful the physical body, the more powerful the domineering nature will naturally evolve. There is a word on the sea that specifically describes armed domineering, saying that the strong one is not necessarily domineering, but the domineering is definitely the strong one means to want to cultivate a powerful armed force domineering, strong physique is a must. Of course, weak people are not incapable of practicing armed color domineering, but in this case not only the results achieved are very weak, but also a waste of energy and time. It is better to exercise well before practicing armed color domineering, but the effect is faster and better. For Qin Ji's commentary, Qin Ji knew it all at once, but continued, "Then how strong do I need to train my body to start practicing armed domineering? When you have a power of 1000, say it again. Of course, this is only my minimum requirement for you. The best thing is to wait until your power of 5 has reached about 5000. At that time, it's the time to train the armed forces." "Good time," Zifa said earnestly. Qin Ji listened to him secretly, and he remembered correctly. In the original book, the Judicial Island was hailed as the strongest Robluk in history of CP9. In the human form, he only had 4000 strengths. Zifa wanted to himself. When the force reaches 5000, practice the armed color domineering, and you can see how high your expectations are. However, Qin Ji can also hear that Zifa's consciousness is obviously that the stronger the body, the more advantageous it is to cultivate the arrogance of the armed forces. Although the 5000 power values are a little out of reach for him now, he does not know why. There was something eager to try. Chapter 45, Seeing Domineering. Do you have 5000 power values? Then set a small goal for yourself first, let your power value reach 5000 first. Qin Ji was inexplicably a little excited, with a burning look in his eyes. "Well, in fact, you don't need to worry. According to normal procedures, most people in the Navy want to be exposed to domineering, and at least they need to reach the school level or even the general level. Now you still practice and see the domineering." Fearing that Qin Ji was lost because he could not cultivate the domineering arrogance for the time being, he also reassured. Zifa wanted to train Zifa again, a monster-level navy, but he was very enthusiastic about the training of Qin Ji. Although the training was extremely rigorous, he was very patient when teaching, which shows that he is indeed a good teacher. Although for the time being, it is not possible to cultivate armed domineering, but being able to learn to hear about domineering, Qin Ji is naturally looking forward to it. Soon, he adjusted his mentality and carefully listened to Zifa's teaching. Just as Zifa said, seeing the color domineering is a power derived from the mind. Although different armed color domineers can substantially enhance a person's defense and attack power, it is also sufficient to play a vital role in battle. Don't see that smelling domineering does not need to be subject to the same age constraints as armed domineering, but if you really cultivate, it is even more difficult than training armed domineering in some ways. The soul is not as tangible as the flesh. Don't look at some people who will awaken voluntarily even without the need for cultivation, but it is caused by some extreme stimulation. Without external factors, it is undoubtedly very difficult to cultivate arrogance and domineering power to make the illusory mind generate power. Under the teaching of Zifa, Qin Ji also began to see the domineering practice, sitting on the ground, struggling to relax his consciousness and let himself enter a state similar to meditation. If you want to cultivate your sense of domineering, then you must first feel your own mind. The first step is to eliminate all distractions and concentrate your attention completely. When can you not feel the time? After passing, it is considered to have completed the first step of cultivation. Seeing Qin Ji, who was sitting and meditating, Zifa also exhorted. Although Qin Ji tried his best to let go of his consciousness in accordance with Zifa's requirements, he didn't know why he ran out from time to time. Sometimes he felt that his consciousness had been concentrated, but in the next second, some scenes of thoughts would emerge. Persisted for more than half an hour, Qin Ji reluctantly opened his eyes. It was much more difficult to concentrate his consciousness than he imagined. Mr. Zifa, how long does it take others to practice when they see that they are domineering? Qin Ji asked. Takaizawa said, it depends on personal talents. Some people are naturally suitable for cultivation and domineering. They may learn it in an instant, and some people with poor qualifications may not be able to practice it for a lifetime. But in normal terms, it can be basically completed within 3 to 5 years. If the time limit is exceeded at the latest 10 years, then it can be judged that this person has basically not cultivated the qualifications to see in domineering. Is that so? Qin Ji nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't think he was a genius, he didn't believe that his qualifications would be worse than a lifetime of practice and prejudice. It would take him more time at most. His body is not yet 9 years old. Even if it takes him 10 years, he is only 19 years old. Young is capital and he consumes it. On this last day's special training, Qin Ji was basically familiar with the practice of seeing and domineering under Zifa's teaching. At the same time, although the special training is over, since Zifa chose to teach Qin Ji's domineering at the end, it is enough to prove that he is optimistic about Qin Ji. Before the end of Qilin, Zifa also expressed vaguely that if Qin Ji encountered any problems in cultivation, he could always ask him, and Qin Ji naturally accepted it. In the following days, Qin Ji was also always busy, carrying out the dragon elephant Prujnagong, seeing the color domineering, and the practice of Binjiu. Speaking of Binjiu, Qin Ji also practiced a lot. According to an analysis of Binjiu he saw in some forums in his previous life, Binjiu can be divided into 6 stages. For example, the Binjiu that Qin Ji stripped from Bai's soul is only in the 2nd stage of Binjiu. From this, it can be seen that the potential of Binjiu is huge. Qin Ji even consulted Zifa for the development of Moringa. Of course, in the name, Moringa naturally covered the past with the power of the demon fruit. At most it was a Superman-like demon fruit with the ability similar to the frozen fruit. Although Zifa is not a demon fruit-capable person, he is a senior mentor after all, and he has also cultivated a frozen fruit-capable person who has cultivated the barley. By nature, he also gave Qin Ji a lot of inspiration and help, making him I have also been slowly improving www.readwn.com, but compared with the growth of Binjiu and Dragon Elephant like Ruo Gong, the practice of seeing the color and domineering is a bit beyond Qin Ji's expectations. He originally thought he might take a long time to learn. He unexpectedly entered a conscious meditation state on the 3rd day after being awarded. Teacher Zifa, I succeeded. I have completed the first step of training to see the color domineering. After seeing the breakthrough of the color domineering, Qin Ji naturally found Zifa immediately after completing the day training the next day. waiting for the next cultivation method. What did you say? Zifa, who was drinking tea at once, spewed out the tea, and looked at Qin Ji, who was looking for him in amazement, and seemed to have not responded yet. Although Qin Ji's reaction was strange, she repeated what she said. After I was confirmed, Zifa suddenly changed his face, his expression was very complicated and rich, and Qin Ji was stunned. In the past, Zifa has always been very stable, and such a dismal performance has never appeared before, which will naturally surprise Qin Ji. There is of course a reason why Takisawa law is so fierce. Although seeing color domineering does not require harsh physical requirements like armed color domineering, it does not mean that seeing color domineering is easy to cultivate. On the contrary, the practice difficulty of seeing the color domineering actually depends on the armed color domineering. It requires its own consciousness and spirit to condense. A meditation alone may make people unable to comprehend their whole lives. Takizawa itself can also be regarded as a type of accumulation of thick hair, and the period of real rise is relatively late, but the outbreak period is also amazing, especially in his domineering cultivation talent, which he has always been proud of. Chapter 46, Miserable Cultivation. In the entire Navy, except for Karp, Zifa can be said to be an authority on domineering, but Rao is so. When he first learned about seeing domineering, it took him almost half a month to enter a meditation state. As for the more domineering Karp, if you remember correctly, it is also a meditation that took a week to reach. But Qin Ji has only been in the past 3 days. This is indeed a little bit astonishing. Even with a steady heart like Zifa, he is stunned. If it wasn't for sure that Qin Ji would never have heard of color domineering before, Zifa would have to wonder if Qin Ji would have seen it. Of course, if Zifa knew that Qin Ji had dispersed a considerable part of his energy in the cultivation of the dragon elephant Prujnagong and Binjayu in the past 3 days, I am afraid it would be even more shocked. He said that Qin Ji would be so amazing in seeing the domineering practice. In fact, it was also because his soul absorbed the soul of the original body when he came to the One Piece world, so that the soul power was inherently stronger than others. Although the sense of domineering is a power derived from the soul itself is born from the soul, and the soul is also strong. Naturally, it also has an effect on the soul, making it easier for people to feel the soul. Although I felt that Qin Ji was hit with confidence, Qin Ji's performance was more amazing and Zifa was also more surprised, but as a teacher, the majesty must be maintained. Oh, it's like this. I thought it was a big deal, so I was almost choked by tea, but never mind, it's okay to complete the first step in 3 days. Then we start the next step. Cultivate it. Zifa coughed with a fist, and said with a pretense calmness. Wu Qinj didn't think too much, but he didn't know the specific cultivation situation, but instead he was successfully diverted by Zifa, waiting for the next teaching. Takizawa did not hesitate, and soon he will explain the next cultivation steps when he sees the domineering. After the consciousness can be concentrated, the next thing to do is to improve the self-sensing ability. It is not easy to achieve this scene. Qin Ji needs to have sufficient keen perception of the outside world, and Qin Ji is stunned by his cultivation. Mr. Zifa, are you sure I will not die in the cultivation method you just said? Qin Ji rarely hesitated. Rest assured, there are special medicines in the Navy, and this can also be regarded as a kind of exercise to exercise your physique. Zifa said in a righteous manner. Wu Qinj nodded hesitantly, but he had already anticipated his future misery. Takizawa said that the second step of cultivation is to let Qin Ji enter a dense room full of wasps, and in the dark of the line of sight, he can avoid the wasp's attack through the sound of wings and self-awareness. Although Qin Ji felt that this practice method was quite unreliable, but seeing Zifa talked about it, he decided to try it. The next day, when Qin Ji came to Zifa again, Zifa had prepared everything, and Qin Ji swallowed drooling into the buzzing dark room. Ah! But for 3 seconds, the scream was screaming from the back room, while outside, Zifa was touching his chin and waiting calmly. In fact, there is a gentle way to improve the sensing ability, but who made Qin Ji's performance so amazing before, so that Zifa chose a method that is the most difficult and has the most significant effect. Undoubtedly, after 10 minutes passed, Qin Ji was lifted out of the back room by soldiers called by Zifa to wear protective clothing. His face and body were already covered with red swelling bales, and his face was swollen with a pig's head. Same, terrible. The medical staff who had been prepared a long time ago naturally came forward to treat Qin Ji. Although the toxicity was quickly resolved, the swelling of the body was not so easy to eliminate. You will stay with me for a while now. Seeing Qin Ji's tragic situation, Zifa also twitched at the corner of his mouth, but in order to maintain his steady image, he still had to leave a word before leaving. Qi Qin's current appearance is indeed not suitable for appearing outside, and even training at the military academy, Zifa also made arrangements, temporarily stopped, and then only need to practice the second step of this domineering achievement. Qin Ji is naturally heartfelt and angry about his misery, but in order to become stronger, he can only stick his teeth to persevere. Who does not let him know that there is actually a gentle cultivation method? This is the sorrow of information inequality. In order to be able to get rid of the misery of the pig's head as soon as possible, Qin Ji naturally exploded with a potential of 200% in the following days, striving to exercise his self-sensing ability. In the same way, in order not to make little Loli worry and destroy her perfect image in the other's mind, Qin Ji didn't dare to show up. She could only let Zifa secretly bring her a letter. www.readwn.com explain her needs secret training for a period of time, so that little Lolita need not worry. Although Zifa's practice method is a bit daddy, the effect is also very obvious. After less than 10 days, Qin Ji gradually adapted to it, and his B-pack began to decrease, and even in the dark environment, more and more sensitive to the outside world. 1 month later, Qin Ji had been able to stay calmly in the secret room full of wasps for an hour, and then came out calmly without any stings. Teacher Zifa, I think this second step of cultivation can be over. Qin Ji, who has swollen her face and recovered her beautiful and handsome face, once again found Zifa with confidence. Oh. Well, let's start the last step of cultivation. Zifa raised a brow slightly, and immediately attracted a group of soldiers with guns. Zhe Qin's cultivation progress naturally attracted Zifa's attention. Although it was also amazing to complete the second step in just 1 month, Zifa had apparently adapted and had a very calm performance. However, Zifa was calm, but Qin Ji could not calm down. When he saw a group of soldiers armed with guns, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Teacher Zifa, shouldn't you just let them shoot me? Qin Ji barely squeezed a smile. Congratulations, you're right, but you don't have to be afraid. The bullets in these guns are all special rubber bullets. Although the rate of fire is the same as real bullets, it just makes people feel a little painful. Zifa said. Qin Ji Changsha breathed a sigh of relief, his face suddenly relieved. He just thought that he wanted the real gun to shoot himself, but fortunately it was just a rubber bullet. Chapter 47, Training Boat. However, Qin Geking was obviously a little earlier. Zifa said that it hurts a little, and he soon felt how painful it was. Under the blindfolded eyes, a group of soldiers started firing wildly towards Qin Ji on the other end. Although Qin Ji's sensing ability was already extremely sharp after completing the second step of training, the speed of the bullet was obviously not comparable to the wasp. Of bang bang bang. With the continuous sound of gunfire, the impact sound also kept coming out. Qin Ji, standing on the other side, fully felt what was called the rain of guns and bullets. Before he had time to respond, he quickly screamed with rubber bullets. Oh yes, I forgot to remind you, in order to better exercise your perception of danger, these rubber bullets are much harder than ordinary rubber, and they are also coated with special drugs, which will expand if they contact the skin. Pain. At this moment, Zifa's flirty flutter added. But at this time, Qin Ji apparently couldn't hear it. He was already obscured by successive gunfires, and it was also painful and abnormal when he was hit by rubber bullets constantly. His expression was distorted. The tragedy is obviously still going on. Qin Ji, who has just got rid of the tragic situation, is once again trapped in another tragedy. Although not as miserable as the bee stings, it is unbearable. If you can't avoid the rubber bullets, it's a torture like torture. The potential of totter is limitless. This sentence is obviously verified in Qin Ji. Another 3 months have passed. In an open field, the sound of gunfire is endless, and the bullets are released like tides. On the opposite side, Qin Ji, blindfolded by black cloth, is flexible to move around, as if it was the unknown prophet who kept dodging the rubber bullets fired at him. Mr. Zifa, adding more people to shoot, I don't feel enough. While dodging, Qin Ji even had the energy to speak, shouting provocatively. Zifa, who stood aside and watched, flashed in his eyes. Without a word, he waved his hand to let more people participate in the shooting, making the sound of the gun louder and the rubber bullets fired at Qin Ji more dense. However, even so, Qin Ji moved away from side to side, avoiding the rubber bullets coming in calmly. Seeing this scene, Zifa's eyes became brighter, and she couldn't help showing the color of wonder. From the beginning of the cultivation to the present, even within half a year, it has been initially cultivated to become arrogant and domineering. Maybe I can really cultivate a monster-level navy again. Zifa thought with emotion, but it was also full of looking forward. After shooting for half an hour, Zifa also called for a halt. Under the premise that he had mastered the arrogance, such shooting apparently could not exert pressure on Qin Ji. Alan, you have basically completed this last step. It can be said that you have now mastered the domineering experience. The next thing to do is to continuously strengthen your perceptual acuity and range of perception. Zifa also sat down with Qin Ji and instructed. Wu Qinj nodded gratefully. The students understand that teacher Zifa is assured that I will continue to deepen my knowledge and domineering practice. Well, that's good. Zifa was naturally relieved to see this. In practice, Qin Ji has never let him down. Regardless of his qualifications, he has always been very satisfied with his efforts. By the way, teacher Zifa, although I have initially developed a sense of domineering, but after all, I lack practical combat, I don't know if I can join the internship formed this time. Qin Ji suddenly proposed. You want to join the internship? Zifa said unexpectedly. In the 6th-level system of the headquarters military academy, only the 5th and 6th level students will build internships, and Qin Ji is now only a 1st-level student. Obviously, normal rules are not acceptable. Yes, joining the internship boat not only allows me to better grasp the arrogance of seeing color, but also to hone my kendo. The kendo I practice is special, and only through killing can I be quickly improved. Said. In addition to the fact that he wants to join the internship boat, it is more for the strength to be honed, in fact, it is more for the soul energy. The internship is to capture the pirates in the Great Waterway and in the 4 seas. For Qin Ji, it is also an opportunity to gain soul energy. For more than half a year after entering the military academy, because of the regulations of the military academy and the training of Zifa, Qin Ji could not go to the logistics department to slaughter the beast to gain soul energy. Similarly, the soul energy obtained from slaughtering beasts is naturally inferior to that of humans. Even an ordinary human being can obtain more soul energy than a medium beast. Qin Ji naturally does not want to miss the opportunity of an internship expedition. Zan Zifa groaned when he heard Qin Ji's words. Although according to the rules www.readwn.com, Qin Ji, who is only a first-class student, is not eligible to join the internship, but Zifa also understands Qin Ji's situation. In terms of strength alone, Qin Ji is no longer weaker than 5th and 6th graders, and can even be said to be stronger than most 5th and 6th graders. Joining an internship naturally does not become a burden, but instead allows the training ship added a powerful combat force. Alan, although I am the chief instructor of the military academy, I can't break the rules, so I can apply for you to the upper level to see if you can pass. It depends on your luck. Zifa stared after thinking about it. Xiang Qin Ji. Zifa clearly agrees with Qin Ji's proposal. After all, real monster-level talents need to be proved through battle. However, as a strictly observing navy, he naturally will not act on his own. Thank you very much, Teacher Zifa. Although Qin Ji did not get an accurate response, he bowed slightly and expressed his thanks. After the practice of seeing arrogant domineering, Qin Ji returned to the military academy and participated in the training of the military academy with other students of the same class. On the other side, Zifa also went to the headquarters building the next day. It's Zifa, why are you free to come to me today? In the bright office, the handsome man wearing a navy hat, a chin beard and a car whip, wearing a white suit and a righteous man, looked surprised and smiling. Into Zifa. There is something I want to report to you. By the way, Karp is not here with you today. Zifa sat familiarly on the sofa beside the office and said casually after a close look. Cap returned to the East China Sea on vacation and said that he wanted to go back to see his hometown, but you need to come and report in person. Warring States laughed. Chapter 48, Oiwa Reform. Zifa nodded slightly, then explained, it's about a student in the military academy who is the chief student of this session. He applied to me yesterday to join the internship set up this time. You also know that according to the rules, it is only 5th and 6th graders are eligible to join the internship, so you need to decide. Su Zhanggu's face was surprised, and then thoughtfully said, the student you said is the child you have been training for the past 6 months. I remember it is called Qin Ji Alan. As a marshal of the Navy, it is naturally impossible for the warring states to not know what is happening on the side of Zifa. Similarly, he will naturally pay attention to the most outstanding chief students of each session. Yes, Qin Ji Alan, this child is very talented, and has recently become pretentious, so he plans to hone himself through actual combat. Zifa nodded, and said with a smile. After hearing the words, the warring states period was startled and said in amazement, you said that he was trained to be arrogant and domineering. Is it the work of the past 6 months? It should be more than 4 months to be precise, the previous time I was just training his physical fitness. Zifa said lightly, but the smile in his eyes was obviously more prosperous. The words of Yan Zifa undoubtedly made the warring states even more shocked. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be unclear about the difficulty of practice when he heard the domineering, so it was even more unbelievable for Zifa's statement. Zifa, are you telling the truth? Then this Qin Ji Alan's talent is really amazing. I remember that you and Karp had spent half a year practicing and seeing the domineering. Amazing road. Zifa nodded, and at the same time comforted, although Alan does not have the top-level nature demon fruit ability like Sakaski and Kuzan, they are really amazing in their cultivation talents, which is why I specifically the reason for his special training and training. In the warring states period, he slightly bowed his head. He still believed in Zifa's teaching ability. At the same time, after Zifa's description, he also had a clearer understanding of Qin Ji Alan. It seems that we need to add another outstanding soldier to our navy. Are we good at internships? Excellent talents can be given special treatment, but we can't break the rules just for one person. So, a big match is held in the military academy. Except for the 5th and 6th grade students, as long as the students with outstanding strength show enough strength in the big match, they can join the training boat. Title: A little thinking is the countermeasure. Takaizawa was also surprised when he heard the proposal of the warring states period, but then he thought that this was a good way. The Navy needs the emergence of excellent talents, and it also needs to tap the seeds of potential. Although the students in the military academy have not graduated, if they participate in the training boat and arrest the pirates and criminals, they will also obtain military power. Moreover, due to the cultivation of newcomers, the military merits of cadets and criminals captured by military students are more abundant than normal. In this way, after the student graduates, the military merits accumulated in the military academy are sufficient to directly promotion to a higher rank. For example, the former Saskaski, Kuzan, etc., are young admirals because they are young. In addition to their strong strength, they also have accumulated a lot of military skills during the military academy. A very high rank. I can say that for military students, the internship is an opportunity to gain military merit, which is eager for any ambitious student. In the past, only the 5th and 6th graders were allowed to participate in the internship. This is a question of strength. They are afraid that the students in the lower grades are not strong enough and there will be unnecessary injuries and deaths. But now with the example of Chinji, the warring states also felt that the rules of the internship can be changed slightly. It is not necessary to be a 5th level and a 6th level student to participate. As long as the strength is up to standard, it can also be given to outstanding young students. A chance. After the decision was made, the warring states and Zifa also began to discuss specific matters. Within a short time, news about the reform of the training ship quickly spread throughout the military academy. What? The upper level will reform the training ship and will conduct a big comparison. As long as the strength is up to the standard, you can participate. It happened, but this is an opportunity for us. I heard that if I join the traineeship, I can get military power even without graduating. In this case, I have to sign up. Me too, go, let's sign up together. The entire military academy was filled with excitement and excitement. In the same session as Chinji, the students who were undergoing training were all excited and talked enthusiastically. Chinji was surprised when he heard about the situation. Is this the result of Teacher Zifa's report to the upper levels www.readwn.com? How did it suddenly become the reform of the internship? Chinji thought suddenly. He did not expect that one of his proposals would evolve into this, but he is very satisfied with the reform of the training boat. In this case, he will have the opportunity to join the training boat. Alan, are you going to sign up? Robin next to him gathered up and asked for consultation. Of course we have to participate. Chinji nodded decisively. So, I'll try it too. Seeing Chinji's plan, Xiaololi also said with courage. In the half-year in the military academy, it was natural that little Rory was free from her previous restrictions, and she also had enough understanding of the situation of many navies. Each expeditionary boat lasted for several months and as many as half a year. Robin did not want to see Chinji for several months. Obviously, Xiaololi is becoming more and more dependent on Chinji now, and as she grows up, her mentality also starts to develop towards the girl. After the training, Chinji and Robin rushed to the registration place of the internship boat with most of the students in the same class, and then filled in to participate. Although the standard for participating in an internship is sufficient strength, all who can enter the military academy are talented people everywhere. Naturally, everyone is talented and confident and not weaker than others. Under such circumstances, it is natural that there are a lot of people signing up. In addition to the already qualified 5th and 6th graders, nearly 90% of the students of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th grades are registered. After learning that the big game will be held in 3 days, all students who signed up for the competition started to prepare for the next big game, and worked harder. Chinji and Robin naturally do the same. Chapter 49, Group Gathering. Speaking of the period during which Chinji received Zifa's special training, Robin has also been greatly improved. In addition to the fruitful development of Hwawa fruit, Dragon Elephant Prujnagong has even reached the 3rd level. It can be said that the uplift has already taken place. Although Chinji was confident, he was also not arrogant. In the next 3 days, he also conducted a comprehensive training on the strengths of various aspects. Like the dragon elephant, if he has done the exercises, he has naturally improved greatly after Zifa's devil-type physical training and more than half a year of hard work, and is close to the 12th breakthrough. There is also a 3-bladed sword in the nose. From the time of deprivation, Qin Ji did not practice in secret. Although its imposing fierce sword meaning is very dangerous, he has also reluctantly trained it, but there is a risk of getting into magic when using it. In addition, the same is true of the ice moose. Not only has the cold air been strengthened a lot compared with the original, but in addition to the original ice mage secret technique, he has also developed a lot. As for the arrogance that has just been practiced, although it is still in its infancy, it is also enough for Qin Ji to easily sense the slight fluctuations within a 100-meter radius so as to gain insight in advance. 23 days passed in a flash, and at the same time, the big boat that decided the number of traineeships was officially arrived. The venue was a majestic place like the Roman arena in Marin Vondo. This towering arena is also one of the many famous sites on Marin Vado. Originally used for graduation military competitions held by military schools around the world, it is now also used to compete for the number of traineeships. Look, that's Lieutenant General Sakaski. This Navy powerhouse, who is dubbed Red Dog, is rumored to be a popular candidate for the generals in the future. There is not only one general candidate who is here. Look at that. There are Lieutenant General Kuzan and Porisalino. Both of them are rumored to be eligible for the general title. This is really a big scene. There are so many big people here. There, you are Lieutenant General Crane. She is the Chief of Staff of the Navy and she is definitely a pivotal figure. With the development of the situation, the naval staff of the entire Marin Vatican knew about the big match held in the military academy of the headquarters, so all qualified people came to the arena to watch it, and the vast audience was already full. People, and constantly see many familiar big names. The students of the military academy sitting in an area also saw the people in the auditorium and kept exclaiming and talking. This big match can be said to be a good opportunity to observe the potential seeds of this military academy, so it attracted many high-level navies to come and watch. Even the Warring States period came in person. Qin Ji naturally sat with other students, and was also a person who watched the world secretly. Although these characters are much younger than the original, some behaviors have not changed much. For example, in the crowd of the auditorium, a red dog in a burgundy suit sat with his face in his face, full of iron and steel. The yellow ape is an insignificant appearance of aging and decaying. If it weren't covered with the righteousness of the body, I am afraid that it would not make anyone believe that this is one of the Navy's top combat capabilities. Qi Qingzi was also almost moral, sitting lazily and paralyzed, not at all as a naval admiral, giving a very casual feeling. At the same time Qin Ji was observing, the center of the arena also embarked on a naval colonel, and began to explain and announce the content of the contest. The competition method is very simple. It is divided into 2 parts. The upper part of the assessment requires all participants to compete for the top 50 first. Only those who have been promoted to the top 50 are eligible to join the internship. However, if you are qualified, you cannot join the training boat. The content of the next part of the assessment is the challenge. The top 50 people will draw lots to challenge the students in the 5th and 6th grades. If the challenge is successful, they will get the quota. At the same time, the challenged 5th and 6th grade students will lose this. Qualifications for joining an internship. It can be said that the assessment of the next part is the key. At the same time, it is not only the assessment of students in grades 1, 2, 4, but also a test of grades 5 and 6. If you cannot keep the quota, you will lose your qualification to join the internship. There is no doubt that if Q12 students like Q2GE are excited about this big game, then the students of level 5 and 6 are full of fear and alert. No one wants to lose this time joining the traineeship places. With the announcement of the start of the Colonel as host, Tabitha went on a rush. "Please Chelman number 1 and Bolton number 2 come to the stage." The referee has been in place and announced the two sides of the battle. Soon after, the two students who were called by their names were on the competitive platform www.readwn.com and looked at each other alertly. Before the start of the big game, all participants received a number at will, and the order of the numbers also determined the opponents of the first round. Due to the competition test, the two men on the arena immediately started to fight and drank. Both sides showed their abilities and fought fiercely. Although most of the people watching the scene were senior officers of the Navy, they also possessed very strong strength, but they also watched with interest, and even carefully observed the performance of each player. Students from military schools like Chin-Ji can be said to be the future elites of the Navy. Although they have not yet grown up, they will undoubtedly be the backbone of the Navy. It's like Nishizawa made a good relationship with Chin-Ji. Of course, these high-ranking navies naturally want to invest in some new generation leaders in advance. Once the other party gains momentum, it will naturally bring many benefits to themselves in the future. As the competition continued, the enthusiasm for watching in the field also increased, and Chin-Ji also saw a lot of acquaintances. For example, one of the silver-haired players exhibited the ability of the demon fruit of the natural system, which is extremely rare among the 3 generations of demon fruit. With the white smoke emitted from the whole body, he easily defeated the opponent and attracted countless people's admiration. Smugger. Chin-Ji's eyes revealed a touch of fine light. Looking at a pair of unruly silver-haired players on the arena, only 14-year-old silver-haired players, relying on the demon fruit ability demonstrated by the other party, Chin-Ji naturally recognized the other party's identity immediately, but he did not expect that the other party would now have smoke fruit. Under the condition of not being domineering or restraining the power of the demon fruit, those who naturally possess the power of the devil fruit are undoubtedly the equivalent of invincible existence. Chapter 50, Easy Promotion. Wu Qinj felt his chin, thinking in his heart how to deal with the smoke fruit ability of the other side if he confronted Smog. At the beginning, in addition to Smog, Chin-Ji also met Tina as a teenager. The other party also had the ability of the threshold fruit in the original work. She almost won the victory by trapping the other side with an iron fence that was absolutely superior. Although there are no monster-level strongmen like Kuzan and Sakaski in this military academy, there are also many elites. It can be seen that the training of this military academy is indeed very complete and excellent. In the competition process, Robin's turn came first, then Chin-Ji. She was selected as a third-level opponent. After taking office, as the referee announced, she immediately fought. Shave. In this military academy, the 3rd and 4th graders have begun to shift from physical training to the study of combat skills. Of course, it also includes the Navy 6 style, and Robin's opponent is suddenly his legs turned into afterimages. Out of place. Although Robin was a little nervous before coming to power, her mature mind kept her calm and leaped back quickly, with her arms folded in front of her. Flowering at your feet. Oh! The 3rd-level student suddenly appeared at Robin's original location at a super-fast speed, but he continued to attack without taking him, and his face fell to the ground with consternation. His legs were suddenly changed out of thin air. Arms clenched tightly. Rotating flower. Robin controlled the speed of the opponent with flowers and fruits. Immediately, he did not hesitate to re-execute the demon fruit ability, and saw all the arms emerge from the tertiary who fell to the ground. Then he grabbed his limbs and slammed his joints. It spins up. Click. The 3rd-level student screamed, but his body was constantly making crisp bone fractures, and his limbs were broken by the arms appearing on his body, and he fell to the ground softly. The strength of the arm transformed from the fruit of depends on Robin itself. It can be said that the stronger the strength of Robin, the stronger the strength of the changed arm. Now that Robin has reached the 3rd level of Dragon Elephant Prajong, the strength is naturally extraordinary. Even if the tertiary student is a master of physical skills, he can only be defeated miserably under the weak joints. The gorgeous demon fruit ability, and the joint skills that seem to have been specifically studied, this little girl is very good. In the audience, Crane looked at the Robin on the arena who was happy because of winning. Although he is not a lieutenant general of the frontline combat troops, as a rare female general in the Navy, he also has his own army, and all members are female navies. I can say that Crane cares very much for the female navy in the Navy. Nowadays, when I see Robin who is doing well, I naturally appreciate it. When I returned to the rest area, Robin naturally happily came to Qin Ji's enunciation. Qin Ji also praised with a smile, making Xiao Loli smile with joy. Number 278 Qin Ji Allen and number 288 Gilbert came to power. After waiting for a while, Qin Ji also heard the referee shouting his name, immediately greeted Xiao Lili and then walked out of the rest area and boarded the arena. Qin Ji Allen, let me see your performance. Qin Ji's debut naturally attracted a lot of people's attention, such as the warring states of the Navy Marshal. Although Zifa already knows that Qin Ji's talents are extremely good, but after all, he is not as real as he saw with his own eyes, so when he saw Qin Ji on stage, the warring states period was also refreshed and he watched with interest. All participating players are disrupted. Just as Robin will encounter a third-level student as an opponent, Qin Ji's selected opponent is a fourth-level student. Although age does not necessarily represent strength, the older the students, the more powerful they are. This fourth-grade student is already a young man of 17 or 18 years old, and naturally shows a sharp contrast with Qin Ji who is only 8 or 9 years old. Why, the opponent is actually a child. I thought it would be a great character. After seeing that his opponent was Qin Ji, the fourth-level student was ecstatic, but his face was upset. Expression, as if hoping to meet a powerful master. Qin Ji glanced at the other side, without saying anything, just calmly posing in a fighting posture. The referee naturally won't waste time. After the two sides came on stage, they announced the start of the match. Oh! The dull sound blew up instantly on the arena. Qin Ji disappeared from the spot in an instant, like the shaving of one of the 6 types of navy performed by Robin's opponent before. Qin Ji obviously can't shave yet. He just runs chakra on his feet and explodes the physical power, but despite this, the speed is not inferior, even worse than that of the third grader. To be faster. Almost in the blink of an eye www.readwn.com Qin Ji has already appeared on the side of the quaternary as an opponent, and at the same time without a pause, the right leg is kicked like a spatula. A very uncomfortable fourth grader just now was obviously taken aback by the speed of Qin Ji's outbreak. When the attack came, he quickly resisted in a panic. The fierce whip leg slammed on the arm, a horrible force was released immediately, making the fourth-level student's face greatly changed, the body was flying out of control, and the entire arm was slightly deformed. With a single blow, Qin Ji will not miss the opportunity. Chakra always keeps his feet running, and he is chasing the past at a speed faster than the naked eye. Hateful! The driver fell to the ground, and at the same time the pain from his arm filled him with pain, looking angrily for Qin Ji's trace. However, it is not yet possible for the fourth-level student to gain insight into Qin Ji's body. Qin Ji flickered behind him again, leaping in the air, and the cold-hearted man made a knife into his hand and chopped it on the opponent's neck. The driver groaned, his body servant fell to the ground, but his eyes rolled over and passed out. Simple and aggressive attack, although there are no gorgeous moves, but it is no wonder Zifa would win such a clean and clear win. Warring States slightly bowed his head. In this battle, Qin Ji's performance was quite satisfactory. After winning, Qin Ji naturally returned to the rest area at will. The battle just now was at best warm-up for him. The biendo continued, and then there were people who came to the battle constantly. At the same time, the students who participated in the same session with Qin Ji also appeared one after another. Some won and some lost. After the first round, the number of participants directly reduced by half. At the same time, the second round of competition was started without too much rest. Chapter 51, Melee. In the second round, Robin also performed very well. In the face of a second-level student, relying on the flower and fruit ability and the dragon elephant Pruchnagong he practiced, he won again after a battle. Wu Qin's opponent this time was more interesting. He was a student of the same class as him, and he was also a full-length girl who had played against him. Of course, now Qin Ji naturally already knows the name of the other party. This long-legged girl is named Hannah. Qin Ji Allen, this time I will let you know how powerful I am. When Hannah came to see her opponent was Qin Ji, her beautiful face immediately turned black, and she hated it with a glance. Jiao Yan wrote. When she was in the selection, she didn't forget it. Now she is facing Qin Ji again. Naturally, she wants to take revenge. Oh! In the face of Hannah's high war intentions, Qin Ji fluttered back a word, and her face was unconcerned. Hannah's eyes almost burst into flames. This turned out to have such a contemptuous attitude, it was simply unforgivable. When the referee announced the start of the match, Hannah, who was already in the rage, was naturally outraged and rushed out. Her long white legs hit the wind and rolled fiercely to Qin Ji's head. Slightly withdrawing, Qin Ji opened the distance by the slightest difference, calmly avoided Hannah's sweeping legs, and grasped with lightning in his left hand, and immediately caught the other's calf. Although Hannah was frustrated by Qin Ji's contempt attitude, she was shocked when her leg was caught and immediately reacted. Another long leg quickly left the ground and volleyed straight into Qin Ji's face. Seeing the domineering insight, Qin Ji turned away from the attack again easily, and stepped out calmly at the same time. Hannah hung her hips with her shoulders on her shoulders, and Qin Ji pulled back one by one as if she had dropped her shoulders, which made her fly out like Ling Yun. Wu Jiao's cry sounded, and Hannah, who was flying in the air, quickly stabilized her body, and landed in a wolf after turning in the air. Although she was not injured, when she saw the situation around her, Hannah, who had wanted to fight back, had a stunned look, and she was soared by Qin Ji to the outside of the arena. According to the rules of competition, in addition to the opponent's loss of combat ability and admit defeat, falling outside the arena can also be considered a loss, and Hannah falling outside the arena obviously lost to Qin Ji. For the sake of the same session, I have been very merciful to Kaien's men, remember to be thankful. Qin Ji glanced at the other side and said leisurely. Hannah's face turned red, not only because of her grief and loss to Qin Ji again, but also because of Qin Ji's act of raising her hips just now. For a young girl, the privacy parts are absolutely sacred. Asshole, who will be grateful to you? The girl yelled in shame, and turned and ran away. Qin Ji shrugged indifferently, woman, forever an unreasonable creature. But the touch just now is really good. Sure enough, the woman with long legs will not be bad in shape, Qin Ji thought a bit of aftertaste. After Qin Ji, he continued to compete, but after the end of the second round, there were less than 200 players left, but they were undoubtedly the elite among the elite. However, in the last part of the assessment, only the top 50 people will be selected, so the assessment must continue, and in order to accurately contest the top 50 people, some changes have been found in the assessment method. The next assessment will be divided into 5 competitions. The last 10 talents in each competition can be promoted to the next part of the assessment. On the arena, the colonel who presided over the big announcement announced the next examination content. The melee is obviously more risky than the previous one-on-one battle, because it may encounter siege by many people. In this case, unless it is far better than others, it is possible to lose. However, it will not be incomprehensible to determine the way of melee competition for the top 50. After all, after joining the traineeship, it is those fierce pirates and criminals who will not tell you any rules. Once they encounter, it is a melee, naturally have to test this ability. After a round of draws, the remaining players were randomly divided into 5 scuffles. Alan, I got the 5th game, you. Robin looked at Qin Ji after seeing his lottery. Although the assessment rules cannot help each other, if they are drawn to the same assessment, it will undoubtedly be of great help and easier to pass. It's a pity that Qin Ji didn't get the same assessment as Robin. He got the first assessment, which undoubtedly made Robin a little disappointed. Well, don't be too nervous. This is just an assessment. It doesn't matter if it doesn't pass. Qin Ji appeased the lost little Luo Li, and at the same time, the referee announced at the competitive stage and went to the ring. www.readwn.com. Although it is a random draw, the number of assessments in each game is not necessarily, but the first game has nearly 40 players, almost the largest number in 5 games. All the players who got the first assessment were on stage and off, and the spacious arena was a bit crowded. At the same time, everyone was watching other people around them, even some people were picking soft persimmons. Already. Because it was a melee, Qin Ji also had no intention. Rarely, he brought his knife and carried it deeply. After taking office, he also looked around and looked at other people. Then when he saw someone, he stared slightly. I saw that many of the athletes in the arena were young, but Smog, who was already holding a cigar in his mouth, was standing in it. Obviously he also got the first test. It's fun now. Qin Ji blinked a little and looked at the other person deeply, then he looked at the others. Everyone was in place, and there was no hesitation on the referee's side. Soon, the announcement of the first assessment was announced, and the whole platform immediately became lively. Let me go. At the beginning of the assessment, all the players had already selected the right hand to the surroundings, and they screamed and attacked fiercely. Not only one-on-one, but also several people attacked one by one. It was a mess. The screams and screams rang out. Only 7 or 8 people had been beaten out of the arena or lost their ability to fight. It is naturally impossible for Qi Qinj to just watch. He also attacked a nearby player at the same time when he announced the start, and when the reaction of the opponent was too late, he punched it out of the arena with a punch. Chapter 52, Smoke Strikes. Good chance. At the moment of Qin Ji's shot, several nearby players were also on time. In his eyes, he shot Qin Ji at the same time, or kicked a fierce kick, or raised a gun to shoot. Some kendo practitioners also cut it out. Sharp knife light. Assessment is not limited to weapons. After all, if a swordsman lacks a sword, his strength will be greatly weakened. Of course, in order to avoid accidents and safety considerations, there are not only medical teams on standby at the side of the arena, but also more than 10 Navy elite martial law. It can be said that if there is a problem, these people will immediately rescue. After being besieged by several people, Qin Ji, who had already begun to see the domineering nature, immediately understood the attack, and without hesitation, was running chakra, firing aside like a shadow, avoiding all attacks. Each black card flew out of his hands like lightning, and Qin Ji, who shot and moved like a cheetah, performed the flying card technique while evading, and sharply cut and attacked several people who attacked himself. With the continuous improvement of Qin Ji's power, the power of flying cards is naturally rising. Other than that, the speed has been greatly improved, which is already faster than bullets. For a moment, a player was shrouded in Zhongfei cards, quickly swiped his arms and legs, and cut out blood stains that were deeply visible to the bone, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. The martial elites who were under martial law outside the competition platform also responded quickly. When they were judged to have lost their combat ability, they quickly rushed to the competition platform, carried the other person away, and then received emergency treatment by the standby medical team. Ding! A knife-bearing player showed his good kendo and eyes. He slashed and smashed the flying card with a sharp spin. When the sparks splashed, the flying card was chopped by the flying card. Aside. I can't wait for this player to rest assured. Qin Ji, who knows everything with a sense of arrogance, has a flash of light in his eyes, and his body suddenly changes, but he rushes past. Withholding a dark black card, the flexible black card became as sharp as a sharp blade under the infusion of internal forces, and Qin Ji swept across the opponent's arm with a knife like a shock. Taking Qin Ji's internal strength as the current practice, he has already reached a state where picking flowers and flying leaves can hurt people, let alone the black card is extremely sharp. Oh! The blood splattered, and the opponent's arm was immediately removed by the black card with a mouth. At the same time, the opponent also subconsciously released the long knife in his hand. Oh! Qin Ji coldly twisted his side and kicked his heavy right leg fiercely on the opponent's waist, making the opponent screamed and flew out of the arena like a cannonball. Boom! The gunshot sounded, and Qin Ji, who had not yet landed on his right foot, blocked the black card filled with internal force like a prophet, and at the same time, the bullet that was fired quickly hit the black card. Although the black card becomes harder under the perfusion of internal force, it is still depressed by the bullet with a strong penetrating force, and it is also stuck in the deformed bullet. Qin Ji looked coldly at the player who fired not far away. The other side was shocked when he saw that the bullet he had shot was blocked. Oh! With 2 fingers, the black card with the bullet was thrown out by Qin Ji and shot towards the player who shot like a ray of light. Not good. The opponent was awakened instantly, and hurried away, but was still swiped across the left arm by a rushing black card, cut out a long blood stain, and hurriedly retreated to avoid. However, Qin Ji shot the black card while also shooting on the tip of his toes, and shot out like an arrow. His shape appeared in front of the other side like a phantom, and his fist was severely pounded on the other side. A terrible scream sounded, and the player immediately vomited blood and flew out, and was blown out of the arena by the fierce fist contained in Qin Han's fist. You gave me a shot and I returned you a punch, isn't it fair? Qin Ji retreated his fist lightly, and turned to look at the other players on the arena. Although less than a minute has passed from the beginning to the present, there has already been a fierce battle on the arena. Nearly 40 players were left with more than 20. In the melee, everyone is trying to eliminate others, and they have no time to care about who the other party is. They just want to defeat the person in front of them so that they can advance. Qin Ji lost several people in a row without any respite. Quickly there were nearby players who rushed to attack him fiercely. Bai Chuan. Suddenly, a strip of white smoke struck from one side and hit fiercely on the player's face rushing towards Qin Ji. The front end of the smoke leader's bar is a fist with leather gloves, which hits the opponent's face and produced a powerful impact, causing the opponent to be screamed and flew out of the arena. Seeing this scene, Qin Ji also stared at the sight. Following the smoke, he looked at the person who shot it. It was the stubborn Smog. www.readwn.com. Smog struck with the fruit of smoke flying a player, also looked at Qin Ji in a provocative manner, apparently considering Qin Ji as the next opponent to be eliminated. The white smoke quickly gathered around Smog's body, but in the next second more smoke erupted from him, and it was like a snake eel swept along the ground towards Qin Ji. Interesting, do you consider me an opponent? Seeing the opponent's shot, Qin Ji's mouth slightly tilted, and at the same time, his eyes were sharp. Oh! The super-fast speed broke out in an instant. Qin Ji not only avoided the entanglement of incoming smoke, but also shot a sharp black card in a flash. The black card containing the terrible cutting power almost hit Smog's face almost instantly, but it hit the smoke as if it struck through the blink of an eye. At the same time, a smog appeared on Smog's face. After the group of white smoke was restored immediately. It's useless, I'm a smoke fruit capable person in nature. Your attack has no effect on me at all. Smogged his face with a frown, and at the same time waving his hands, he immediately produced a lot of smoke, like 2 big hands caught Qin Ji. Many people in the audience outside the field also saw this scene. Naturally they all showed their surprise. After all, the ability of nature to be the demon fruit itself is synonymous with power and horror. Smoke fruit, although it is not the top devil fruit in the nature department, but it is almost invincible for the students who are not domineering. Qing Yang, who sits on the seat, is interested. Watching the battle on the arena. Su's eyes first circulated on Smog, and then focused on Qin Ji who confronted him. It seemed to want to see how Qin Ji could meet Smog, who was capable of nature. Chapter 53, Overwhelming Fear. Is it elemental? Qi Kinj stared sharply at the smoke-suppressing counterpart, his eyes flashed, chakra was running immediately under his feet, and his shape shifted away like a phantom. Oh! At first glance, Qin Ji was hiding from the smoke while pulling out the long knife behind him with lightning. Sweeping the sword, the sharp knife light shone, and the fierce knife gas suddenly burst out from the long knife, carrying the fierce force and swept out, sweeping away all the smoke that was approaching, and then it was more powerful. Fei cut to Smog not far away. Although seeing Qin Ji's sword, many Navy executives in the auditorium were all eyes, and they all focused on Qin Ji. Although Qin Ji's cut-off wave is not very large, as a military academy student, there is such a kendo practice, which is enough to be amazing. Smugger was naturally surprised by the same sweep of swordsmanship, but as a person with the ability of nature, he was not afraid. Instead, he turned his hands into fists. After a large amount of smoke gathered, he was slammed into the swordsman. Oh! The after effect visible by the naked eye rolled and rolled around, spreading and sweeping around. At the same time, the air made a loud noise. Although Bismug's physical strength is not bad, it is obviously unable to counter the sharp edge of the sword. Not only his two fists tore apart, but also his body was cut in half by the vigorous sword. The body was separated from top to bottom, but with the ability of the smoke fruit, a lot of smoke was emitted from the place where it was cut off, and at the same time, it was quickly reconnected again, which made Smog quickly return to its original state. Although he was not injured, being cut in public was undoubtedly a shame for Smog. When his body recovered, his face looked a little gloomy, and he looked angrily at the opposite Qin Ji. Not good. Before he counterattacked, Smog looked at Qin Ji's face, that is, his face changed slightly, because at the same time he looked, Qin Ji had burst out at an alarming rate. The body was shooting like a shock, and Qin Ji locked Smog sharply. The internal force operated in a special way. The whole body exploded with a horrible fierce atmosphere like the blood of a corpse. The long knife is also filled with a strong smell. Boom! The terrible fierce breath shrouded Smog like a flood that unloaded the gate. A tremor and fear from the mind swept across Smog's whole body instantly, causing his pupils to contract violently, and the unconsciousness on his face revealed the terror. Color. A nasal canal. A scarlet light flashed from the depths of Qin Ji's eyes. The horrific stabbing intention not only deterred the enemy, but also caused his mind to breed a mad-like killing meaning. In the gallop, he slashed with a violent sword. Hey! The chirping sword flew like blood, straight down, and the whistling sound that cut through the void was as horrifying as the ghost crying, and even the other students on the arena were watching in horror. This is... In the audience, Zhang Yu looked horrified. Although they were far apart, he could still feel the terrible and fierce breath from Qin Ji at this time. In fact, not only is the Warring States period, many high-level navies who watched this scene are also full of astonishment and suspicion. Rumble. The deafening roar echoed throughout the arena. The other students on the arena hurriedly stopped the battle, evading to the surrounding areas, and looked at the center of the field in amazement. The blood-red blazing sword not only tore the hard arena out of the messy and terrible cracks, but also cut Smog in half, frightened by the fierce breath, and turned it into two messes. Smoke. The fierce stabbing sword of the three-bladed nasal canal is several times stronger than the tyrant's dominance of the world. Even the horrible stabbing sword is enough to scare the enemy's mind with terror. This is what Smog did. Under the guise of the three-bladed nasal canal, he was in a panic all the way. He couldn't even react, and watched himself cut by the sword in half. Ah! The generous arena was almost cut off by Qin Ji, and the terrible cracks extended from the foot of the stopped Qin Ji to the other end of the arena. At this time, the random smoke spread out. Smog shouted in anger. It can be seen that Smog, which was cut in half by the nose of the nose, is constantly trying to gather smoke to recover his body, but whenever the smoke touches it, it will immediately disperse as if it was hit with a heavy blow. The entity cannot be recovered at all. For such a situation, Smog is naturally extremely furious, and at the same time, he has always felt unfavorable through elementalization. He has never felt a sense of fear. Why my body can't recover? What did you do to me? Smog, who maintained his half-body shape, shouted at Qin Ji hysterically. What did you do? It just made your body dread me. Qin Ji stood in place with no expression, right-handed knife drew to the side, and uttered indifferently www.readwn.com. Kai, what a joke, how could I be afraid of you? Smog naturally would not believe it, struggling to restore the physical state under the roar. Qi Qinj was also much lazy to justify, but Shen Ning's mind calmed down, and he had the intention of killing in his heart. Although the three-bladed nasal canal has far more power than the hegemony, the magic is stronger. Even if it is urged for a short time, it is enough to breed a terrible magic in the heart. If you don't calm down the magical thoughts in time, then you are in danger of falling into the magic. Although Qin Ji doesn't mind killing, she doesn't want to become a lunatic who only knows about killing. Is the demon fruit ability out of control? Smog's kid still lacks discipline and was deterred by the opponent with an absolutely overwhelming aura. However, the kendo that Qin Ji Allen just showed, it's dangerous. Qi Qingzi sat up a little for a while, staring deeply at Smog and indifferent Qin Ji, who could not restore the entity on the arena. It is like the big star that Sauron used in the original book against Monet, who is capable of fighting against the snow and snow. In the case of no domineering, he split Monet directly into two halves, and made it all for a period of time. Unable to restore entity. Bismug is now experiencing the same situation. The ferocious swordsmanship contained in Qin Ji's three-nosed swords of the nose and nose stunned the soul and gave Smog an absolute overwhelming advantage. Fighting kendo, is this all for killing? The red dog sitting side by side thought thoughtfully, and at the same time, seriously looked at the figure of Qin Ji on the arena. It's terrible. Is there still such a dangerous element in the current military cadets? Huang Ape sighed with an exaggerated expression, but then showed an interesting expression on his face. Chapter 54, Smooth Promotion. I have been watching Qin Ji's performance in the Warring States period, frowning slightly. The fierceness of the three swords on the nose naturally made him feel uncomfortable. Although there is no difference between justice and evil in kendo, it is like the difference between a demon sword and a famous sword. The demon sword has always been named evil. I didn't expect him to practice such a dangerous kendo. It seems necessary to remind Jaffa that even if you want to cultivate monster-level talents, you can't just pursue power. Warring States secretly thought. The appearance of the three-bladed nasal passage was undoubtedly made Qin Ji suddenly let many high-level navies remember him. After returning to the arena, Smog appeared to be out of control because he was deterred by the fierce intent of the three-bladed sword of the nose, and he undoubtedly lost his ability to fight in a short time. There is such a thing. The attack just now does not contain armed domineering, but it can actually make the demon fruit ability of the nature ability out of control. What is going on? Great, this boy seems to be called Qin Ji Allen. It seems that a talented person with terrible potential has appeared in this military academy. This is a terrible opponent. If you meet this person as an opponent, then I am afraid it is dangerous. Although the other students and the Navy who watched did not understand the situation of Smog, from the performance of Smog, it can be seen that he should have defeated Qin Ji. For a person with a natural ability to lose to a person who will not be domineering, this is naturally enough to attract countless people's surprise. Although Bismug's demon fruit ability is out of control, because of the elemental ability of the natural system, even if it is temporarily unable to attack, it is undoubtedly in an undefeated situation in the face of other students who have not practiced armed domineering. In the same way, Qin Ji, who showed the 3 swords of the nose and nose, became the object of jealousy of other students on the arena. Even if he stood indifferently, no one dared to hit him again, even deliberately avoiding it. Drive him! However, this also gave Qin Ji a chance to allow him time to suppress the magic thoughts that were generated by the 3 swords of the nose and nose. Otherwise, if attacked, the magic thoughts will inevitably swell in battle, making him more eroded by the magic thoughts. After easing for a while, the unbelievable magical thoughts were dispelled by Qin Ji's suppression. At the same time, the sense of killing in his consciousness also quickly receded, allowing him to restore his calmness. Did anyone dare to approach? After recovery, Qin Ji looked around at the other people on the arena. When he saw other students avoiding themselves even in battle, he thought in his heart that he knew what was going on. Obviously, the other students on the arena were also stunned by the fierce anger of the 3 noses of the nose, so that they did not dare to regard Qin Ji as an enemy at all, and could only choose other people as opponents. For such a situation, Qin Ji is also a leisurely player. Anyway, the assessment rules only leave 10 people. He simply inserted a long knife on the ground, and he sat on the ground cross-legged, waiting for the end of the assessment. Wu Qin's gesture naturally made him stand out from the crowd, as if he was a king who no one dared to invade, full of pride and domineering. After a fierce battle, the first evaluation was also completed after nearly half an hour. After the whole arena had only 10 students, the referee announced the end of the evaluation. No doubt, Qin Ji, who was in the state of watching the whole game in the second half, was successfully promoted and entered the second half of the assessment. On the other side, Smog is also the same. Although he was defeated by Qin Ji's men, but with the ability of the demon fruit of nature, even if the entity cannot be restored, no one can drive him out of the arena, and finally become a stay. 1 of 10 people. However, although he was successfully promoted, Smog's heart was clearly uncomfortable. Even after the physical fears were relieved and his body could be restored, his face was always gloomy. Qin Ji naturally did not bother with Smog's feelings. After coming down from the arena, he talked with Robin at will and watched the assessment of other students in a leisurely manner. After nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, the assessments of the second, third, and fourth games also ended separately, and at the same time, 30 economic people were expelled one by one. Under the 5th assessment, Robin finally came on stage, and the students who got the 5th assessment also had about 30 people. Encouraged by Qin Ji's cheering, Xiao Loli also took a deep breath and got up the courage to board the arena with other students. Following the announcement of the referee, the 5th formal examination took place, and fierce fighting broke out on the arena as before. Although Robin has grown significantly compared to when he entered the military academy, his age is still flawed after all, and the time to actually start practicing is still short, not to mention that none of the students who can reach today is a good stubble. All have great strength. In the fierce battle. Although Robin has solved the 2 nearby students with www.readwn.com with the ability of Hua Fruit, but cannot take care of all under the melee, and was beaten by a 4th level student with a shave attack. Athletic platform, sadly lost. Alan, I can't join the internship with you. When Xiao Loli was injured, Qin Ji naturally rushed to the medical team. After seeing Qin Ji coming, Xiao Loli was being treated. Frustrated face. It's okay, isn't it just an internship boat, there will be a chance next time, and I will not be back. Qin Ji comforted. Well, I will not lose next time. Robin said firmly. With the consolation of Qin Ji, Xiao Loli's lost mood was relieved a lot, and she even had a stronger desire to become stronger. For such a situation, Qin Ji was naturally very satisfied. After all, Robin's body was not strong enough, and she was hit by the opponent under the arena. She also suffered a minor injury. Although she really wanted to stay and watch Qin Ji's next assessment, Qin Ji was forced to go to the hospital for treatment. More meticulous treatment. After watching the little lowly being sent out of the arena by the medical team, Qin Ji returned to his seat. After a short time, the fifth assessment also contested the 10 winners. At the end of the 25 assessments, the Navy colonel who presided over the big contest also announced the beginning of the second half of the assessment. The top 50 students, including Qin Ji, have gone to the stage to perform random lottery, and draw the 5th and 6th level students who will compete next. Although the 5th and 6th grade students did not participate in the previous assessment, the 5th and 6th grade students of the military academy in this headquarters are also located in an area of the auditorium. When the draw was over, Qin Ji and others returned to their original positions. At the same time, the referee also started to announce according to the drawn battle list. Chapter 55, Fierce Competition. 3rd level student Gregory and 5th class student Austin, please come to the stage to fight. Following the referee's announcement, the two students were on the arena, staring at each other with hostility and alert. The 5th and 6th graders, as senior students of this military academy, are naturally more powerful in addition to being older, and even some of them have fully mastered the Navy's 6 types, unlike the 3rd and 4th graders. Only barely learned 1 or 2. Although the students who can be promoted to the top 50 are elites among the elites, they are obviously not far from the 5th or 6th graders who have already experienced actual combat. Although the 3rd level student in the first battle was highly motivated, he was quickly suppressed by the 5th level student in the battle. Finally, the 5th level student pierced his chest with a finger gun and screamed and lost. The defeat of the first battle was undoubtedly a very bad start for Qin Ji and other students who were challengers. It also stimulated the spirit of the 5th and 6th graders who were challenged and looked at Qin Ji provocatively. People. It's not easy to deal with. These 5th and 6th graders have taken longer training than us. It can be said that the connotation is deeper than us. What's wrong? Long training time doesn't mean better strength. If it were me, the opponent's attack wouldn't hit me at all. Sure enough, we have to deal with it carefully. These 5th and 6th graders will not let us easily replace the place on the internship. Many of the top 50 trainees whispered to themselves, or dreaded, or glanced at the area where the 5th or 6th graders were. Qi Qinj watched the battle on the arena quietly and silently, and the long sword put into the scabbard was laid on his legs, waiting for his appearance calmly. One after another, students started to play one after another. Although the opening was the victory of the 5th and 6th graders, in the subsequent battles, there were also some outstanding young students to beat the higher students. However, the overall situation is that more senior students have won. Most of the battles are crushed by lower students, making many lower students who are not yet on the stage upset. Tina 2 and Sixton Austin, please come to the stage. At this time, the referee announced a new battle list. Qi Qinj stared a little, and walked out of the crowd, looking at the attractive long-haired pink girl who was only 11 or 12 years old. In the assessment just now, Qin Ji has naturally noticed the role of Tina in the original work, not only knowing that the other party and Smog are students of the same period, but also that the other party already has the threshold fruit ability. After Tina got on the arena, the 6th level student who was the opponent also came to the opposite side. After the referee announced the start, both sides also attacked the opponent very decisively. Shave. The 6th grader named Austin stepped down with his feet, and shot like an arrow in an instant. The speed was almost blinking in Tina's vicinity. Obviously, Tina couldn't keep up with the speed of the opponent, and hurriedly launched the demon fruit ability. A black metal rod like an iron fence immediately appeared on the palms of both hands, swiping around. Oh! The black stick was pumped in the air, but the 6th grader cast a shave again when the black stick struck. At the same time, he jumped high in the air, locked Tina sharply, and kicked his right leg violently. The blue slashing wave burst out, falling like a meniscus, obliquely and quickly, and it also made Tina's face seeing this scene change greatly, and leaped quickly to avoid it. Boom! Athlete's platform was smashed out of the messy pit by Landsfoot chopped waves. After the waves spread, it was Tina's clothes that let back and hide. Although she is still young, Tina also showed excellent fighting ability and responded quickly, but she turned the black stick in her hand as a javelin and shot it at the 6th grader in the air. There was a sound boom in the air. The 6th grader was stomping on the air, like a flat ground, avoiding the incoming black stick, and landed quickly. At the tip of his toes, it turned into a shadow and rushed out. Oh! The 6th grader swept his leg out and kicked it out. Although Tina resisted her arm in time, the power contained in the opponent's leg was too fierce. She exclaimed that she was kicked out and finally fell into the arena. Outside. Abomination, the opponent's movement is too fast, I don't even have time to launch the demon fruit. After defeat, Tina rubbed her sore arm kicked by the opponent, and her heart was full of unwillingness. Although in addition to being able to transform the iron fence-like black stick to attack the enemy, the ability of the threshold fruit can also trap the enemy by making an iron fence with the touch of his arms, but it takes time to launch the demon fruit ability. After all, Tina is only a girlhood. For the development and application of the threshold fruit, it is obviously not comparable to that of the female naval colonel in the future. The defeat of the battle clearly proved that Tina could not participate in the training boat this time, and returned to her seat with unwillingness and depression. Qin Ji didn't think much about seeing Tina's defeat. www.readwn.com. Just a casual glance was taken away, even if the other party was a character he was familiar with, but he would not let him too much care. In the next battle, Qin Ji hasn't gotten himself to play yet. Smog's turn came first. His opponent is a 5th grader. Although the previous assessment was defeated by Singer Qin, the demon fruit of the Department of Nature is obviously invincible for the students who are still in the military academy. Although the 5th level students of Bismuth had not weak strength, but in the face of elements that could not be attacked, they were exhausted and could not help but lose. However, from this battle, it is undoubtedly once again able to support Qin Ji's power and fear. Some people thought that the evil fruits of nature were just the same when they saw that Smog defeated Qin Singer. But at this time, when seeing the almost invincible ability of the demon fruit ability of nature, naturally they all unconsciously looked at Qin Ji in the audience watching the battle peacefully with awe and awe. Although I heard before that the demon fruit of nature is the strongest devil fruit of the 3 major demon fruits, but I did not expect that this demon fruit of nature is so abnormal that the body can turn into smoke. Would it not be congenital to be invincible? It's not necessarily true. Didn't the person with the natural abilities just lose? Just so the key is strength. That's what it says, but if you say it to me, are you confident that you can defeat this natural ability? While the senior students were whispering, when they looked at Qin Ji who had not played yet, they all showed their deep fears. It can be seen that Qin Ji has been regarded as the biggest enemy of this assessment. Chapter 56, Engage. 1st grader Qin Ji Allen and 6th grader Bob, please come to the stage to play. After several rounds, the referee announced a new round of playlists. Is it finally my turn? Qin Ji heard his name, stood up from his seat with a knife in his left hand, and went to the arena calmly. Well. His opponent is Bob, it's fun now. It's Bob, but he is one of the best in this session. It seems that the next battle will be fierce. Fortunately, it was not me who selected this lottery, but I was really curious if this man could defeat Bob, but he had already learned all 6 types of the Navy. Hearing the list of matches, everyone in the arena was cheered up all at once. Some were looking forward to Qin Ji's more brilliant performance, and some were surprised by Qin Ji's opponents this time. The senior students all showed an enthusiastic expression. Obviously, the 6th graders in Qin Ji's battle were not ordinary characters, but a leader among the 6th graders. After Qin boarded the arena, Qin Ji saw his opponent and could not help revealing a touch of light. The 6th grader named Bob looked at a young man of about 17 or 18 years old, but his body was unusually strong. He was almost 3 meters tall and his clear muscles showed explosive power. Both with lean red short hair. People in the One Piece world not only have racial differences, but also often have unusually small giants. This is obviously the case with the 6th grader Bob in front of him. On the competitive stage, Qin Ji looks like an adult compared to the other person and baby. Originally my opponent is you, Qin Ji Allen, right? It seems that this internship is no longer yours. Bob looked down at Qin Ji, then filled with provocation. Qi Kinj looked at each other coldly and said calmly, "This is what I want to say, you can only wait for the next internship." Bob's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the opponent's previous performance showed not weak strength, but for him, he was confident enough to win. The referee did not waste any time and directly announced the start of the match. Oh! As soon as the chanting voice fell, the breaking sound was echoing on the arena. Bob suddenly performed the shaving of one of the 6 types of navy in an instant, and his body disappeared in a flash. Finger gun. In an instant, Bob's figure appeared in front of Qin Ji's body, but at the same time without any pause, he raised his finger and stabbed it like a bullet. Oh! The sniper finger pierced the void and made a piercing sound, but also hit the air, but was instantly understood by Qin Ji, moving his steps to avoid it as if walking in the court. Bob's gaze was about to change the offensive immediately, but at this time Qin Ji had locked the opponent sharply, his body was slightly heavier, and his right hand went to the knife handle, just like a lightning bolt. Oh! The dazzling knife light emerged across the sky, pouring out like a moonlight, the fiery sword gas tearing the sky, and the ferocity swept forward. Not good. Bob didn't expect that the other party's response would be so rapid. He was shocked and immediately exhibited the paper paintings in the 6th form of the navy. His body was like Katkin's and escaped the knife by the slightest difference. Wu Zisheng's knife gas rushed into the air, chasing the void wherever he passed. It was more than 10 meters before he dissipated in the air. Bob's feet were connected, but they quickly opened up and widened the distance between the two sides, then jumped up in the volley, raised his legs in anger and kicked out a violent chopping wave towards Qin Ji. With a flash of light in his eyes, Chakra quickly moved his feet, and Qin Ji instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared in place, letting the chopping wave bombard it in the air. Almost at the same time, each of the black cards spinning sharply appeared to Bob, who fell to the ground from various tricky angles as if they appeared out of nowhere. Under the rapid rotation, each black card issued a harsh break. Empty voice. This sudden attack made Bob's face change, but it was too late to dodge, and his arms crossed in front of him, and the whole body muscles obviously oscillated and swelled. Iron block. Under the defensive body skills in the 6 types of navy, Bob's body seemed to become a piece of steel. The black card containing the terrible cutting power hit the opponent madly. In addition to tearing out the clothes on the opponent's body, he also left his blood on his body. Obviously, even the iron defense could not completely resist the sharp black card infused with deep internal force by Qin Ji, making Bob's body quickly dripping with blood. However, the defensibility of iron blocks is not useless. If ordinary people are under the Qin Ji's flying card attack, it is normal for the body to shoot through black cards. Bob seems to be in a terrible blood, but it is just some surface injuries. The compressed and expanded muscles have actually reduced the damage of flying card surgery to the greatest extent. www.readwn.com. It hurts, let me die. Although the injury was not serious, the pain was still intense under constant tearing. This naturally made Bob extremely angry and no longer resisted, but hurriedly disappeared from the place. Qin Ji, who runs Chakra's high-speed movement, instantly saw the actions of the other with a sense of arrogance, and his cold eyes locked sharply somewhere on the arena, and the bright knife light immediately bloomed. The fierce and fierce sword air burst forth fiercely, crossing the sky like a full moon, carrying an astonishing sharp edge and cutting forward. Bob suddenly appeared not far from the shroud of Qin-ji. When he found the blazing air coming from the chop, he was shocked and hurried to kick out the violent chopping wave. Boom! The deafening roar exploded on the arena, and the dazzling knife gas collided with the chopping wave. I was just deadlocked for a moment, and the chopping wave was torn and chopped by the blazing knife, and then Yue slashed to the opposite Bob unabated. Paper painting. Bob's complexion changed, and his body became lighter quickly, like a catkin, evaded by the airflow sweeping by the knife air, and passed by the blazing knife air. Chi Kinj's eyes flashed, and he reacted instantly. Chakra was running under his feet, and a little ground shot like an arrow. Almost instantly, Qin-ji appeared in the vicinity of the other side like a flash, and the whole body was filled with cold. Squeaky. The cold air that was visible to the naked eye appeared from Qin-ji's feet, and in a blink of an eye it spread along the ground to Bob's legs, and at the same time all the way up, quickly made Bob's body freeze with a layer of ice. Chapter 57, Quota Determination. This is. Everyone in the audience was shocked by Bing Kui, who was exhibited by Qin-ji, especially Qing Kuo. Bob, who used to paint paper to avoid the sword, was frozen and froze by the ice. Although the ice was not particularly hard, the cold swept him down, which temporarily caused him to lose his ability to move. Boom! The blazing knife gas burst out again, and Qin-ji suddenly cut off the cold sword with a cold knife while releasing the ice bow. The fierce knife sword was severely chopped on the chest of the opponent, even the entire person are all engulfed in it. The scream of sorrow sounded immediately. In the flamboyant flying of ice, Bob, engulfed by the sword, flew down with his blood, and his chest had been torn with blood scars with deep visible bones. With the dull sound of falling to the ground, Bob fell out of the arena. At the same time, the medical team who was on the sideline hurried forward for treatment. No doubt, this battle was the victory of Qin-ji, and it also represented that he got a place on the traineeship. I'm not mistaken. Did Qin-ji Allen use the same frozen fruit ability as Lieutenant General Qing? It shouldn't be frozen fruits. There can be no two demonic fruit abilities in this world. It is estimated that they are similar to other demonic fruit abilities. It's a wonderful battle. The seniors can obviously master all the 6 types of navy. They obviously have the same strength as the captain of the headquarters. But I didn't expect to lose to Qin-ji Allen. Although Qin-ji Allen only first-class students, but I am afraid that the combat power is already comparable to the head school level. The end of the battle did not let the enthusiasm of the people watching down, but caused a heated debate and bursts of exclamation. Sure enough, as described by Zifa, this Qin-ji Allen does have amazing potential. If it is cultivated, it may not be able to become a top-notch combat force such as Kuzan and others. Qin-ji's stunning performance is also very satisfied. The situation in the sea today is not peaceful. Although Roger has been executed, because of the declaration before his death, it has instead triggered the era of pirates. It can be said that although the strength of the navy still occupies the advantage, the power of pirates is expanding at an alarming rate, especially in the New World, which has almost become a paradise for pirates. The power of the navy cannot penetrate too much. Because of the tense situation, the warring states also desperately hopes that a new generation of naval forces can emerge, and only in this way can it counter the growing pirate forces. In terms of strength, Bob, who played against Qin-ji, is definitely one of the best in the military academy. Not only has he learned all the 6 types of navy, but his power has clearly exceeded 500. However, unfortunately, in the face of Qin-ji's endless means, he eventually lost the opportunity of the internship, and also became a stepping stone for Qin-ji, allowing him not only to get the position of the internship, but also to go into the eyes of many high-ranking navies. After another fight, this big game was announced. At the same time, including Qin Ji, a total of 23 lower grade students replaced the upper grade students and got joined. Qualifications for a training boat. After leaving, Qin Ji went directly to the hospital to visit Robin, and also told the other party that he had successfully passed the contest. Robin was happy and lost about this result, but he was more happy for Qin Ji's success. "Alan, you did a great job this time and did not disappoint me, but the internship is not fun, you can't be slack." After leaving the hospital, Zifa sent someone to find Qin Ji. When he came to the familiar courtyard, Zifa praised him first, and then reminded him severely. Wu Qinj nodded and said, "Mr. Zifa, rest assured, I know what to do." Zifa nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "You can just keep your mentality. Although your current strength can't deal with those pirates who have paid more than 100 million baileys, some bounties exceed 10 million baileys. The number of pirates is still enough. After the training boat set off, you must perform well and strive to accumulate sufficient military power before graduation." Wu Qinj naturally heard the meaning of Zifa. The internship was so sought after by trainees because the military skills could be obtained before graduation, and the other party obviously hoped that he could accumulate a lot of military skills after graduation. Qin Ji also knows the past history of the military academy. For example, Kuzan, known as a monster-level genius, and Saskaski and others have directly assumed the rank of Major General upon graduation. It can be seen that they have accumulated during the training ship expedition. Amazing military achievements. Qin Ji actually agrees with this system of the military academy. He naturally does not want to start at the grassroots level after graduation. He can directly obtain high positions. What he wants. www.readwn.com. Ge also knew from Zifa's mouth that the time for the start of the internship was set at half a month, which means that he still had half a month to prepare. Because of his previous military academy career, he needed to receive Zifa's special training and practice, and he could not go to the slaughterhouse to gain soul energy. Now that time is available, Qin Ji naturally has time to go again. Although the semi-closed management adopted by the military academy, the trainees are basically unable to go out except for the holiday time of each month, but it is natural that everything is not a problem when Qin Ji asks Zifa for help. This is to prove the benefits of talents. The more excellent the talents, the easier it is to get special treatment from the upper levels. Even the integrity of Zifa is hard to avoid, and I am willing to make an exception for Qin Han. At night, Qin Ji left the military academy and arrived at the long-lost slaughterhouse. At the same time, he saw Nishizawa, who was greeted by surprise. During the daytime competition, Nishizawa also watched each of Qin Ji's contests in the auditorium. Naturally, he was also pleased with Qin Ji's powerful strength and outstanding talents. As Nishizawa, who first met Qin Ji on Marin Vado and has already established a good relationship, the better Qin Ji performed, the happier he was, because it represented the greater Qin Ji's future achievements, and it will be inevitable in the future. Will bring him a richer return. After chatting with each other for a while, Qin Ji explained his purpose. Although the slaughtering work has always been carried out during the day, Nishizawa obviously will not miss this opportunity to deepen the relationship between the two sides. Without hesitation, it is no problem to slap the chest with confidence. Next, Qin Ji naturally devoted himself to the slaughtering work, constantly pulling a powerful beast and sea beast to slaughter, and began to acquire soul energy. Chapter 58, Destination, North Sea. During the half-month that followed, Qin Ji was trained in the military academy as usual during the day, and at night he would diligently run to the slaughterhouse to get soul energy. When Qin Ji returned to the dormitory from the slaughterhouse near the last night of the internship ship's departure, he took a bath and entered the king's prison. Although the beasts can only be slaughtered at night, half a month later, more than 1,000 soul energies have been accumulated in the prison of the dead. It's better to divide it into two 2-star draws. Although there is enough soul energy for one Samsung draw, considering that his luck has always been not good, Qin Ji carefully divided it into 2 draws. Although the world drawn by 2 stars is not as advanced as the world drawn by Samsung, but if you draw the top people in the world, it is also sufficient to bring rich returns. The extraction began immediately, and the bronze chain was swaying like a void in the gold prison. After a while, it brought back 3 unreal souls. Name, Nichols. World, Great Sword, 2 stars. Identity, Craftsman. Ability, Forging Weapons. Cause of death, Demon Eater. He explored the soul information in the first golden prison, and Qin Ji immediately learned the world he had extracted this time. Is it a big sword? Qin Ji frowned, recalling the story and state of the world in his mind. The big sword is a world where monsters run rampant. At the same time, there are a group of special people. They are called big swords. They are humans with flesh and blood in their bodies. Obtained a powerful force far beyond human beings. She groaned slightly, and Qin Ji turned to search the souls in the remaining 2 golden prisons. Name, Hobart. World, Great Sword, 2 stars. Identity, Farmer. Ability, Unknown. Cause of death, Demon Eater. Name, Flora. World, Great Sword, 2 stars. Identity, Half Demon. Ability, Blade of the Wind. Cause of death, died dead. The information of the 2 souls appeared in my mind. Qin Ji looked at the soul in the 3rd golden prison almost instantly. Although illusory, it was also a vaguely visible woman. Is Flora. I remember it was the Great Sword Organization number 8 during the plot period. Although it didn't take long to appear in the hands of the Awakener, the strength should be at the upper level of the Great Sword Organization, which is not bad. Song nodded slightly. Although the object is the existence of half-human half-demons, but since the prison of the dead shows that the other party has the ability to be deprived, it is obviously no problem. Although the cutting wind sword is called a sword, Qin Ji, who knows the original plot, knows that this is a cutting technique that pursues absolute speed. There is no real sword in itself. If it can be deprived, it must be powerful enough. Own strength. He did not hesitate. Qin Ji ignored the other 2 useless souls directly, and began to deprive Flora's soul. Light bloomed from the gold prison, but it faded after a while. Apparently the first deprivation failed. When the 2nd and 3rd deprivations were carried out, the results remained unchanged, and they failed as usual. It looks like I don't have a chance to make a 2nd draw. Qi Qinj twitched at the corners of his mouth and felt the pain of his black hands. He had no choice but to spend his soul energy in exchange for deprivation opportunities. After thinking about it, Qin Ji gritted his teeth and chose to exchange for the 2nd level deprivation. Although he consumed 500 soul energy at once, almost all his savings were exhausted, but at least the probability of deprivation was increased by 30%. Some nervous start to deprive, Qin Ji stared tightly at the blooming golden prison, for fear of another deprivation failure. Click! The energy of the 500 souls was obviously not white flowers. After a while, the soul in the gold prison heard a crackling sound. An array of crystal white stalks quickly deprived and fell into Qin Ji's body. With the successful deprivation of Qin Ji's nervous mood was relaxed, and he immediately felt the power he had deprived. Key wonderful feelings came from his arms. At this moment, Qin Ji's arms seemed to have emerged a powerful force after thousands of exercises. Flora's sword of slashing wind does not require the use of enchantment, and can rely on the strength of the arm alone to produce the fast combo produced by the high-speed swing of the sword in an instant. Under the deprivation, it was obvious that Qin Ji also obtained Flora's super strong arm strength, so that the muscles of his arms seemed to be deeply tempered and his arm strength was greatly improved. Although he hasn't tried the power of Feng Feng sword, only the improvement of his arm strength has let Qin Ji know that his strength has been improved again. Sure enough, the prison of the dead is his greatest secret. After the expedition ship, he must hunt down those pirates and criminals to gain soul energy. Qin Ji thought secretly. The next day, a group of people gathered early on the training ground of the military academy of the headquarters. This is the team of this internship boat www.readwn.com including Qin Ji. There are more than 400 students, most of whom are a senior student nearing graduation. There is no unnecessary nonsense. When Zifa, the leader, appeared, a group of students went to the port, where the warships were ready to go to the port. The people on the training ship are not only the students of this military academy, but also many Navy soldiers. Even the commander of the battleship is also a major general. In addition to maintaining the operation of warships, these navies can also be said to be carrying the safety of the training ship expedition. The trainees of the headquarters military school can be said to be future Navy elites. Naturally, high-level Navy cannot be without any protective measures. After all, the sea is full of crises. In addition to the bad weather, there are also some ferocious pirates attacking warships. I mobilized a rear admiral and more than 500 elite soldiers to accompany him to reduce the danger and accidents during the expedition. After boarding the battleship, Qin Ji and other students were led by the Navy on the battleship to allocate their respective rooms. At the same time, after the supplies were in place, the battleship sailed away from Marin Vado. The destination of this training ship's expedition is Bahai in the Four Seas. Although great waterways are the hardest hit areas for pirates, but the pirates that can wreak havoc on great waterways are undoubtedly without the weak. The purpose of the Navy's high-level training ship is only to allow the students of this military academy to add some more experience with the pirates before graduation, but it is not really for the sake of clearing the pirates. It will naturally be considered. Of course, going to the Four Seas does not mean that it is safe. Except for Donghai, which was cleaned up because of the One Piece King Roger, the other 3 sea areas in the Four Seas are also full of pirates. Chapter 59, Thunder. After sailing for a few days, after exchanging ships on the Red Clay Land, the internship unit entered the North Sea and searched for pirates. As a warship in the headquarters, even if it is only a training ship, its authority is sufficient to mobilize various branch bases in the Four Seas, and it is easy to obtain the status of pirates in each area. This is a pirate reward order and a pirate flag pattern transmitted from the bases in the North Sea not long ago. You must write down each of them. Remember, once you find pirates, you must immediately prepare for battle. Zifa summoned all the trainees to the deck. After the soldiers distributed the reward order, they sighed with amusement. Although the commander of the battleship is the casual admiral, Zifa, the former general, is undoubtedly the true highest officer on the internship. Even the admiral, when facing Zifa, must respectfully call a teacher. After receiving a thick bounty order, Qin Ji also carefully read it. Even an experienced hunter must understand the situation of the prey, otherwise it is easy for the horse to lose its forefoot. After reading it, Qin Ji also gradually learned about the pirate situation in the North Sea. Although the vast majority of the pirates in the North Sea were just small figures who were rewarded hundreds of thousands of millions, but there were also some bounty over 10 million. Nearly 100 million Bailey's pirates. These pirates with bounty over 10 million and nearly 100 million are undoubtedly the objects that Qin Ji needs to pay attention to. Although the amount of bounty does not completely determine a person's strength, it is probably still possible and can be rewarded with a sea of high bounty. Thieves are definitely not simple characters. I don't know how much this voyage can bring to myself. Qin Ji's eyes flickered. After putting away the reward, he looked a little deeper into the distant waters. The artillery fire groaned, and the originally calm sea surface quickly rolled up violently. Each bombardment caused the water surface to blow up a few meters of water, which also made the waves more manic. On the third day when he arrived in the North Sea, the internship tracked a group of pirates. Under the command of the admiral on the battleship, the soldiers immediately launched a shelling to force a pirate ship in the waters ahead to escape. Abominable, actually such a bad luck encountered a naval warship here. The young people all got weapons for Lao Tzu, ready to fight. On the pirate ship flying the skull banner, a sturdy pirate with a full face. Anger drank constantly. Fuck the Navy, let me die. I killed a lot of people, but I haven't killed the Navy yet, this time I opened a. The other pirates on the barge also cried out, and many people launched the cannon fiercely, launching artillery fire against the fast-moving battleship to counterattack. However, the maneuverability of the Navy battleship is obviously very good. The shelling launched by the pirate ship was avoided under the exquisite control of the helmsman, and it approached the pirate ship at a faster speed. I was on the Navy battleship. At this time, the students of this military academy had already gathered on the deck under the convening of Zifa, and their eyes were stern or enthusiastic, or they looked at the pirate ship not far away. This should be the Mad Wolf pirate group. Among the students, Qin Ji stared at the pirate ship that was getting closer. When seeing the flag pattern flying above the pirate ship's pole, Qin Ji's eyes flashed a fine light, and his eyes clearly revealed a trace of hotness. With the reward order and information distributed at the beginning, Qin Ji easily recognized the identity of the pirates. Although the Mad Wolf pirate group is not a large pirate group in the North Sea, it is also a mainstay. Especially the Captain Bernie of the Crazy Wolf Pirates. He was rewarded by the Navy with an 8 million Bailey bounty. If he can be arrested or killed, it will be enough to obtain certain military achievements. Of course, for Qin Ji, military achievement is second, and the most important thing is soul energy. Since the other party can be rewarded with 8 million Baileys, it is enough to prove that the other party's strength is far superior to other pirates. Boom! At this time, a violent explosion occurred on the pirate ship not far away, but the mast was blown up by the shells fired by the heavy guns of the Navy warship, which caused the pirate ship to lose its maneuverability under severe shaking and had to stop come down. Good opportunity, rush forward. The Navy eyes of the battleship brightened, and the helmsman quickly accelerated his sailing, causing the battleship to quickly move closer to the pirate ship. Oh! A warship twice the size of the pirate ship hit the pirate ship fiercely, which not only caused the pirate ship to be almost overturned, but also caused many pirates above to be knocked to the ground. I didn't need to come down. The students of this headquarters who had been waiting for it were attacked immediately when the warship and the pirate ship were close. Catch these pirates, don't let them jump off and escape. Stop it, pirates. Drink. For the students in this department, pirates are equal to military merits. If they can be captured, they will accumulate a certain amount of military merits. At this time, no one will naturally retreat www.readwn.com instead, each of them looks extremely excited and wary. Just when the students of this department just jumped from the deck of the armor to the pirate ship, a figure suddenly jumped out, and at the same time, a lightning-like gloom formed the cutting line of death, and madly shot pirates on the boat. Hey! The tearing sound was endless, and the blood quickly dyed the pirate ship red. This gleam of light was a black card, and in a hurry, a pirate who was caught off guard was shot and punctured. Wait for a moment, and more than 20 people have died on the pirate ship under the black card with a terrible cut, and screamed and fell to the ground. This sudden scene not only shocked the pirates on the ship, but also caused the trainees who jumped out of the battleship to take a breath, and his face was shocked. The body shape is elegant and fast. Qin Ji, who is performing the flying card technique, has landed on the deck fence of the pirate ship, and looks at many pirates coldly. The fierce sword exploded from Qin Ji like a violent air wave, and the long knife behind him was pulled out suddenly. Rumble! The deafening roar was mixed with screams and quickly echoed on the pirate ship. The horrible sword swept across the deck of the pirate ship like a crescent. Wherever it passed, the pirates were either torn in half or their whole bodies. The blood spurted upside down, and formed. The hard deck was covered with cracks by the aftermath of the knife gas. It was just a knife. The pirate ship was once again a sharp reduction of the pirates. At the same time, the pirate ship was messed up. The knife gas was torn and became as rubble. Chapter 60, Pirate Destruction. In order to gain more soul energy, Qin Ji obviously also worked hard. When he shot it, he started the thunder, not only to overpower the pirates, but also to deter the rest of the students. Damn! Smog, who was rushing to the Shanghai thief boat with the students, saw Qin Ji killing the pirates so fiercely, his eyes could not help but show a strong unwillingness. Even if he was angry, he rolled up the thick smoke and turned to the other sea. The thief launched an attack. Bismug's actions also awakened the other trainees at once, and at the same time, he quickly shot and attacked the remaining pirates. They were naturally shocked by the power demonstrated by Qin Ji, but their military merits came first, and they did not want to be wrapped up by Qin Ji. At this time, they all shot with all their strength. Go on, kill these navies. Well, even pirates dare to be so arrogant, let you feel some of the power of justice. The trainees and the pirates fought fiercely. The former wanted to use the pirates to obtain military merits, while the latter wanted to save their lives and counterattack the Jedi. Step on. The rushing footsteps came out. Under the attack of the students, Qin Ji was naturally unwilling to fall behind, and his body fell off the guardrail on the broken deck, and at the same time, he rushed to the nearest pirate like a cheetah. At this moment, the long sword in Qin Singer suddenly disappeared into an afterimage, such as the flashing of the knife light shocked. When he staggered and passed with an angry pirate, the head of the pirate was fly into midair. Cut wind sword. Qi Qin's whole body was curled up with waves of gas, and the smashing strikes that were almost astonishing continued to appear, and the pirates had not even had a chance to react, or they had been beheaded, leaving only corpses on the ground. Go to death! When Qin Ji kept shut leaping through the crowd to slay the pirates, the sturdy pirate with full face and rushed up, and at the same time, he held a huge axe in his big hand and severely turned towards him. With Qin Ji chopping at Pirate Bernie. Qin Ji naturally saw the attack instantly, prejudged in advance with the sense of smelling domineering, and easily slashed the side of the giant axe, while a rise and fall opened the distance, staring at each other. When he saw the pirate who cut the deck with a huge axe in front of him, Qin Ji's eyes flashed a moment of light, but he immediately recognized the captain of this group of pirates, that is, the captain. A reward of 8 million Bailey's Bernie. Although he carried a heavy giant axe, this Bernie's arm was obviously extraordinary. The giant axe in his hand was just like an ordinary person holding a dagger, and there was no hard work at all. Behind his chopping, Bernie was furious that he danced the giant axe again, roaring and swiping towards Qin Ji. Qi Qinj flashed a cold light in his eyes, a little under his foot, and his body shot like lightning. Cut wind sword. The knife light flashing in shock and disappearing at the same time, Qin Ji and Bernie passed by instantly. Qin Ji, who hurried several meters under inertia, stopped and turned indifferently to look at the other person behind him. Bernie's body seemed to be stiff, and the pupils in both eyes were widened, but the luster in the eyes was quickly dimmed, a blood line emerged from his neck, and the blood that followed his head was sprayed into the air. The reward of 8 million Bailey's pirates was instantly struck by Qin Ji, which undoubtedly fully proves Qin Ji's current strength. Although he killed the most powerful pirate in the pirate picture, Qin Ji didn't stop. Instead, he shot at the remaining pirates immediately after a slight meal. A fight lasted less than a quarter of an hour, and the result naturally ended with the victory of the students of the military academy. There were only less than 20 people in the Mad Wolf pirate group who were close to 150 people alive, lying on the broken pirate ship cluttered with bodies. In contrast, although Zifa and a group of naval elites were being wounded, none of them died. Obviously, the battle was a victory for the students. At the convening of Zifa, all the students gathered on the deck again, but you can also see that the students who had been killed and won the battle were very excited and happy. Zan Zifa also looked at the students with satisfaction, but when he saw the indifferent Qin Ji in the crowd, he couldn't help thinking of Qin Ji's performance just now. No doubt, in this battle, Qin Ji was definitely the most dazzling. From the beginning, it was extremely brave. Even the entire Crazy Wolf and pirate group, at least more than half of them were killed by Qin Ji. If you talk about military merit, then in this battle, Qin Ji's gain is naturally the biggest. What Zifa could not think about was Qin Ji's means of facing the pirates. Knocking and killing pirates is naturally nothing. Although the Navy mainly arrests pirates, they will never show any kindness to them. The problem is that Qin Ji didn't even let a single pirate in this battle. As long as the pirates he followed were all killed, www.readwn.com, there was no living mouth left at all. Those pirates arrested were all subdued by other students after defeat. Zifa was naturally uncomfortable with the method of Qin Ji's blood. He used to be called the Do Not Kill General, because even when dealing with the fierce pirates, he was mainly arresting, never killed an enemy. Qi Qin's behavior is undoubtedly the opposite of Zifa's method, and it can even be said to be two extreme performances. Although there are also people in the Navy who do not lack iron and blood methods, such as the Red Dog, but there are almost no extreme killers like Qin Ji. After all, the Navy represents justice, and it is obviously not bloody. Suitable. Zifa was hesitant to remind Qin Ji means not to be so jealous, but when he thought of his experience, he gave up the idea again. What good is he to be kind to pirates? He is kind, but in the end he gets the tragic death of his family. Although Qin Ji's methods used to be bloody, the targets were only those pirates who were extremely ferocious. After learning his own lessons, Zifa simply chose silence and let Qin Ji's own choice. After Zifa's comments, the students were disbanded and returned to the house for repair. Qin Ji is also the same. After returning to the room, he took a good shower, rinsed all the blood stains on his body, and changed into new clothes. Sitting on the boat casually, Qin Ji sinks into the prison of the dead and looks at the gains. Obviously, the human soul's energy in the judgment of the prison of the dead is indeed much higher than that of the beast. Qin Ji killed nearly 100 people in the battle, including the pirate ship Bernie, and obtained a total of more than 400 soul energy.